Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Ταξίδινη ενέργεια, δύναμη αέναη, μεταβαλλόμενη. Το δικό μας ταξίδι ξεκίνησε το 1972. Από τότε και κάθε μέρα τροφοδοτούμε τις μικρές και μεγάλες σας στιγμές. Στηρίζουμε την οικονομία της χώρας. Δημιουργούμε συνεχώς επενδύσεις που ενισχύουν τη βιωσιμότητά της και συμβάλλουμε στην ενεργειακή της σταθερότητα με στόχο ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους. Στεκόμαστε δίπλα στην κοινωνία. Ανταποκρινόμαστε στις αυξανόμενες ενεργειακές ανάγκες της εποχής. Φροντίζουμε το περιβάλλον και προχωράμε μπροστά με επίκεντρο τον άνθρωπο. Συνδυάζουμε τη γνώση με την καινοτομία. Πρωτοπορούμε με νέες εξελιγμένες λύσεις. Επενδύουμε σε νέες μορφές ενέργειας πιο φιλικές προς το περιβάλλον. Παρέχουμε περισσότερες επιλογές, περισσότερες εναλλακτικές. Φροντίζουμε τη δική μας οικογένεια, τους χιλιάδες εργαζόμενούς μας. Είναι η δική μας κινητήριος δύναμη. Ένα ταξίδι είναι η ενέργεια. Συνεχίζουμε το ταξίδι αυτό με το βλέμμα στραμμένο στο μέλλον.
Ο ΔΔΕ εξυγχρονίζεται. Με έξυπνα δίκτυα. Με αυτοματοποιημένα συστήματα. Με αναβαθμισμένη εξυπηρέτηση. Με σύγχρονες λειτουργίες. Με ψηφιοποιημένες εργασίες. Με σεβασμό για το περιβάλλον. Για να έχετε καλύτερη τηλεφωνική εξυπηρέτηση. Για να μπορείτε να δηλώνετε τη βλάβη σας online ή μέσω του κινητού σας. Για να εξυπηρετήσετε άμεσα και online για τα περισσότερα από τα αιτήματά σας. Για να κάνετε online αίτηση για τη σύνδεση της υποδομής φόρτισης του ηλεκτρικού οχήματός σας στο δίκτυο. Για να παίρνετε άμεσες και γρήγορες απαντήσεις μέσω ψηφιακού βοηθού. Ένα δίκτυο καινοτομίας. Ένα δίκτυο καλύτερης εξυπηρέτησης. Ένα δίκτυο ενέργειας για όλους. ΔΔΕ.
Over the last 45 years, we have built our company in the same way we deliver projects for our clients, by building trusted relationships and setting the industry standard for quality service. Our mission remains to be the first choice for global program, project, and construction management.
The hard work and industry-leading expertise of Hill International employees is the reason for our success, and the reason our clients trust us to deliver their most challenging and complex programs and projects. We'll continue growing our business and our global team of technical experts who consistently exceed expectations through collaboration with clients, suppliers, and stakeholders. The new Hill International website has been designed to foster innovation and collaboration and help us achieve our mission.
Fraport Greece welcomes you to a place where traditional boats set sail into the future and traditional gastronomy returns to its roots, where exotic birds pay a visit and Poseidon brings gifts, where our souls rediscover the meaning of life and lose ourselves in a dreamland, where ancient soldiers protect the sea and voyagers find their way home, where people are in touch with the heavens and all wounds can be healed, where time travellers live and time is measured in pink grains of sand, where we can find new paths to happiness and fairy tales live happily ever after. There is a place that is a journey in itself. It's Greece.
Today, machines are more than machines. Power is more than power. And batteries are much more than batteries. Today, intelligent power storage is paramount to our very ability to exist and progress. That's what we do at the Sunlight Group. We're reshaping the battery industry, shifting towards sentient solutions, creating revolutionary batteries that utilize data to deliver a power far more potent than electricity. Power of knowledge. By upgrading batteries to intelligent knowledge machines, we open the door to a future of infinite new possibilities. We enable a new world of energy-efficient businesses, industries, and homes. That's our path forward. Not to just feed our power-hungry world, but to nourish and empower it towards a sustainable tomorrow. It's a vision of power and knowledge. Because to us, they're one and the same.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλή σας ημέρα. Συγγνώμη για την μικρή καθυστέρηση.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Apologies for the small delay, but you understand that there is too much traffic, so many out of the speakers asked a small delay. That is why we're starting now 9:30. Good day to all. My name is Katia Makri. It's a huge honor. It's a huge honor to moderate and welcome you to the 6th Athens Investment Forum, which, needless to say, has become a reference point. A few words about this day that I believe that will be very, very important to all. Sustainable development is a continuous challenge for the Greek economy that right now is struggling through difficult conjuncture. On the one hand, two wars, Ukraine and Israel. On the other hand, we have the huge financial impact of climate crisis. In spite of difficulties, in spite of the rallying prices in fuel, in spite of the big interest rates that are not attractive for investments, the data, the true data, allow us a small tone of optimism, and this will be nurtured by Mr. Hatzidakis, the Minister of Finance. The growth rate, the investment grade, the interest of foreign investors justify that we can be optimistic. The big bet, the big challenge for the last many years, even now, is about these crucial points. That is, for these points to become more stable and be visible more intensely for the daily routine of citizens. That is what we will try to investigate today, the critical links of the economy that put the piece of the puzzle together. Investment, energy transition, infrastructure, digital transformation. Top ministers and officials, very important executives of the market and people from the business world will talk about them with their assistance of renowned colleagues, journalists. All together, we shall try to trace the landscape. And as in every year, because this is my job, we will need to get to some news. Allow me to get directly to our gist, start our works, and let me invite the organizers. First of all, Mr. Eduardo Scarer, President and CEO of Vertical Solutions SA. Mr. Scarer, without further ado, please, you have the floor. Without you, we wouldn't have been here today. Thank you for this great honor to entrust me the moderation. Thank you.
Κυρίες και κύριοι,
Ladies and gentlemen,
αγαπητοί φίλοι, είναι ξεχωριστή.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, it's a great joy and honor to welcome on behalf of the organizers our distinguished speakers and delegates that honor this conference, either as speakers or as delegates. This is about the challenge for the Greek economy and sustainable development in a conference that has become an institution. It is being organized for 6th year in a row, always during the fall time, and is a fruitful ground of creative dialogue and meditation, as well as a ground of innovative ideas, as you can tell, going back to the minutes that were meticulously drafted yearly, both in electronic and in paper format. Scripta manent. I will not argue with the interesting topics of this conference, because first of all, to save time, there is a detailed agenda. You have that in front of you, so needless for me to repeat it. And secondly, because there are more appropriate speakers than me to analyze that. So, first of all, I would like to thank some people. First of all, the co-organizer, Technical Chamber of Greece, the President, Mr. Stasinos, who honor us for 6th year in a row to co-organize this conference with big success. I would also like to thank all the different company sponsors, platinum, gold, silver, bronze, and supporters. Because for so many years they stand next to us. Without their support, this conference couldn't be a reality. And yet, following these qualitative standards that we have set, I would like to deeply thank the ministers because they gave us their ages, all the ministers and the ministries, the Ministry of the Economy, Finance, Development, Labor, Energy, Digital Government, and the support of their heads, for the support of this conference and the presence. As you know, today we shall have with us all the reps of different ministries. The agenda is a bit heavy, and it has changed because the Prime Minister has convened a cabinet meeting today, so there are some changes for the agenda, but everybody will be present eventually. All the ministers, plus the Minister of Energy, who has been added at the very latest moment. I would like to congratulate the journalist, Mrs. Katia McCree, because she's the moderator. This is a painful role because she's going to be here throughout the day and she will be the villain of the group, urging the different moderators and the speakers to abide by the timeline so that this conference, we had a small delay in the morning, so that for the last many years we always kept the timeline. Let me thank the communication sponsors, all the websites and the newspapers without any exception. And I would like to put an asterisk to Real and Mono News, which are our main sponsors. Now, I would also like to thank my colleagues in Vertical Solutions. Without their job, we could never have succeeded our goal. A conference without delegates is not feasible. Last year, the other year, we were more than 300,000 delegates, both physically and remotely, on the website and on the sites of our sponsors. This year, because it's too early, it's not obvious, but we have deepened it to different delegates that will be present physically. We have invited students from different universities to be here with us to live closely the tone of such a conference. Those of you who are frequent visitors of our conference, maybe you could have noticed that whenever in the past I made some predictions, unfortunately I was proven right. So this year I will make no forecast, no prediction this year. But allow me only 2 or 3 remarks. Unfortunately, the Minister of Finance cannot listen to that. He's going to join us shortly, I'm sure about it. About the so crucial and much debated thing on Greece, investment grade. After DPRS, S&P, and the well-awaited Fitch upgrade, it is taken for granted, and following yesterday's memo throughout the investment community, Mr. Patelis, the consultant of the PM, highlight the positive things out of the recovery of the investment grade and set some goals, both on a fiscal level, 1.1% that is, of primary surplus instead of 0.7 budgeted, as well as the shortage and the deficit, rather, which will be smaller than the other countries of the EU, including Germany, and the upgrade of our stock market in Athens. But an upgrade is not just about rights. An upgrade means also some obligations. First of all, the bank system should be operational, and to do so, it's not just about increasing the credit possibilities. A bank system without execution is inconceivable. So the state, in my humble view, should have certain responsibilities and decide to stop playing the ball with substitutions and play with the main team, where we are and how we should move on. When we are signing a document, there are risks, in my humble view, and there are many who are abiding by their signatures, some others do not do so. So there's an anomaly. We must play the ball, we must set some criteria, and then move on with executions. The second issue, which is equally important, is justice. If you ask any foreign investor, they're talking about justice reform. They're talking about the fact there must be a speedy justice award. I have been listening that from all foreign customers, from all foreign investors. There are examples in this very room. People are puzzled. People are concerned with the very slow, to put it gently, the slow award of justice. This goes hand in hand with the investment grade, and it is a demand of the community of investors. Let me don't argue any further. Let me also congratulate once again everybody. Let me thank you all because you supported us, and let me wish you all the best for our conference. Thank you.
Κύριε Καρέρ, σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Μην έχετε καμία...
Thank you so much, Mr. Carrer. No agony for the timeline. I shall follow that faithfully. And I would like to thank you for the first introductory remarks, because I believe that this will be food for thought. Now, co-organizer of this conference is the Technical Chamber of Greece, and this is leverage of growth and modernization of our economy and our society. So, let me give the floor to the President of the Technical Chamber, Mr. Georgos Stasinos. President, you have the floor, please.
Αξιότιμοι επίσημοι
Distinguished guests, speakers, dear colleagues, dear friends, the Technical Chamber of Greece would like to welcome you to the 6th Athens Investment Forum. It is an institution since 6 years. We started from the sector of energy, which is the backbone of today's forum. And then, of course, we expanded that to the whole economy. It is one of the conferences that we have been co-organizing with the other organizers, as other special conferences organized in Greece. Why? Because we are trying to promote dialogue. I apologize, says the speaker, for this interruption. So we also are trying to promote cooperation between public, private sector, productive entities, research institutions. It is the only way forward towards the generation of wealth for society. And I would like to dwell on the cooperation between private and public sector. We are confronted with a series of challenges, but also windows of opportunities which do not have any precedent. First of all, we need to acknowledge that our economy is about to exit an unprecedented crisis, recovering the investment grades, which, of course, gives rise to hope for new investments. We have set aside resources to grasp that opportunities. But on the secondly, the only resources we do have access to have strict deadlines in conjunction with the reform milestones. In other words, we all need to be swift in performing our tasks. This is a historic moment characterized of uncertainties. 2 wars are ravaging our neighborhood. We know that it is a war we are confronted with, local ones, but with a domino effect. One is in Ukraine. It has already shown how it affects our life, and the other one in the Middle East, which gives rise to great uncertainties, doubt, and concern. And although not all policies, sectors, and businesses feel impacted by those, we know very well that they have an impact on the economy. So inflationary pressures also come from the unprecedented pandemic, which changed drastically our assumptions in life. So all our choices need to take on board the existence of uncertainties. Fourth, we have the challenge of the green and digital transition and transformation. The transformation of economy, which is a change of the productive paradigm, and the digital transformation, which is at the same time the necessity to introduce the whole economy and state to digital solutions, and it is a sector which dramatically is changing thanks to the use of new technologies like AI, for example, big data, 6G, quantum computers. Dear friends, these are interesting eras, and the only way to survive as a country is to grasp the opportunities all together. We need to cooperate in the next years with a view to achieving our goals all together, both those belonging to the private and to the public sector, for the progress of the whole society. We cannot collectively work in the private sector. Each and every one of us try to progress, to thrive individually. But now it's high time we joined forces. We shared the same objective. First, to promote the integration of the projects underway, to attract investments, to contrast bureaucracy, to decrease injustices in the justice and in the tax sector. And here the government has a great role to play in decision making and in implementation. A critical role also goes to the private sector. We, the professionists, the businesses, will implement all the projects and actions planned by the central state. So the central state needs to perform its tasks, and the private sector needs to abide by the timeline to shoulder all resulting responsibilities. So for the next few years, I would like to invite you all to leave behind practices which have been fruitless, as for example the high discounts. Let us leave aside also the effort to constantly have recourse to the courts. We need to save time. There are projects more than the ones that our economy withstands. Let us save time. Let us not only be engaged in perpetual disputes and litigations. Let us save time, earn from our job, and not just by playing on the stock exchange. Let us show to all that the Greek businesses which have survived have drawn their lesson, that there is not easy profit, there is not easy growth. We all have to gain if we focus on our job. If we make sure that together with businesses, also the individuals working for them also thrive. If the development model fails, if the companies go bankrupt, then the price is very serious, very grave for the whole society. So let us think that all the actions are implemented by people who need to be paid duly for the services they render. We need to strike a balance. And this is very important for the companies which have endured the 25% decrease of GDP. They will manage to endure the inflationary pressure, the wars ravaging our neighborhood, and of course at the same time they will give the opportunity to their partners, their employees, the technicals, engineers, workers, those who produce really want to thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to make a special reference to the RRF with the strictest timeline. But these are projects which indeed bring forward the green and digital transformation. Many of you are trying to implement part of those projects. And I'm not thinking only of those implemented by the Technical Chamber of Greece to help bridge existing gaps. We have and we still have many opportunities, and I'm thinking all the projects. It is not enough to try and receive a tender and become contractors. All the businesses engaged, all stakeholders need to spare no effort, need to not be complacent. Let us focus on study, on construction, on appropriate result. The society and the European Union needs these measurable results. So let us avoid games. The Technical Chamber of Greece is here to help in resolving problems, in creating new procedures, new tools, new important results for the private sector, for the public sector. We, for the first time, shouldered on the responsibility to implement projects which were impossible for the central state to implement. If we join forces methodically, then I am confident that we will manage eventually to take a growth leap in the next years, and there will be a dividend of growth for all of us. Thank you.
Κύριε Υπουργέ, κυρίες και κύριοι, οι προκλήσεις...
Minister, ladies and gentlemen, challenges for the Greek economy are too many. And the gear, or rather the steering wheel, is in the hands of one, the Minister of Finance, Mr. Kostis Hatzidakis. The government has set as an objective the increase of investment by 70% until the end of this mandate. So you shall agree with me that it's very interesting to listen from the Minister how we can achieve so. Mr. Hatzidakis, very gladly, I would like to invite you to the podium. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to thank the organizers when it comes to the invitation for one more year, and I wish all the best to the proceedings of this conference. Luckily, all the different political sectors talk about development. But there is no unanimous reply. How we can get there? How can we achieve growth, especially in an environment of crisis? Many out of them believe that good intention will suffice, or a political Santa Claus that will give away money or will trigger growth in our country. We don't belong to this sector, to these people. With Nea Demokratia government, the reply lies within the name of your forum, investment. Because obviously growth cannot be imposed. It comes through public and private investment. Later on, we shall listen to my colleague, Mr. Kostas Krekas, the Minister of Development, who is the competent minister for private investments. But given that I am invited to speak about growth, and since the Minister of Finance is dealing with public investment, I would like to share with you some data. In spite of the pandemic that led to the freezing of our economy, the gross fixed assets, that is investments, increased in 2022 vis-à-vis 2019 by 37%. That is, from 19.5 to 26.9 billion euros, whereas we are expecting to see an increase by 8.3% in 2023 and by 12.1% based on the budget, at least for 2024. The main contribution to that was the inflow of foreign direct investment that we saw multiple records compared to the previous years, of course. In 2022, the net foreign direct investments were 7.9 billion euros. That is, there was an increase by 50% vis-à-vis 2021. That was a record time as well. Imagine that before crisis, only 1 year, in 2006, FDI increased were 4 billion euros, whereas overall in 2019 for 2022, we're talking about 20 billion euros of net FDI. That is, even before crisis, in other words, Greece was lagging behind when it comes to FDI, foreign direct investment. But what is equally important is that the ascending course of investments comes after some years to cover, at last, one could say, the annual amortizations. All this became a reality in spite of the multiple subsequent crises. And not to stick to the figures, I will talk to you with specific examples of big foreign investments without me neglecting the significant investments made by minor or medium Greek businesses. Indicatively, data centers of Microsoft in Athens, the first data region of Google in Southeastern Europe, the regional zone of Amazon, the Center of Digital Innovation of Pfizer in Thessaloniki, the investment of JP Morgan in Viva Wallet, the Center of Digital Skills of Cisco in Thessaloniki. All that was not a coincidence. It was the result of a meticulous job, because rational, to the best possible extent, decrease of taxation and social security contributions had a positive impact. The same goes with the simplification of licensing, the adoption of a new European labor-related legislation, the promotion of privatizations. All that together contributed and led to Greece becoming an attractive place investment-wise. Does this mean that today everything is rosy in Greece? That we are not facing any challenge? That nowadays we can just monitor investors coming to Greece from Syntagma Square drinking a cup of coffee? Obviously, no. We have lots of job to do, because in spite of the impressive development, the reality is that we have not covered all the gap of the last decades, the one that is frequently named, according to the Economist, investment gap. We are below the average of the EU, and we must continue intensively our efforts sending or conveying the message that this country is indeed, not just in theory, but also in practice, daily, it is a country which is open and investment friendly and friendly to entrepreneurship. We do not want only a quantitative increase of investments, but we also need a qualitative gap in investments. In this framework, it's quite encouraging that during the last years, the productive basis of the Greek economy, to the surprise of many, varied. This variation is something that we need to accelerate. The political stability that we conquered through the elections, combined with the progress achieved lately throughout the last 4 years, and of course, combined with a proper mixture of financial policy, is a very powerful trigger point. I would say that our country, if we set aside international crisis, our country is in front of a window of opportunity. But we should intensify our efforts and make our economy more attractive investment-wise. What could be the main characteristics of our pathway as a government? Let me stick quite briefly to 9 specific points. First one, we shall continue with budgetary seriousness, because if there is no foundation, no home can be solid. We are convinced that we should always take into account the lessons taught from the previous decade, and let us never but ever give away, spend more than what we have. It's not a popular policy, and it was proven in the worst possible way during the last decade. And it was proven that budgetary imbalance is an anti-popular policy. In this framework, it was very specific and very important, the fact that we got the investment grade recently by Standard & Poor's 2 weeks ago, that is, and before that, DPRS and the Japanese agency RNI, the German coup, and just the other day, 2 Chinese agencies followed. This is a seal, this is a mark of credibility for the perspective of the Greek economy, but there will be specific benefits, that is, more liquidity and easier liquidity for the Greek banks, decrease of the loan cost for the state and for the private sector, and attractiveness and rather attraction of foreign investors that could not be the case in the past. The Japanese, for instance, if we didn't have the investment grade coming from their agency, there would be a ban, in essence, a ban to invest, a ban from Japanese to invest in Greece, something that was the case throughout the previous years. Does this suffice? Obviously not. We don't want to rank last amidst the first. We don't want to play for the A League, for the Super League, but be among the worst ranked teams. We need to continue in a dynamic way our pathway. And that is why we shall insist, among others, into what I have already described, that is, the fiscal discipline target. Second point, move towards the further improvement of the entrepreneurial landscape. I mentioned to some initiatives of ours taken during the last 4 years, such as the decrease of tax rates, but there are new challenges as well. The acceleration of the Justice Award. There is no investor that does not highlight that. There is no simple Greek citizen not passed by that. From the delays of justice, and even the Prime Minister has said that as a priority. It is one out of the many priorities of the government. The further digitization and the broader update of the public sector. The added empowerment of the bank system so that businesses could have access to plenty and cheaper money. That is why we have undertaken different initiatives. Bad loans, on the one hand, which is a big wound. We had a worldwide record, if you didn't know, a world record of bad debts in the Greek banking system. 45%. Today has gone down to a one-digit number. But we need to tackle this issue of bad loans that have been now in the hands of servicers so that things can move on quickly. We want to accelerate the extrajudicial mechanism. We need to find these opportunities that will increase the pace of tackling this issue, steadily pointing out the truly vulnerable from the ones that are allegedly vulnerable. At the same time, we want to guarantee competitiveness in the banking sector, and that is why, for instance, upon the bill that we presented some days ago, we give the opportunity for loans, both for housing loans and entrepreneurial loans, some entrepreneurial loans, that is, to non-banking institutions, as it happens with other countries of the EU. At the same time, we are interested in moving on with the de-investment, that is, the selling of our shares of the fund of credit stability, which has another character as well. Let me tell you what I mean. The Unicredit decision to invest in Alpha Bank highlights that there is trust in the perspectives of the Greek banking sector. I believe that everybody can tell that when later on we shall talk about the investment of National Bank and Piraeus Bank. We are decided to move on towards this direction because we believe that this will give a new dynamic in the banking sector of Greece and to the economy overall. I talked to you until now about the fiscal stability. I talked to you about the entrepreneurial landscape in the banks. Third characteristic of our effort is the evaluation of the biggest package in history of state resources due to the RRF and the new NSRF. Upon the RRF, we had one NSRF, and you know that better than I do. We have two NSRF programs, but the second one, the RRF, has quite tight deadlines. And that is why it is very important to move on quite rapidly. But this is a historic chance for Greece because our homeland comes first in the EU in the enhancement per capita from the previous structural funds and the RRF. So I would say that it would be 2 times or 3 times pity if we are not able to seize this opportunity. Fourth batch of initiatives related to the use of public assets, because the more effective use of public assets doesn't only mean revenues for the state, of course this is the case, but also acceleration of growth. We saw that with the port of Piraeus, which is the 4th biggest port right now in Europe and the one with the fastest pace of growth throughout the continent. We start looking at the port of Thessaloniki. I'm pretty sure that quite shortly we shall see that with the ports of Heraklion and Igoumenitsa. Quite recently, talking on this level, that is the use of public assets and concessions, we had the highest bidder for Attiki Odo with a big price, and main priorities of ours are the use of the remaining regional airports from the fund, then the finalization of Agnatia Odos and the entry of Eleftherios Venizelos into the stock exchange from the first month of 2024. Fifth axis will be a focus on the sectors in which we're more competitive. This was quite obvious in the last years. I'm talking about the pharma industry. I'm talking about the agri-food sector, the RES, and I'm also talking about the invitation to Greek ship owners to invest in the land as well. Somebody have started doing so in hotels, shipyards, etc., but they can do so in a better way. The sixth batch of initiatives is related to the support of innovation and different activities to intensify knowledge with a high added value like IT services. Services that can play a critical role in the shift of the productive model in our country. During the last years, please pay attention to that. During the last years, we have had a significant acceleration in the sectors related to innovation in Greece, startups and so on and so forth. So we shall enhance the effort by using the European funding tools, but also a new framework of incentives. Let me move on with the seventh characteristic of our efforts, which is to give incentives for the maximization of businesses. Already there is a batch of measures from the previous mandate from the Ministry of Finance, but we are processing a new batch of measures so that incentives can be more attractive. And at the same time, in cooperation with the Hellenic Development Bank, we are planning more powerful incentives that will facilitate SMEs. Eighth sector, incentives planned for digital and green transition of businesses, because, green and digital investments are the most important constituents of the RRF and of the project Greece 2.0, more than 50% of this budget. Let us not stick to that. We have also studied the issuance of the so-called green bond that will contribute to the funding of new green projects and to the change of the investment profile in our country. And let me come to the end with the last characteristic of our effort, because to do so, it takes the necessary labor force. During the last 4 years, impressively, we decreased unemployment. We added to the market more than 300,000 more labor posts. Our objective is to add even more, but also even more qualitative ones. With the added decrease of the non-wages cost, we have talked about, for instance, a further decrease of social security contributions from 25 onwards, through incentivizing the labor market, through incentivizing the entry into the labor market of young people and women, and through the upgrade of upskilling and reskilling, and mainly through the certification of skills, so that we can avoid any training for the sake of training, but we can have people trained who can really be absorbed straight away by the labor market. Ladies and gentlemen, I talked to you about a batch of 9 different initiatives. It is a multifaceted effort that is being evolved government-wise, which starts from the fiscal trigger, reaching up to the banks, public property and innovation. A holistic effort which is and will be quite courageous to cover the investment gap, and in order for us to meet our objective, to which our PM alluded, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, who said that if the objective of the previous period was for us to remain in Eurozone, to remain into a stable trajectory, from now onwards, through the dramatic decrease of the GDP in the previous decade, from now onwards, we must dynamically work to have a true convergence with the EU average. And this convergence, there is only one way to achieve it. That is, support investment, public and even more private investments across all levels. And when it comes to that objective, we shall all focus on, because at the end of the day, if we think of that, in this conjuncture, it is our patriotic duty and even more our duty vis-à-vis the youth. Thank you so much for your attention.
The Antonio Hotel has changed. Now, everything is powered by clean energy.
Όλα είναι δυνατά. Αρκεί να έχεις τους κατάλληλους ανθρώπους δίπλα σου. Εμείς τους βρήκαμε στην Alpha Bank.
Αποκτήστε και εσείς πρόσβαση στην ευνοϊκή χρηματοδότηση του Ταμείου Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας με την υπηρεσία Alpha Smart Hospitality και περάστε με σιγουριά στη νέα εποχή του τουρισμού. από την Alpha Bank.
Τώρα και ο Υπουργός, ο κύριος
Now, the Minister Hatzidakis has extensively talked about the strategic partnership between UniCredit and Alpha Bank, which the Standard & Poor's has characterized a milestone. And indeed, it is a highly promising fact, for sound banks are a leading force for the development and growth of economy. Mr. Psaltis, the CEO of Alpha Bank, unfortunately silently for us, the media, has managed to prepare this strategic partnership, and that secrecy was part of the success. Mr. Psaltis, you have the floor, sir, to disclose your secrets, as it were. Ministers, President, ladies and gentlemen, I would like first and foremost to congratulate Vertical Solutions and the Technical Chamber of Athens for having co-organized the 6th Athens Investment Forum, entitled The Vision of Sustainable Development and the Challenges for Greek Economy. What a topical title is this? And I would like to, of course, thank them for having me here. Now, this conference is taking place in a very positive conjuncture for our economy, marked recently on the recovery of the investment grade from S&P, the second recognized rating agency after the BRS. And second, on the other hand, the agreement, let me borrow the S&P's term, so our milestone agreement with UniCredit, which was recently announced. Despite the unfavorable international conjuncture because of the inflationary pressure and especially geopolitical uncertainty, the Greek economy has been developing. So we are at the forefront of the Eurozone, and investments in our country are increasing constantly while unemployment rates is decreasing. So after 13 entire years, our country has recovered the investment grade, and this was not by accident, of course, but it was an offspring of the positive prospect of our economy, and our country is a long-term destination of investments. Recovering the investment of grades certifies, first, political security, second, the improvement of macroeconomic and budgetary financial indicators, third, the development of our economy, while at the same time it also shows the improvement in governance of important institutions, and this is a very important thing to highlight. So, grasping this opportunity is important, but brings about new requirements to upgrade corporate governance and the development of standards. We at Alpha Bank consistently worked to bring about the upgrade and transformation of our model in order to shape a reliable proposition for our partners. This is how we managed to attract UniCredit in the framework of a partnership which will be beneficial for both parties. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time after 17 years, a big European bank invests in a Greek bank, showing trust to it, thus paving the way for the Greek banking system to recover its role as institutional interlocutor for international organizations. At the same time, this agreement also promotes the investment program, given that the Greek banks are certified as able to attract long-term investors. Our agreement was embraced and, of course, well accepted by all the Greek stakeholders, Greek state, the Greek media. However, the growth of our economy should not lead to complacency. In a good conjuncture in which Greek economy shows a slowdown, at the same time we do have the developments in the Middle East, which after Ukraine brings about a turmoil in our wider region, greater region. At the same time, our country needs to address the Thessaly, Rhodos, Evros, natural disasters, and elsewhere, which remind us that we are already confronted with very serious climate challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, against this backdrop, our economy is called upon to address the challenges and grasp opportunities in order to capitalize the progress achieved over the past years, while at the same time ensuring an inclusive and solid growth. So it is decisive to promote investment to that, and allow me to confirm that they have been increased. They 3%, if 3% GDP increase of investment. This is a considerable percentage. It shows that we have managed to achieve much, but still well below the 22% of GDP of the European average. On the antipode, the foreign direct investment would stand at this record high above the European average, is very, very promising. And let me now talk about the banking sector in Greece, which is called upon to perform its main mission as a catalyst of economic growth. On the one hand, the recovery of the investment grade. On the other hand, the agreement with UniCredit, we believe that give rise to a new dynamics and increase our responsibility to support both Greek production and Greek economy. At the same time, for the first time at the European level, as you heard, there are RRF available resources, which are not only significant but also diversified with a view to supporting businesses to upgrade their operation, to increase their resilience, and eventually manage to promote green and digital transformation investment. Up to 2026, through the RRF, overall investments, together with this extra loan part requested by the Greek government, will go beyond 65 billion. And this is apart from the NSRF. So this is an unprecedented pool of money which is accessible and available to our country. Now, think that 536 investment projects have already been submitted for 20 billion. But interestingly, they have not been taken on board in the budget because not all of it has been dispersed. So this will be the fuel for the Greek economy, thus bridging the investment gap which was created over the past decade. So this is very important, and our dynamic is expected to be maintained in the next year thanks to these projects and some flagship projects to be implemented in the framework of the RRF. Certainly, these will boost the both productivity and the employment rate. But the composition of also these initiatives is important if we want Greece to be competitive against the European South. It is what the minister anticipated about the need to continue along the path of this increasing trend. So this means that we need to have high added value investments, and I assure you that these are at the very center of our credit analysis, because these have a multiplier effect for our economy and a significant dissemination potential. I would like to make reference to investment in the sectors of infrastructure, transformation, laying emphasis on the digitalization of procedures and the transition to sustainable value chains, the decrease of environmental footprint, tourism, sustainability, and last but not least, construction and real estate through the modernization and energy efficiency. Last but not least, this may not be onshore, but offshore. However, shipping also is an important pillar for our national effort, especially after our upgrade of our flag. So you see that the LNG ships are very important in carrying natural gas. The Minister anticipated, and I would like to insist on yet another aspect of the high added value investment for their implementation presupposes the attraction and, why not, generation of high-end talent, which will be the incubator of innovation and entrepreneurship. The crisis, of course, has shown to us that we can. R&D investments in 2021 amounted to 1.5% of GDP. In 2010, standing at 0.6%. This shows that there is great room for improvement. Consequently, the great challenge, what is at stake, rather, for our country, for all stakeholders, is to leverage the possibilities, the opportunities, thanks to the double transformation, which will help us support and sustain the review and reform of the paradigm, the improvement of investments in innovation, and the creation of potential for a sustainable and inclusive growth for all. Alpha Bank has systematically been working to support Greek businesses. It is at the forefront in recovery and intends to become a game changer through our reformulated vision for a better tomorrow. And so we have a leading role in funding in extrovert and open sectors, as for example, we support tourism while at the same time, through the RRF, we attach our attention also to SMEs, proving in practice that those financial tools do not only concern the big corporations, but also the whole entrepreneurial community. We co-finance sustainable development and energy projects. In the past 2 years, we have given loans for more than 1.5 billion euro for renewable energy sources. At the same time, we take on board sustainability in our own business model, in our day-to-day business. For the period to 2023-2025, 3.5 billion euro are being earmarked for sustainable financing. We are the first Greek bank participating in Net Zero Banking Alliance declared by the UN, and we support consulting to our customers for their own transition. Now, against this backdrop, we do contribute also in an interbank platform of the SGR platform, that is, which will facilitate significantly the submission of data by businesses in full reliability and transparency. This is a first important step to the right direction. Our objective for a powerful, strong, and resilient development, of course, presupposes open and extrovert businesses, and at the same time the creation of equal accessibility for the youth and other vulnerable groups to entrepreneurship. We support employability, employment, and we have specific projects for the cultivation of digital skills with a view to allowing our fellow citizens to understand basic economic and financial concepts, which will help them take informed decisions. And as you may understand, the smaller the economic units, the bigger the need they have. And here our contribution is fundamental. We firmly believe that the banking sector, economy, and our country have turned a page in history. It is up to us to continue despite the international turmoil, but of course we need to be to adopt a model of adaptability. As Alpha Bank, these are our guiding principles. We are consistent in trying to take a leading role in promoting economic growth and progress. Thank you.
Υδρογόνο, το καύσιμο του μέλλοντος. Πράσινο υδρογόνο, το καθαρό καύσιμο του μέλλοντος. Ο ήλιος και ο άνεμος μας δίνουν ανανεώσιμη ηλεκτρική ενέργεια. Η ηλεκτρική ενέργεια διασπά το νερό και μας δίνει πράσινο υδρογόνο. Το υδρογόνο δίνει καθαρή ενέργεια εκεί όπου οι μπαταρίες δεν φτάνουν. Στα αεροπλάνα, τα πλοία, τα μεγάλα φορτηγά, τη χαλιβουργία, την παραγωγή λιπασμάτων και τη βαριά βιομηχανία. Με όχημα το υδρογόνο, η Ευρώπη σταδιακά αντικαθιστά τα ορυκτά καύσιμα και στοχεύει στην επίτευξη ενεργειακής ανεξαρτησίας. Η Advent Technologies είναι η εταιρεία μας. Ξεκινήσαμε από την Ελλάδα και επεκταθήκαμε σε όλο τον κόσμο, αναπτύσσοντας μηχανές παραγωγής αλλά και χρήσης υδρογόνου. Με τους electrolyzers μετατρέπουμε το νερό σε υδρογόνο. Με τα fuel cells
Mr. Psaltis told me that I didn't reveal his secret about the leak and no leak. Okay, Mr. Psaltis, please. Don't do that again. For that time, it's okay. Now, you have just watched the ad of Advent Technologies, but due to the cabinet, there will be a change. And Mr. Grigori will allow us to do so because you come from the same place with Mrs. Krekas, the minister, so there's an added reason to be more agile. The minister, now Mrs. Kostas Krekas, will be invited to the podium, so later on you can be liberated for the cabinet. Thank you.
Καταρχήν να ευχαριστήσω το συμπατριώτη.
First of all, allow me to thank my fellow compatriot Mr. Grigoriou. I would like to wear his hat, but I think that we're going to listen to him in the future. He's the pioneer when it comes to the creation, planning, and production of fuel cells out of which we can get hydrogen. So I think that his action and his own development as his company 1 year and a half ago, managed to get from the American stock exchange market, I believe, more than $150 million, a significant amount of money, and shows that in Greece we can innovate and we can be frontliners, front runners and pioneers vis-a-vis other more advanced countries. But allow me, before me starting, to deeply thank the organizers, Vertical Solutions, Eduardo Carrer, and the Technical Chamber of Greece, the President, Mr. Giorgos Tassinos, because they invited me to this event. And let me say that we had a significant job, especially with the Technical Chamber, so that we can change the dynamic and create a true revolution when it comes to the pace of energy upgrade of households in Greece through Execonomo, means saving energy, started by Mr. Kostis Hatzidakis, who was my predecessor in the ministry. So today Greece can implement a very aspirational program, a very important program of energy upgrade in the building stock so that we can get to energy saving with many positive consequences, lower bills and decrease of CO2 emissions. Allow me to tell you that Kostis Hatzidakis, as it is natural, covered 100% of the range related to the priority set by the government to develop our country, develop Greece in a sustainable way without leaving anybody behind, through an inclusive way. But I would like to see this opportunity to shed light to some issues referred equally by him. Today, we are 4 years and 3 months from July 2019 when we took office. Kyriakos Mitsotakis and Nea Demokratia. When we took office, then Greece, let me remind you, was just before the end in the growth rate in Europe, big debt in front of Greece. Back then, there was an unemployment rate close to 18%, and uncertainty when it comes to the political scene, but also when it comes to the strategic choices that we took as a country back then. Of course, without being nihilistic, and I don't mean to ignore the job done by our predecessors, because they didn't do that well, but they contributed in their own way so that Greece could move on and remain at the heart of Europe and the Eurozone. I never believe that a politician wants to be bad for his own homeland, but some can make it happen, some others not. So I'm saying that when we took office back then, apart from that, we had an energy policy that almost had frozen investments in RES, and overall the macroeconomic data of our country were not that optimistic. But if we look today, 4 years and 3 months later, we can see that Greece is amongst the top 3 countries growth-wise in the Eurozone, with 2.4% this year, 3% next year. This is our growth rate, 3 or 4 times bigger than the rate of the Eurozone. Unemployment from 17.5% has dropped down to 10% approximately. The public debt is being decreased. It had the biggest decrease in the Eurozone. And of course, the FDI, foreign direct investments, that were not a successful thing back then. In 2022, they increased by 57% vis-a-vis 2021, when overall FDI in Europe increased by 1% throughout the same time period. 57% FDI in Greece against 1% in Europe. So something has changed throughout these 4.5 years, and this has changed amidst crisis worldwide. The pandemic, of course, a geopolitical crisis with a war in Ukraine, this unfair war of Russia against Ukraine, an inflation crisis that started as a result of COVID and was triggered even further by the war, and an energy crisis that we should tackle as a country. And the other day I listened to a renowned economist talking in the Earth channel, in the national broadcast, saying that Greece is one of the countries that globally faced in a very good way the energy crisis, and the only country that taxed the over profits of energy businesses. Of course, this belongs to the past, and we must look into the future. As quite rightly said by the Minister, Kostis Hatzidakis, how can we manage to guarantee the same growth pace, a sustainable development that is in the years to come, whereas at the same time we must never forget that we should protect the environment, and we must decrease our environmental footprint and the CO2 emissions. 3 axes are critical, I would say, and we have done lots of things, and we must move on in the same direction. Energy. First, energy. Nobody believes that industry can be rosy, that industry may grow. Even the digital sector, the data center that we need to bring to Greece, if we have a very high energy cost and dirty energy, that is energy coming from fossil fuel or the lignite. Throughout the last 4 years, a revolution took place. It started with Kostis Hatzidakis and the change of the dogma, because he changed the credo of Greece since 2019 onwards, and with the main direction set by Kyriakos Mitsotakis back then in the summit of the UN on climate, and he said that we will shut down all lignite plants until 2028. It will become earlier. It will become a reality in 2025. So a giant effort started. The 200 to 300 megawatts of RES built yearly became 2,000 megawatts yearly, and this will become this year, it will become a reality. 1,700 megawatts were already built in 2022, more than 100 megawatts throughout the years since 2020 and onwards, pertaining, or rather compared to 200 megawatts before, 5 to 10 times speedier increase of RES in our country, which gave us the possibility to reach today the following. 50% of consumed electricity comes from RES today. this is good because instead of lignite, we have come to RES. And for example, we decrease only CO2, which is the primary objective. It is an existential issue of our planet, that is the protection of the climate. It's not just that. Greece, for the first time, has a comparative advantage when it comes to the production of electricity. Greece has the cheapest lignite in terms of thermal values. In Poland, it has 5,000, 7,000 kilocalories per kilo. We need 2.5 times more to produce one 1 megawatt hours compared to Poland, Germany, Belgium, and all these countries that had a revolution based on carbon. Now we have a comparative advantage because we have double sun compared to Germany, 1,600 hours per year, 800 hours per year for Germany. So the transition and the transformation of our energy sector is a main priority to have sustainable growth in the decades to come. And of course, all that cannot be achieved if we don't have any interconnections. We are doubling our interconnections with all neighboring countries. We are building systems of stocking and saving energy. We created a scheme to enhance batteries, and we have the different pump savings project with 8 gigas to be constructed to reach 80% of energy consumption to come from RES, and of course interconnections that we could never have imagined. Electricity interconnection with Egypt, with North Africa, that is, so that we can import cheaper green energy into our country, use the one that we're having here, and become pure exporters of green energy to other countries. The interconnection suggested directly through Western Balkans to Germany and Austria, electrical interconnection between Greece, Crete, Cyprus, and Israel, so that at the end of the day, Greece could be converted into an energy hub. And of course, FSRU in Alexandroupolis and FSRU that we mean to build in Corinth, to contribute to that, as well as Revithusa and all these projects that are chronically have been supported by the Greek state, being preemptive even vis-a-vis other countries like Germany, who was dependent on Russian gas, and they used to import LNG through boats. Okay, what about products produced in Greece? How will they be transported? Or how can we truly use the geographical place of our country, the geography of our country, so that can become a logistics hub for the wider region? Again, the government of Nea Demokratia many years ago planned and privatized the port of Piraeus. Costco bought it back then. It was the 13th port in the Mediterranean. Now it's the first port in the Mediterranean, the 4th port in Europe. Back then the throughput was 1.5 million 20-foot containers to use, that is. Today the capacity is 7 million, and it can rank first or second in Europe. But 5.5 million containers go through Piraeus, which shows what is the dynamic of our country if there is strategy. And this strategy is being implemented. Of course, we have the port of Thessaloniki, mentioned by Mir Hadzidakis, another 3 ports. We have roads, networks that have been developed, and then we must also accelerate and upgrade our railway network. We do have ports, supply chain. It can work, supply chain might work in Greece. We have a lower cost in energy and a cleaner one using RES. But what about digitization? Is there any company that can move on and progress without digitizing its production, without using AI to maximize productivity and decrease the productivity timeline? How we can promote innovation and research, how Mr. Grigori will come here, how Advent may invest, how can we have big companies if we can have no interconnection with data? We aspire for Greece to become a digital hub. We had no data center back in 2018. Now we have data centers with capacity 34 megawatt hours and want to go up to 140 megawatts until 2028. There is a proposal to build data center in Crete, a big one, that will be able to welcome interconnections underwater digital interconnection, that is optic fiber from Northern Africa, from Asia through Crete, and from Crete to continental Greece, and from here to Northern Europe. We aspire for 2030 for Greece to be the second digital hub in South Europe. By the way, 10 to 50% time-wise can be saved when it comes to the reaction and the responsiveness of data going through Greece and not through southern France. But what about infrastructure? Does it suffice? No. We need procedures, simplification, standardization, digitization of procedures. For 4 years, we learned the lessons of COVID. There was a big shift when it comes to the digitization of the public sector in our country. We are investing a lot in R&D. Greece, according to Eurostat, the data announced, has become the top one when it comes to the increase of public investment for R&D, and it ranks 6th in Europe in absolute numbers throughout the last years. We need R&D, research innovation, to be linked to the industry and the market. We need research, not just for the sake of research, but to produce services and goods of high added value. And of course, incentives and funding tools, to which Mr. Hatzidakis alluded, so that we can be able to attract even more investments and help the latter to thrive in our country, create jobs highly paid, and thus get to the so wanted progress, growth in our society. By way of conclusion, let me tell you the following. Tourism is a very important resource of income for the Greek budget and the Greek society, but we cannot only be based to the monoculture of tourism. The shipping industry is very important, but this may not guarantee sustainable rhythm of high growth in our country if we do not support the industry and the production basis of our country. All this leads to us supporting the industry. We have pharma industry that does export to more than 140 countries. We have a metal industry. We have an industry that gets bauxite, turns it to alumina or aluminium or to aluminium profile, and we can put that in our houses, exported massively abroad. We have a shipyards industry which is on the rise. The other day, I paid a visit to Elefsina shipyard, to Syros shipyards. They were deserted. They were almost wiped out. But today, ever since a new company invested in them, we saw that we truly can have a shipyard zone in Greece. More than 500 ships have gone through that. From 2019 until today, more than 500 boats have come through Greece. I've seen people who said that we got life in our hands, and I saw young people from 15 to 25 years of age who used to be students in the special school that reopened, a school of engineers, welders, etc., and they started from the region. If they hadn't started in that school, possibly they would have migrated abroad in order to find glorious days. Greece changes, and Greece changes through this government, because Greece has political stability, a powerful economy, and it is a pillar of stability for the wider region into a geopolitical landscape which is quite fluid. Thank you.
Υδρογόνο, το καύσιμο του μέλλοντος. Πράσινο υδρογόνο, το καθαρό καύσιμο του μέλλοντος. Ο ήλιος και ο άνεμος μας δίνουν ανανεώσιμη ηλεκτρική ενέργεια. Η ηλεκτρική ενέργεια διασπά το νερό και μας δίνει πράσινο υδρογόνο. Το υδρογόνο δίνει καθαρή ενέργεια εκεί όπου οι μπαταρίες δεν φτάνουν. Στα αεροπλάνα, τα πλοία, τα μεγάλα φορτηγά, τη χαλιβουργία, την παραγωγή λιπασμάτων και τη βαριά βιομηχανία. Με όχημα το υδρογόνο, η Ευρώπη σταδιακά αντικαθιστά τα ορυκτά καύσιμα και στοχεύει στην επίτευξη ενεργειακής ανεξαρτησίας. Η Advent Technologies είναι η εταιρεία μας. Ξεκινήσαμε από την Ελλάδα και επεκταθήκαμε σε όλο τον κόσμο, αναπτύσσοντας μηχανές παραγωγής αλλά και χρήσης υδρογόνου. Με τους electrolyzers μετατρέπουμε το νερό σε υδρογόνο. Με τα fuel cells μετατρέπουμε το υδρογόνο σε ηλεκτρική ενέργεια και θερμότητα για τις πιο απαιτητικές εφαρμογές της βιομηχανίας και της ηλεκτροκίνησης, με μηδενικό αποτύπωμα άνθρακα, με στόχο το χαμηλότερο δυνατό κόστος. Στην Advent έχουμε αναπτύξει τεχνολογίες αιχμής σε συνεργασία με το φημισμένο Los Alamos National Laboratory των Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών της Αμερικής και την BASF και λειτουργούμε εργοστάσια στις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες της Αμερικής και τη Δανία. Μέσα από στρατηγικές συνεργασίες με τη Hyundai Motor Company, τη San Lorenzo και τη Safran επιλύουμε τις μεγαλύτερες προκλήσεις της ηλεκτροκίνησης και συμβάλλουμε στη δημιουργία των φορτηγών αυτοκινήτων, των πλοίων και των αεροσκαφών του μέλλοντος. Παράλληλα, ενισχύουμε την ενεργειακή βιωσιμότητα στον τομέα της άμυνας, παρέχοντας φορητές κυψέλες καυσίμου στις ένοπλες δυνάμεις των Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών της Αμερικής και της Ελλάδας. Τώρα ήρθε η στιγμή της Ελλάδας. Θα μεταφέρουμε την παραγωγή μας στη Δυτική Μακεδονία μέσω του έργου Green Hippo, που εγκρίθηκε από την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Στην Advent μετατρέπουμε τη Δυτική Μακεδονία σε στρατηγικό κόμβο για την ευρωπαϊκή βιομηχανία υδρογόνου και κάνουμε την Ελλάδα πρωταγωνίστρια στη νέα εποχή. Για μια πράσινη, αυτόνομη, νέα Ευρώπη.
Κυρίες και κύριοι,
Ladies and gentlemen, we are all longing for investment and especially pioneer innovative businesses. Now, Dr. Vasilis Grigoriou is the president and CEO of Advent Technologies. A very small token of their activities was explained across the video. Now, his name is linked to such a business, an extrovert, innovative business. We are delighted to have you. Sir, you have the floor.
Καλημέρα και από μένα.
Good morning to all, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to especially thank, of course, the organizers for having me here. I believe it's a shame that the ministers have already left because I would like to touch upon what they said. More or less, we have achieved some of the things anticipated. Now, we started in Greece from Patras, from the Patras laboratories. Our research center was at the University of Patras. And this is a success story, I believe, a success story of the Hellenic research ecosystem. In 2012, we attracted an American venture capital, one of the top 10 for direct foreign investments back then in 2012, and in 2021, as the minister anticipated, we received money from NASDAQ, and we managed to bring together all our technology under an umbrella. Thanks to that money, we built Boston, California premises, and through acquisitions in the Netherlands and in the Philippines, which support an installation we have there. Now, in 2022, the Green Hippo project was announced. This is a common European interest project, and it is not by accident, you know, ladies and gentlemen, the fact that from the American Stock Exchange and the European Commission showed their interest to a cross-border transnational project. I'm confident that you all understand. We need to be more self-confident. We need to give support, to support these similar initiatives. I mean, ours was just one case. You know, sometimes investments or investors are attracted to Greece with a specific brand name. This goes for the pharma company. This goes for our sector. That is RES, but not only. There are other sectors as well which need support in order to speed up. Now, having said that, in 2023, what we did was that we were expecting for the investment in Western Macedonia, so we acquired the premises. At the same time, we opened up in Boston a big R&D center. It took us a couple of years to complete that. And our strong point being technology, as you know, and as you watched through the video from Los Alamos National Laboratory, we were awarded for our technological assets and achievements. Now, sometimes I have, I know that it is not very clear to all what hydrogen stands for and what is the architecture of this landscape. So let me explain to you a bit. There are two axes. First, the amount of energy, and second, the autonomy. Now, batteries are fine, but for small things, for scooters, for vehicles, there's no such thing as a battery truck, okay? Elon Musk could have built that, but this is not the case because they weigh too much. So we actually operate in the in between. You see, between those technologies. What I mean is that not all technologies are able to do everything. Of course, we all try to sell our products and to implement projects in the sectors where we have an added value, comparative advantage. Now, our technology is HT PEM fuel cells. Now, just imagine that a battery charges, get charged and uncharged, while a fuel cell may operate constantly on condition that there is a flow of fuel. Now, these work with hydrogen, but you can even use more conventional fuels, as, for example, methanol. In our case, we are firm supporters of liquid fuels, which are easier to carry, and this is what this technology is about. With of course, a long life cycle, with the possibility to work in too low and too high temperatures, etc. Now, this is the value chain. You can see in our sector, we want to bring that in Greece. I'm very proud of this. When we started our company, we were building the membrane back then. I can see people in this room who started together with me working just on the membrane. But let me explain to you. It is chemistry, electrochemistry, and physics, not engineering that are the most important part, because engineering you can purchase. As soon as you have the electro assembly, a stack is possible. And of course, the end system is easier to achieve, and depending on the needs. If I have a stable backup application for a mobile telephony antenna with no connection with the grid or the network, or a fuel cell, or in the sector of transport, which is next to the electric engine, for example. Now, these are easy to purchase. What you cannot purchase is a deep knowledge, a thorough knowledge, an IP, and expertise, of course. And this is where we base our new effort. And this is a constant process, of course. We are constantly evolving in refining our products for these main markets. First, the replacement of diesel engines. So there is a initiative in order to get rid of diesel generators, diesel turbines. I am a supporter of this initiative, which is a top priority for the Western countries. If tomorrow you go to Norway to sell such a generator, no one will purchase that. So diesel generator is fine, but no one actually wants them. So what we tried to do was to figure out some way to use them in specific sectors, in specific markets. Well, according to physics, they cannot work in aeroplanes, for example, or in vehicles. And this is why we have other markets we focus on. So as I said, replacement of diesel generators, and on top, shipping. Now, you know, methanol is like diesel, but without all the flaws of diesel. So if you burn it in a conventional motor, you will have half its performance. If you install it on a fuel cell installation, you manage to have the benefit of diesel without the flaws of diesel. So shipping is a sector which is highly promising in this sector. And then, of course, we also have trucks and aeroplanes. Big volume vehicles will need new technology, and here we work together with giants, because the giants also need technology. You know, consolidated companies like Hyundai, for example, interact with us. Why? Because our technology is better than theirs. Building a truck is not up to Advent to build. It is up to companies like Hyundai, but we, Advent, do have the technology, the know-how, the expertise. So by joining forces, we can give rise to a technological ecosystem which will be international, and it will be highly promising. Over the past years, there was also an initiative in favor of Greek hydrogen. Before the Ukraine war started, we invested in water electrolysis to give rise to green hydrogen through electrolysis installations. Now, some examples of activities and projects. In the case of the replacement of diesel generators, we do have these units in the Philippines and in Germany. As you may see, these hybrid systems next to telecom towers, and in case backup power is required for a long period of time. In the case of Germany, that is the case. Now, in shipping, we have the super yachts project, because super yachts may pay for the difference, as you imagine. I mean, our technology costs more. We try to keep the cost low, while at the same time upgrading technology in order to reduce the cost. But shipping is, of course, a very good sector. We have cooperated in the case of San Lorenzo, as in Neptune, Lascardis Shipping, and Technohol, Greek companies. And here our partnerships use methanol. Methanol in shipping will be a significant fuel, and I would like to highlight that. Now, in heavy-duty vehicles, we cooperate with Hyundai and another company to do the following, to resolve the problem of electric motor. Now, an electric vehicle is not very easy to use. I mean, you cannot drive to Patras and go back to Athens. I mean, it may be the second or the third vehicle of an affluent family, but it is not very easy to use it as a conventional car, as a conventional vehicle. If there were the possibility, as in the case of the conventional passenger cars, to use that technology in a truck, on a truck, that is, to have the fuel cell installed on a heavy-duty truck, in order not to have the problems of electric vehicle, electric motor, then you have resolved most of the problems. Our applications are not necessarily aspiring to reduce their carbon footprint, because as you may understand, a device as the one we produce may have also many comparative advantages compared to batteries. I mean, if a military mission is longer than 1 day, I mean, if troops want to stay on an islet for a week, for example, then of course batteries are not the solution. They will not survive. This is why, together with the American Army, we have an agreement to provide Honey Badger 50 TM. We, in the past, have worked with another couple of military forces of 2 members of NATO. So we also, our technology finds application in these new military sectors. Now, the Green Hippo project hopefully will be entirely implemented in Greece. Let me say that the European Union has taken a political decision not only to reduce carbon footprint, but also to boost safety and energy autonomy. Europe does not have fossil fuels for all of us. No natural gas, but at the same time, it has sun, it has wind. So a great potential in wind and solar, mainly in the European South. So if we add hydrogen in the equation, then you have a great energy mix. Hydrogen is the only technology, but it makes sense if the production costs are decreased, of course. Currently, the political will there is, but when it comes to the geopolitical part, is a matter of concern. Of course, we don't know what will happen if the Hormuz Straits close. Then, well, this is a question mark for all of us. The hydrogen industry, therefore, needs to take stock of that, but at the same time, we should not be passive. We need to work at the forefront, not to be afraid by all those uncertainties. We need to have a more active role, and with that, I close and thank you for your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, And now we're about to open the different conference sessions. But before introducing the first of each, I would like to remind you that our conference is also broadcast through our website, AIF.gr, and the website through enikos.gr, real.gr, mononews.gr, and fragments of it are broadcast through Real FM radio station. Now, the first session talks about growth and investment. In both, we perform, but this, of course, needs to be further consolidated. Now, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Yorgos Dimitro Manolakis, the moderator who will follow me, who will introduce the next panelists.
Καλή σας μέρα, είμαι ο Γιώργος Δημήτρου.
Good day, my name is Georgios Mitromonolokis, and I will invite our panelists to the session. Greek economy in a trajectory of continuous growth. Let me invite to the podium Ms. Maria Ioannidou, General Director of Hellenic Duty Free Shops, Mr. Vasilis Katsos, the President and Co-founder of VNK Capital, Mr. Konstantinos Bitros, who is the CEO of Stream Global SA, Mr. Labros Bisalas, the CEO of Sunlight, Mr. Konstantinos Vassiliou, the alternate CEO of Eurobank, Mr. Theodoros Trifon, President of PEF, and Mr. Georgios Villos, General Director of Growth from Fraport, Greece.
Και θα καλέσω μέσω στο...
And I will invite to the podium also Mrs. Maria Ioannidou, General Director, Head of the Hellenic Duty Free Shops. You have the floor, madam. Thank you. Hello to all. You saw some things about our company. The company was founded in 1979. I'm pretty sure that you all have bought, I hope, and you have all gone through our customers. Apart from the airports that we all know, we have stores close to the borders, 11 in the borders with Turkey, Bulgaria, Northern Macedonia and Albania. We have also shops in ports and, of course, in the airports. One significant point was in 2012 for our country. Amid crisis, companies de-invested from our country. There was a big issue with FDI. Dufry started discussions with a Greek company to purchase 51% initially, at the end of the day, 100% of our company in 2013, with an investment that was 900 million euros overall. And for 2013, it has become 40% of the overall foreign direct investment in our country. For the 4 years, 12 to 15, 14%. It was a trust vote to the sector, to the company, which, of course, has been quite positive for the Avolta Group. Throughout our works and throughout our pathway, we have strategic partnerships with the International Athens Airport, with which we partner since 2001. And recently, we agreed with them the extension of our contract for 10 plus 2 years with Fraport since 2017, when they undertook the concession for the 14 regional airports, and with the civil aviation with the different port authorities, the regional authorities for the borders, etc. So, in order for us to be able to evolve our stores as a trip evolves, and you have observed that, you can see that in every point you get, in every city you are visiting, in every destination in Greece or abroad, the stores are different. So, getting the know-how brought to us by the parent company Dufry, which was a company present in 75 countries. So we're talking about a big know-how in the world. Since 2013 until today, we have done more than 44 million euros in investment. We have invested 15 million euros in the renoveling of the regional airports in Fraport. We have remodeled the AIA, that is the Athens International Airport, and there will be a new investment now in the framework of this extension. But a very important part that should be mentioned is that in 2017, our country remodeled and extended the store in the airport of Heraklion by 3,000 square meters. We renovated 8,000 square meters, and we donated that to the public sector so that the airport, which already then was quite crowded, could breathe until the new one of Castelli. The only payback was to move down one floor, and we have already invested across all other points, in ports, in the borders, and in the regional airports. For the next timeline, nothing stops. We have programmed investment more than 35 million euros in the framework of our agreement with Fraport for the remodeling of our stores, and in the framework of the AIA, but also with a very aspirational plan that we have for Castelli Airport, the new airport in Crete that is, that as a Volta group, and with the addition of Autogrill, we hope that not only can we have stores of trip-related commerce, but also F&P, hybrid concepts, and other concepts that the parent company is processing right now. We are very lucky because we are operating in a country that the customer comes on his or her own. We have no effort to make as a sector. Greece, based on European Athens, but let me say Greece, has proven to be the more resilient city in Europe tourist-wise. It's the only city for the third quarter of 23 that has a bigger number of arrivals compared to 2019. The second in Lisbon has kept the same numbers. So we have overcovered 2019 and we are above 2019. Pertaining to, or compared to 22, we have 5 million more tourists. We had 26 million for the first 8 months of 2022 only. This is an increase by 19%, which to a large extent has been seen in the airports, but also there is 1 million more arrivals through the road networks. It is a sector that has a big dynamic. We are here, undoubtedly, at the parent company. We invested and we will keep on investing in cooperation with our strategic partners and investors. We do believe that we can get the company even further and bring more income for our country. Thank you so much for your attention. Mrs. Marianidou, ladies and gentlemen, the head of the Hellenic Duty Free Shops. And now let me invite to the podium Mr. Vasilis Katsos, who is a co-founder and shareholder, of course, of VNK Capital. For the last 4 or 5 years, you have invested a lot, if I'm not mistaken, to Greek businesses. Mr. Katsos, you have the floor, please. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to also thank Mr. Karas and Mr. Asinos for a big joy to be here today. And Mr. Carrer, rather, I would say that during the last 4 years, we are used to seeing critical moments throughout your conference, that is the COVID, Ukraine, and the Middle East. Outside, there is a mess. And let us remember that right now, Greece, for the first time in its history, in its financial history, is in an opposite trajectory other than the remaining West economies. We have an economy that has solved the main issues, the main existential issues, starting from a very low basis that we paid that in blood, I would say, to reach that point. And nowadays, stability is taken for granted. We believe that stability is taken for granted. We want to believe as something very positive, our growth rate, and we need to be bold enough to plan the next day of our economy and, of course, the day and the ways of our actions, rather, the actions and the ways that will lead us into a long-run growth and not to something that is going to be lasting for some days. Now, There were some important deals taking place for the last 10 days. I'm talking about Alpha with UniCredit, but also they with an L. We can have different views, but let us not stick to the procedure. The main axis and the main characteristics of both deals is that for the first time after 13 years, Greece recovers. Greece is coming back. We can restore what we lost in the crisis. We had to sell all the treasures of our country into the Balkan countries. That is, for the first time, we can see Greek businesses one way or another through development procedures to recover what we lost some years ago. And I believe that, to me, this must be the most important, the most optimistic message through reading the different deals. But right now, as a country, we have a unique opportunity. We are in an ascending trajectory when many times we can tell it as a joke. Luckily, we don't have here people from the banking sector. No, we have Mr. Vasiliou here. But for the first time, Greek businesses are borrowing at a cheaper level compared to Europeans. This is a unique opportunity. No matter how expensive money is, it is important that you have here a reversal of the terms of the game rules. I would argue that the only way ahead is the unique opportunity is to have, rather, to focus on reforms and focus on the growth policy in our country. Since we're all talking about reforms, this is not a wishful thinking. We're talking about activity. We're talking about the needs to undertake initiatives that will help in what? Will help in mitigating obstacles or in facilitating the state and implement things. Let us not forget that when it comes to that part, we're talking about FDIs, we're talking about foreign investors equally. With all due respect, growth is not just about foreign investors. Growth will come through Greek businesses. It will come through Greek businessmen that will get trust to open up their wallet and move on with activities, with investments that are going to take place. Growth, with all due respect, since we have been talking about it as a buzzword, growth is not just about energy. It's not just about privatization. It's not just about tourism or banks. These are main axes that are needed to exist. Of course, this is the foundation of stability in a country, but the main pillar of growth is the industrial and productive basis. If we do not switch on the engines of this country, there will be growth, but it will be provisional. It will be temporary rather, or provisional. The only way to have growth is through the engine that will continue. We talked about different reforms as a wishful thinking, but in essence I would say that one simple reform in the pharma industry some years ago unlocked a tsunami of investments. And Mr. Trifon, if I'm not mistaken, we're talking about 400 million euros extra coming from the pharma industry through a simple reform that took place, respectively, in the food sector. It is a sector that, investment-wise, it had a big added value. When we entered Paliria some years ago, it had 30 million only from exports. Now this company has over tripled its turnover when it comes to export. There are sectors in the country that, through a common framework of activities, can move on rapidly. And since we are all business people, we're talking about a business plan. What we need is for some sectors to find a business plan so this can be targeted on these activities. And to call it a day, because apologies for taking much of your time. One thing, if we must be good at one sport as a country, to me, this is passing the relay, because reforms do create competitive advantages that unlock investments, unlock extroversion to companies and extroversion, and this unlocks a long-lasting competitiveness. Thank you. Quite simply, if you don't know it, the business of Vasilis invests in listed and non-listed companies listed in the Greek Stock Exchange and non-listed one. Now, let me give the floor to Mr. Bitros, who is the CEO of Stream Global. And you do invest in Greece as well, mainly in infrastructure. You have the floor.
Good morning to all, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me here. Now, when we started our investment journey together with HIG 5 years ago, certainly back then we were thinking of something more brief term, short term. But in the meantime, the recovery and development of Greece has allowed us to create two platforms which go beyond the national borders. And I'm thinking of our hotel component and the logistics component, which will be the center of my presentation today. We have taken over shares of the leaders in the sector, and currently we are experiencing a merger because we have started investing in Romania, Hungary, Slovenia, Romania, Bulgaria, hopefully also to Germany, in order to consolidate, to create an integrated, comprehensive logistics company, which will carry merchandise from Piraeus to the north in an effort to increase the added value of the port of Piraeus. I fully agree with Mr. Katos. Much is being said about investment, but it's high time we started thinking of the type of the investments and to what an extent they have an added value for the economy. This, as far as we are concerned, is an overarching priority when we assess an investment proposal. 1 year ago, when I was addressing you, I said different things. I was trying to think yesterday what has changed in the meantime. Now, today, in the aftermath of the climate natural disasters that are very difficult to forecast, and in the aftermath of the consequent elections, we have suspended a bit our development campaign. At the same time, the Middle East risk factor has exacerbated, and we can see that the other risk factor, that is the interest rate, seem to be stabilizing, though, because inflation is very difficult to bridle and to curb. If all the other risk factors start decreasing, probably the inflation together with the interest rate will again start rising. So as far as we are concerned, with a 600 million euro investment plan in the next years in the sector of infrastructures, the main component that is very close to our heart, and I talked about that last year and this year as well, is HR, is the human capital, not only in scientists, in analysts, or in service providers, but the main human resource. Now, there is a lack of frontline in both our warehouses and our hotels. So when we think about all the projects, there's a considerable difficulty in retrieving the right workforce. And this is a problem. This is a problem very difficult to address, actually, at least in the short term, and this is very, very close to my heart. I agree that we need to have better paid jobs in Greece, that we need to increase salaries, but this needs a gradual change. So in some way, we need to either attract or import workers in order to boost development, at least for the first stages. By way of conclusion, I would like to say that in Greece, we are on the right track. There's room for further development, of course, of investment, but we should never forget what we experienced back in the past decade. So at any cost, we need to make sure that we will not live that again. Thank you. Thank you for your reminders, Konstantinos. Now I would like to give the floor to Lambros Bisalas, CEO of Sunlight. In 2022, it had a 420 million euro record turnover. Let me raise the mic. I am slightly taller. So good morning to all, ladies and gentlemen. I am here on behalf of Sunlight. We are one of the major investors in Greece and abroad. The company is developing. It has a presence across the globe in 15 countries with a turnover which is expected to exceed 1 billion euro this year, and this is thanks to M&As, but also organic development. Now, a basic advantage of the company and our shareholders is that we intend to support the Greek economy. Of course, our production is exported by 99.5%. Therefore, our presence in Greece is a small country as far as our operation is concerned. But however, we focused on the European and North American markets, Middle East and Australia mainly. Our company has more than 3,500 employees and has developed by 4 times. So from 120 million in 2020, we are expected to have a turnover which will exceed 1 billion this year, with various factories in Greece, Italy, 3 factories in the US. And what we do is to generate technology as a product. To us, it is very important. We have managed to build strong relationships with our clients. Our clients help us make investments, for example, in Greece especially, more than 500 million in Europe and more abroad in large scale R&D investments, but also in productive units. Our aspiration is a lithium battery-based initiatives, and especially energy storage for renewables. This is a market which is highly promising in the next years, as far as we are concerned. The first tender started in Greece. Now, to us, investments are closely related to trust. We need to have trust in the country, in infrastructures, and to be calm and to have silence. Silence to us means that there are no specific hurdles, there are no surprises for the investors. Second, the banking sector, which is ready to support investment through financing, is also important. And a series of investors have an impetus. National investors are very, very important because usually they precede the foreign investors. Now, Mr. Germanos is by 25% owner of, and Mr. Karagiannis are by 25% owners of Sunlight. And so financing tools, stability, and opportunities to invest in sectors in which we have competitive advantage. Our company still is competitive and is able to even compete against the Chinese companies. And this, in the battery sector, is quite a success. Let me delve on the support provided by the Greek banks. The Greek banks have now embraced ambitious projects and have shown trust to serious teams able to bring forward the projects submitted. So I am happy to acknowledge that the Greek banks have shown their practical support to investments similar to ours, and this is encouraging for us to continue investing here. The gigafactory for production of 20 megawatt hours of annual generation is an important investment, which hopefully will be implemented in Greece once we take care of some minor details. But we are looking at other countries as well, including the Nordics and the American market. But both the management and our shareholders would like this investment to materialize in Greece. And this, because what is very important to us is the productive model. And this is a promise for the future as well. Thank you, Labros. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe we have not realized that, but you know what? The Greek pharma companies are implementing a far-reaching 1.2 billion euro investment plan. And having said that, I would like to give the floor to the president of the Association of Pharma Companies in Greece and president of ELPEN, Mr. Theodoros Trifon.
Dear Eduardos, Mr. Stasinos, thank you for this invitation. Indeed, the topic of growth is always trendy, but I was young and I reached that age listening to many theories about growth. But I think that, as described before, we are in an era that Greece, after many, many years, seems to have had a period of stability, recovery, building a brand name, and of course there are the perspectives to be even better. Ladies and gentlemen, during the last 12 years we had many surprises. The framework is related also to the past. The 10 years from 2010 to 2019, we saw a huge pressure on the finances of the civil society and businesses through the decrease of the GDP. We in the pharma industry, but also all companies, I believe, we lost a big portion of our investment capital that we could not refill easily. We reached a decrease of investments, and this created a comparative gap pertaining to our competitors, not just outside Europe, in Asia, China, but also within the EU and other countries. Then the pandemic came, COVID, and lately the issue of inflation and energy. But during the last 4 years, the pandemic and the geopolitical part and the inflation issues led the EU into an understanding that too many things should be done to be competitive more than now, and thus we saw a policy that will lead the EU to be independent in different sectors. It's a critical plan. Brussels do have a certain level of bureaucracy, but nowadays there is in Europe a debate about how we can retrieve production and research in Europe. This creates an opportunity for the pharma industry, and I do believe that it creates an even bigger opportunity for the Greek pharma industry. What do I mean by that? I'm very proud because I represent a sector with 45 plants, ladies and gentlemen, in Greece, out of the 450 in Europe. 1 out of 10 plants producing drugs in the EU is located in Greece, which is an important legacy. My friend Vasilis Katros is a member of our sector. We have taken significant steps, Vasilis, because you were an example for extroversion, but it is a big opportunity. We have a big, an important basis, so we can see an opportunity ahead. Right now, a second point to stress is that it is crystal clear for our country to move ahead. We must adopt sectoral policies in some sectors, having the characteristics of extroversion, added value, creation of stable labor posts, and these sectors should also include technology issues related to how Europe can be competitive, and not just Greece, in the future. Such a sector is the pharma industry. Such an example that we sought after and which was implemented in 2019 upon the invitation of the Prime Minister himself was the offset of the 10% of the overtaxation of our sector with investment, 10%, which created an investment project that is underway of 1.2 billion euros from the Greek pharma industry. Let me here stress that the Greek businesses will have 25 to 27% market share. And what does this mean? This was said before. Always we do welcome foreign investments and we do cooperate with multinationals. FDI is pretty good, but it's clear, and we have seen that in the past as well, that Greek family businesses are the ones that invest more with a bigger ROI. So this big investment program is being evolved and is quite crystal clear what a successful sectoral policy may deliver. Now, in the drug sector, we have some characteristics. We do cover insured people. Within the pandemic, the Greek pharma industry and foreign companies, of course, we do covered operating our plants 24/7 with conditions of hygiene, of course. We covered more than 3.5 million Greek insured people, not just in Greece, but also in Europe. In Europe, we exported drugs that, since they were exported as ready drugs from India or China, there were shortages in Belgium or Germany. This will continue, and upon investments, we shall enhance the coverage of Greek people. We do want for the 70% to be covered by domestically produced, domestically manufactured drug, which is very important in times of crisis. This creates a framework of added value, investment, coverage of patients, a product that is exportable, obviously under prerequisites, so that we can be competitive vis-a-vis other countries of the EU, but mainly with other countries. You see what's going on with India, China, protective policies for their industries. The US right now with the big package that enhances and draws investments in the US. This creates a framework that quite shortly the EU should reply to. And of course there is the issue of HR. And to us it is equally important. As an association of the pharma industry, we have the professional development. Each year we are training more than 300 students in sectors related to our own activity, and right now we are developing that in the former vocational high schools. This is how we work, this is how we operate. I believe that it's mandatory to have a stable environment. This was a joke in the past, but right now we can see that perspective. It is also necessary, and we have suggested that to the government, to have a Ministry of Industry, because the industry should be more than 15 to 17% of the GDP, so that we can be competitive. And of course we must believe in our forces, invest, get more risks. I mean, as Greek businessmen. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you, Theodoros. Thank you indeed. Fraport is responsible for 14 airports in the country, the one in Thessaloniki, Santorini, Mykonos, and so on and so forth. So let me give the floor to the Director of Growth for Fraport Greece, Mr. Vilos. You have the floor, sir. Mr. Carrer, Mr. Stassinos, thank you so much for this invitation. It's my great joy and honor to be this year as well in this Athens Investment Forum, having as a main thematic the vision of sustainable growth and the challenges for the Greek economy. Embarking upon that trip of 2016, that is in an era of deep financial recession for our country, where the investment interest was quite limited, Fraport Greece and its shareholders, the multinational administrator Fraport and the Greek group Kopelousos, decided to move on with implementation of an iconic investment, paying the amount of 1.23 billion euros, which was the highest price of any concession ever paid to the public sector, to the state. Ever since Greece, Fraport Greece has started with an extended plan amounting to €500 million that was finalized many months before the end date of the concession agreement, something that, as we can all agree, is something first seen in these type of projects, for projects of such a scale. Through that investment, Fraport Greece managed to create 14 modern and safe airports, making them proud ambassadors of the Greek tourism. The 14 airports are 14 modern gateways that can be up to the level of the renowned destinations they serve, and they are visited by millions of tourists from throughout the world. But the mission of Fraport Greece is not exhausted with the creation and the management of modern infrastructure. Our main objective is to attract added passengers. In this framework, from the very first moment, we supported in practice the tourist growth of our country by participating actively to synergies with different institutions on a international and national level. In few words, we tried and we're still trying for every destination separately to sit around the same table, all of us who are active in the field of tourism for that destination, and implement a common strategy on the targeted promotion of different destinations. The outcomes until now of that effort are positive and tangible. Obviously, the results of tourism are a product of a collective effort of all stakeholders in the field of tourism. In this framework, the contribution of the airport infrastructure is of paramount importance, and that is why we, as a company, we are deeply proud, because through the upgraded airports, we tried to manage during the last 2 years significantly increased tourist flows by enhancing and upgrading, importantly, the overall passengers' experience. Focusing on this year, the traffic until now is increased by 8.4% vis-à-vis 2022, that to us was a record year, going beyond 2019 even. Indicative potential and indicative element of this year is that during the summertime we welcomed 64 new international destinations. Nevertheless, the success that we are all experiencing in no way should lead us to be complacent. The wars in Ukraine and Israel, the competition between similar tourist products that becomes more intense, the increase of prices throughout the whole tourist range, combined with a lack of personnel, over-tourism that weakens big destinations, and the need, more than ever, to promote the tourist product in a sustainable way are some of the main reasons that impose us to be vigilant, to have a collective management and one strategy so that the next day will be the same, even brighter compared to this day. And by way of conclusion, allow me to tell you that our company will continue its effort, the one that has started for the last 7 years, staying an integral part of local societies for the 14 destinations that we are serving, contributing through our know-how into the attraction of more tourist flows and investing in sustainable growth, which is, besides, the main goal if we really need for tourism to have a better day. Thank you. Thank you, George. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us get to the questions. We have 20 to 25 minutes. Konstantinos Vassiliou, the alternate CEO of Eurobank. Interest rates, Mr. Vassiliou. What about the Central European Bank? What about the interest rates? Is there any issue of borrowing from the Greek system and Greek businesses?
Good morning. Now, before answering this question, I would like to thank you for having me here. I'm delighted to be participating in a panel with the people I have been cooperating with. Second, I would like to congratulate the organizing committee and you, because you talk about growth. It's one of the few times that you leave the banks in the end. And this, rightly so, because banks are here to support businesses, not the other way around. We are just enablers and facilitators of the effort the businesses are making. Third, I would like to thank Vasilis Kassios and Labros Bisalas. It's the first time, actually, that I participate in a panel without the need to apologize about what are the bad things banks do. Some good things about banks and some kind words about banks were said. Now, I would like now to say, after Mr. Vilos, something that we need to improve, that is speed. Giorgos said we used to be an privatization consultant in Taipei in 2012. Mr. Hatzidakis was back then a minister, and it took 4 years for the privatization to be completed. 2 years ago, in the case of Egnatia, the Yekterna EGs were announced 2 years ago as the preferable investors, and 2 years afterwards, nothing substantial has taken place. So we need to speed up. Time is money, and no one can afford losing or missing time and money. Well, the same could be said about justice, couldn't it? Says the moderator. Well, okay, let me be brief, because this could take us many, many hours to discuss. Now, when it comes to interest rates, interest rates are quite a point. The Americans over the past years, when interest rates were extremely low, close to zero, used to say cash is trapped. Today they say cash is king. What does this mean? Because we are talking about investment. So this means that because of the high interest rates, meaning that returns to low-risk investments, as, for example, the 10-year American bond with a 6% dollar return, so very high returns for small-risk investment on the one hand, and on the other hand, the lending cost is high. This means that the valuations that investments expect are high. On the other hand, to have higher returns, you need to borrow a part, and the lending cost being high, investors would be eager to have a significant part of their investment cash. So this is a deterrent when it comes to investment. Now, when it comes to Greece, we are always prone to do this when the other ones perform and we lag behind, and when all the others lag behind, we tend to perform better. So we have the reverse trend. Now, in our case, this has to do with the RRF and also several European funds being accessible. The government has taken some encouraging steps in setting up the Greek Development Bank. Now, companies today, therefore, may afford to embark on the path of long-term borrowing through RRF or financing projects through the Greek Development Bank, thanks to competitive interest rates. Especially this applies to the SMEs. The fact that Greek companies have managed to also enjoy a lower lending cost, because, of course, when it comes to the primary interest rate, we cannot do much about that. Overall, the Greek companies have access to a more favorable situation. The same goes for households. You are familiar with the bloodbath in real estate in Europe, for example, and in Greece, if someone wants to borrow with a 30-year-old horizon, the interest rate in Greece amounts to 4.5%. 5%, when in Europe and in the US, the interest rates are much higher. Well, we also have interest rates for deposits which are low, though. Well, yes, in this case, criticism is leveled, rightly so, because thanks to criticism, we try to improve ourselves. But this is very helpful to our profitability. This is a long discussion. I don't mean to abuse your time. Allow me just to touch upon 4 bullet points. First, the fact that we ensure a lower interest rates. And why is that? Now, Greek banks, according to the European Central Bank, 2 of the Greek banks were number 2 and number 5 in the stress tests organized by the ECT, and they have dramatic liquidity. I mean, the average Greek bank, or the compared to the Cypriot or the Spanish banks, have higher liquidity, and then as a result of that, of course, it does not give high interest rates to deposit. But we also need to remember that, for example, on initiative of the banks, the interest rate for mortgages is blocked at 2.9% of March 2022. So part of this goes back to our customers. Our customers do not care if the interest rates today are on the rise. Another part goes to businesses. How can businesses see their spread reduced? As far as the Eurobank Corporate, for example, figures, the average spread we borrow to businesses has been decreased by 45% base percentage. And third, it goes to the capitals of banks. Our shareholders thankfully have supported us actively. So it's not right for them, again, to pay money to support our development. So part of it goes to the profitability of the bank, which is not bad. And last but not least, of course, a part goes to the shareholders. And this is also very important. I mean, a part needs to be paid as dividend to our shareholders and to the people who work night and day in order to bring about this result. Maria, what are the major challenges for duty free currently when it comes to the HR, for example? Well, we are confronted with the same problem suffered by most companies working in Athens and in other cities. It is something we have repeatedly discussed with villas. It's difficult to find people for airports, for ports, for small shops. And the airport, as it were, being difficult to have access, is not much attractive as an employer. So when it comes to the provinces, the state needs to help find a way to incentivize people to get employed out of Athens. We have the mobility program, which allows employees from border regions or some of the major airports, when it is high season for the provincial ones, to mobilize and to move rather and work in the provincial airports. We have 1,200 employees in winter time and 2,000 approximately in summer. Last year we worked with 200 less people. This year with 50 people less employees. But this is a problem, you know. I mean, if we manage to attract the right people and to maintain, to retain that HR, certainly we will have better results. I mean, we cannot just afford keeping training people who leave after an interim period finishes. And this is a company which is also a very good employer with good working conditions and good wages. Well, yes, I believe so. Let alone in other sectors, in other industries where this is a more acute problem, it's even more difficult. There has been a sequence of investments in Greece, either from family offices or private investments or even foreign investments. Now, my question to you is, are there big companies in Greece which are still here to operate or to be sold? Well, this is not the right question to ask. Capitals may be earmarked for companies, which will then grow even further. Now, the question is, what kind of company do we want to have in Greece? Do we want big, competitive, extrovert companies? Or do we just want to have smaller entities? Now, 6 years ago, when that series of investment started, Greece lagged behind other companies, so it was necessary for some to take the first risk, which were then followed by others. And now, thanks to the recovery of investment grade, we will be attractive for other investment funds as well. We have already started seeing a drop in the requested return. I mean, if it amounted from 15 to 20% some years ago, today it amounts up to 15%. So this is helpful for investment. But what we need to decide is what is the paradigm, what is the model we want to adopt. Will it be an introvert or an extrovert one? In the long run, certainly, the latter will only be promising for you. Lambros, 450 million euro turnover last year, 1 billion this year. Now, when it comes to the Greek state and bureaucracy, is it helpful or does it make your life difficult, or it doesn't, or maybe it does not make any difference whatsoever? Well, let me say this: things could be better. Of course, we have witnessed a tangible improvement over the past years, but still we do have difficulties, which, in my view, can be overcome through cooperation with the state entities. We try to work with the public authorities in order to improve the situation. There's room for improvement. Besides, certainly, this is a hurdle that sometimes make us have second thoughts. Speed is important, as Vasiliou said. Okay, I mean, others out there are very, very quick. I mean, it cannot need a year to have a license this year. I remember I was in China, and a dozen of premises and industries were built in just 12 months, and all the rest was ready waiting for them. I mean, we cannot lag behind. Our companies are competitive at the international level, so we need to be able to speed up. We have ideas to contribute to that, and we need to just change the approach we have had today. Usually there was some misrepresentation when it comes to the partnership between private and public sector. Now we need to stop demonizing PPPs, the public and private partnership, because they are very promising for all, including the employees. And this is very important to us. We want to expand the successful results for all. We keep recapitalizing, for example, to reinvesting. We want our people to be happy. So it's up to us, and there is room for improvement.
George Fraport, what's the biggest problem tackled throughout the last years, with the exception of the pandemic, of course? Anything more personal to share with us? If we skip the pandemic, which is something unprecedented, what happened in 1 day's time, from 1 day to absolute zero, challenges and problems that we see ahead because we as Fraport, we were an integral part of tourism. So we see the challenge of tourism. For sure, it is what Ms. Ioannidou said, the problem of the staff, of the personnel. From the tourist chain now, we are lacking 80 to 100,000 labor posts. You understand that. Apart from the problems that this creates to management, has an impact on the quality of the service offered. And when this is done in combination with the fact that in many destinations there is an unjustified increase of prices, so increase of prices lower, a decrease of the quality of the service, we see that there is a deterioration. You understand that when we have other competitive destinations that are also waiting to increase their market share in tourism, this is a big challenge for the next day of tourism. Another problem is over-tourism or excessive tourism. We see more and more destinations to be puzzled. They have more people than the ones that they can welcome. I don't want to open up the bearing capacity issue, but this is a problem that right now should mobilize us all. We should mobilize us all to move on with infrastructure in order to manage more people. But also, excessive tourism is observed mainly during the summertime, which dictates the need to prolong the tourist period. To do that happen, it takes a change of culture, because we see that in many destinations, the majority of those being active are shutting down in September or in mid-October, but you need them to be there in November or December or in early March, so that you can disseminate the tourist flow in a more equal way. Moreover, another challenge for tourism is that throughout these years, very well, we developed our model based on sea and sun, a good recipe. But now the trends of the youth is that they want to see experiences. As a culture, as an experience, we must invest in experiences, create experiences that will be appealing rather to the people throughout the year, not only throughout the summertime. These are the challenges for the next day for tourism that affect Fraport as well. Vasilis, you have a fund investing in listed and non-listed companies. For instance, Hellinikon, which is one part, then Paliria, a company of the food industry. Will you invest in other sectors as well, or not? Or is it your pick that you will invest in holding companies or in food companies like Ideal, for instance? Well, let me reply. First of all, we have a specialty. As VNK, we are not a fund. We are a private equity. We're looking into the same things as if we were a institutional investor, with only one difference. Our investments, we need them to have an entrepreneurial aspect. What does this mean? We have no problem in looking into long-lasting investments with a bigger depth. Always in what we want is to leave a footprint. Always in what we seek is to have a big dose of extroversion. Even Lambda and Hellinikon, which is a totally Greek project, is an international one in reality. Paliria is an extrovert company. Novice in the pharma industry will shortly have a big extroversion. So in any of the businesses we're looking at, this is a main parameter, because we truly believe that one of the main problems of our country is about the very many small firms. What we are lacking is a coordinated extroversion. What we need is coordinated extroversion, organized extroversion in businesses. Let us reflect about it. We all know hundreds or dozens of companies that export more than 5 million. How many other companies exporting more than 100 million euros, though? This is something that we needed as extroversion. I use two terms, and allow me to take 10 seconds from your time. One thing is extroversion, and another thing is exports. Exports is an activity. Extroversion is a DNA of a firm, of an organization. So in order for you to be extrovert, you need size, you need staff, you need people, you need muscles to shoulder that reality. These are organizations of interest for VNK, and quite shortly I think that we're going to have some things to improve. This is quite good because your company is always on the news. Thodoros, we said before that the Greek pharma industry invests 1.2 billion euros, a big number. And 10% of industries in Europe manufacturing drugs come from Greece. What about this money? 1.2 billion euros is given where? To research or to the implementation of infrastructure? Indeed, it is a big figure. It is an investment program on the way since 2019, having a horizon 2025 or 2026. Let me repeat that this is a brilliant example of partnership between the public and private sector. And I'm here to say that truly we were impressed at the successful implementation of that by Geget. We have been listening about the public sector, but let me stress that in public, the understaffed service has played a significant role in the positive implementation. So one thing is about the productive units based on the state aid and on the low regional growth is very important. Another pillar is R&D, which create a big added value. I believe that many of these investments are taking place in the region. The multiplier will be bigger. Our own group, Elpen right now, is implementing an investment plan of 155 million euros, modernization of the 3 productive units that we have in Pikermi, in Attica, a new unit that will be operational this year upon the license of AIF in Keratea of Attica, a new modern plant that will be fully operational. It will have 200 people and could cover 7 to 8 million insured people in Greece and abroad. A new productive unit in Tripoli and another park of innovation in Sparta area. It is an ecosystem. What is very important is that it is an ecosystem which should continue. It should continue by Greek and foreign companies alike. In our association, we have Bergen Ingelheim, the only multinational. Multinationals have 75% and only one plant in Greece. The only multinational is a member of our association. Other companies like Pharma10, which is not a Greek interest, but to us, it is a Greek company. And I can tell you that through my proposal, a big Indian company bought a big plant in Schematari. This builds an ecosystem. There must be a follow-up. And I believe that the European ecosystem should become more competitive. The law on state aids, all big burdens and bureaucracy we have in Europe, in all industries, environmental costs, energy, bureaucracy, and incentives that are not competitive compared to the incentives given elsewhere in the world, create a framework that should be tackled more effectively by the EU. Good. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you all being here today. I wish that we can catch up in the next forum organized by Mr. Carrier. Thank you. Wish you all the best. A family photo, please. Thank you.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Πού κάθομαι.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φύσικον, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
Κυρίες και κύριοι,
Ladies and gentlemen, we are with Mrs. Eleni Vretou, the CEO of Attica Bank. Mrs. Vretou, I wish you all the best. Have a nice day. Banks are quite trendy throughout the latest days in Greece, throughout the latest months. The latest example has been with Alpha Bank, and they deal with UniCredit. And before Alpha, we had Attica Bank, a bank which is close to zero or under zero, below the sea surface, we would say. And you went there the previous year in September, and it seems that things have become better with Attica Bank and with the merge with Pancretan Bank. How easy is it to create a fifth pole in Greece in a country of 11 million inhabitants? First of all, allow me to thank the organizers for this honorary invitation and you, Mr. Dimitri Menolakis. I will start by saying that indeed what has taken place for the last 1 year in Attica Bank is a true miracle. It is an achievement. We started from a bank that was a step before destruction. We managed to turn it around. It became profitable. We recapitalized with a group of powerful private investors with the assistance of the HFSF, and thus we are a credible proposal and alternative to systemic banks. I believe that when it comes to the fifth pole, this is what we need. That is, it is obvious the need for more competition in the Greek banking system. It is obvious the need to find a banking solution to all those who are still excluded from the banking system. When you have an economy where 50% of the Greek economy is in the hands of servicers and cannot be financed, let me give you an example. A new customer, a company in the hands of a servicer, because in 2015, amidst capital controls and memoranda, they should refinance the final installment, the balloon, as we are putting it. Banks were closed back then. So he was believed not to be able to pay back 100 million euros, and he went to the servicers. But this client never asked for any decrease of interest rate. They never asked for a restructuring or settlement of the loan. What did they ask for? They wanted for this balloon to enter a logic of multi-annual repayment with no haircut. Clients of this customer were renowned companies, but there was no finance for this client. There is the law, there are the supervising rules saying that if your customer is red, you cannot give money again to that person. So can we really talk about growth if these companies may not finance their own invoices? This customer found a solution to non-systemic banks. Let me give another example of competition. In the previous panel, you talked about the deposit interest rates, and quite rightly, Mr. Vassiliou said that these profitabilities were not paying much because there are deposits in the banking system. We don't need them as much. But it's true that there are many customers who have money in foreign banks, and they are getting 4 or 5% out of this money from banks like HSBC, UniCredit, Goldman Sachs, etc. These customers in the Greek banking system, they are enjoying a lower interest rate. Now, this started from the non-systemic banks. What are we saying? We're saying that we don't come here to take the relays from the systemic banks. No, no way. We don't want it and we cannot. What do we want? We want to give a normal alternative, which means that all customers will come to a smaller bank because it will be speedier or more friendly, or give them more attention, or because this is a solution that cannot be given through any other bank. This is the whole importance. This is the vision of the fifth pole, enhance competition. It's not a fifth pole. I believe that in a Greek economy like the one that we are having, there is a need for the fifth bank, for the sixth bank, for some alternative providers through micro credit and microfinancing. The government has said so. This doesn't come from a government's narrative. It's a need of the society itself. This is a need of entrepreneurship. How easy or difficult is it to be created? It's difficult. It's almost mission impossible. But let me tell you something, Mr. Dimitri Manolakis. When I took office, for Attica Bank to become profitable after 30 years, or for a private investor to invest some funds, everybody was telling me back then, from the more gentle person telling me that you are romantic to the other person that you told me that they were telling me you are under drugs, lady. Well, it was mission impossible back then. So if we have managed to turn that around with Attica Bank alone, I believe that we can create a fifth pole, obviously going through many difficulties and obstacles, but since this is a need of the society, it has the support of the government, of the supervisor, and obviously of our shareholders, I believe that we can make it happen. Next step, the merge with Pancretan Bank. Possibly, okay. When can this take place? We want that to take place in 2024. The objective is the following. Since we must have the due diligence to banks and build a common business plan, then another ingredient is for us to know whether Iraklis is available to talk about sound banking. What is important is not just to have a merge, but to have a rationalization of two banks to leverage growth. We believe that this will have become clear in early 24 approximately. Our objective is to table our plan to be agreed within the first quarter of 24, provided that all shareholders will agree when it comes to the capital needed, the structure of the new bank, the strategy, etc. We have started that and we're moving on. How easy or difficult is it for your bank to give loans to a big group with an amount of money of 150 million euros? And now, after the merge, after the recapitalization, okay, I will start from now. Even now, we are financing big business and we have big groups as our clients. Obviously, there is a limit, which is the maximum openness procedure. We cannot give loan to a customer more than 70 million euros, but we can have different types of loans. With the Pancretan Bank, we can give cooperative loans. This means 150 million euros. Then you can reach 100 million euros if you have credit insurance for the remaining amount of money that you want. So there are solutions. What we cannot do, and I don't believe that we are the bank to reply to that solution, we cannot give interest rates of 1.25%, etc. Now, there is a distortion in the market. You see that even SMEs, without having better financial data, they can take a loan with a very low interest rate, even lower than the deposit interest rate. So math is simple. If I must give for my deposit 2.5%, I cannot give a loan for 1.25%. This will mean a loss for me. So clearly, we set a floor, we set a ceiling. That is, beyond that, I will not go unless we have so many collateral projects that the bank will become profitable. The issue here is not give loans to experience a loss, but we need to be sound. That is why I told you that both our orientation and the orientation of the new bank will be to address the SMEs, to go to these companies which are sound. They can be a bit troubled for the multi-annual crisis in Greece and the pandemic, but they are concise, they are trustworthy people who will accept to go into a more rational invoicing policy. I don't mean that they can pay 5, 6, 7, 10%, because the business plan will not be viable, but there can be a win-win situation. What I'm always saying is that it's the benefit of the client for a bank to be profitable. When I am leaving a negotiation table with any client, either an individual or a private company, we must all be satisfied and we must all feel that we're making money. If a bank is not sound, which we saw in 2015, cannot support you. Okay, once a banker, always a banker. Unfortunately, yes. So it was the right choice for you, Attica Bank. I have never regretted that. I don't know about the ones who chose me. I don't think so. Yes, but I'm very happy. I'm very happy. Good, good. Thank you. Thank you so much. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Έχεις καλιά.
Έχεις καλιά. Έχεις καλιά, ναι.
Έχει.
Ναι. Τι έγινε?
Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, τα βίντεο...
Ladies and gentlemen, videos give away the next session after the very penetrative look of Mr. Dimitri Manolakis about the economy and investments. We turn the page and let us talk about a very crucial sector, energy. Greece has one of the highest ranks when it comes to the penetration of RES in the energy mix. And of course, we have set higher objectives until 2030. What we need, of course, is to see whether these objectives are feasible or not. The journalist, the very experienced journalist, Adoris Panagoulis, with the distinguished guest of his, will try to give us a reply to these questions. Adoris, you have the floor, please. Okay, I must get my notes. There's the moderator. I do welcome you to the first energy panel session. And since we are lagging behind time-wise, straight away I would like to invite my panelists, the people with whom we're going to discuss some of the main elements about the penetration, the further penetration of RES, and especially, let me start with Konstantinos Mavros, CEO of the Renewables, Mr. Michalis Vergiopoulos, General Director of Growth of Terna Energeki, Mr. Christos Petrochilos, General Director of Kiefer, Mr. Dimitris Tamvakis, Project Manager of Renewables from VEPA, Mr. Yannis Karidas, who is CEO of the Renewables and Battery Storage Business Unit from Copperluzius Group, Mr. Nasos Plainos, Key Account Sales Manager for Greece and Cyprus of Longis Solar, and Mr. Giannis Vouglioukakis, Director of Strategy from PwC Greece. I would like to thank them all for their participation. Let me also take my seat. The procedure is that we shall have an initial remark of some minutes from different speakers, so that if we have time later on, we can have a round of questions. Now, along with my thanks for the first of my interlocutors, let me give the floor to Mr. Mavros. You have the floor, Mr. Mavros. Yes, Mr. Mavros had to go elsewhere. We can apologize him. Yes, I will try to stay here as long as possible. Hello to all. I would like to deeply thank you all, and I would like to thank the organizers and congratulate them. It's very important to meet and exchange, mainly on the sector of energy and renewables, because it is a one-way street to make the Greek economy competitive, but also to serve the national, European, global narrative as it is valid for the last years. I would like to tell you that the latest geopolitical developments, as shown in the recent clash in Israel, but also the developments that took place in Ukraine, have made clear that whatever is taking place in any geography worldwide affects our own country, our own perimeter, and of course energy is at the heart of that. So, talking about energy independence, sustainability, and cheaper electricity, I would like to tell you that this is what energy transition serves. Why is this so? Because energy transition is related to RES, and RES is the strict one-way street that leads to cheaper prices for the consumer, to a more competitive economy, and as a result, cheaper goods for the households. What is this energy transition? It is about decarbonization. This is what we're doing in the A group on a national level. We are shutting down all fossil fuel plants. We're moving on with our own Green Deal with RES. At the same time, what's taking place is a decentralized production. So democratization of production in different points across the region leads to a different model. And the model itself imposes digitization so that RES produced everywhere can be able to be consumed everywhere. It takes a pretty good coordination. What we're living today is a significant job that has taken place throughout the last 3 or 4 years. Jointly by all colleagues, companies participating in this energy transition, and we have done a lot. We have managed half of the national objective, and we must be quite active in the next 4 or 5 years to make that happen. Are there problems? Yes. Clearly, yes. Right now, they can be echoed in the outcome of interconnections of the grid itself and, of course, the reflections created by areas. So there is a dual reading here. It's very good what has taken place. It's very important what should be done. What should be done, though? For sure, we must increase investment. We should accelerate investments in batteries to support the whole system. And it is one of the facts that will not only support the system, but will allow for its safety. But one may further support and will render all investments sustainable is the extension of the grid so that we can make a reality the interconnection of many plants based on RES. Investments in the grid is something that should be a top priority. By way of conclusion, allow me to tell you that the grids are a necessity, but what today should be highlighted by all is how the mature products, the mature projects that right now are in drawers or under different procedures, how can they become productive? To do so, we must achieve the interconnectivity terms. So altogether, we should work towards the direction. I'm talking about institutional authorities, about the state, all our companions being today in this sphere to finalize projects. By way of conclusion, allow me to tell you that what I need us to have a takeaway is that whatever is mature today should move on with implementation. We cannot be left in theory. The state and all authorities should move on with the acceleration of this project. Thank you so much for your attention. Prior to you stepping down, and since we shall have no opportunity afterwards to have you with us in the Q&A, I would like you to comment on the fact that, by definition, there is a serious problem with the capacity of the grid, the plethora of projects that are in the pipeline, and if you are in favor of changing anything in what we know as priorities, or what about the cuts of produced energy? Any comment on that? I will not say whether I'm in favor or not, because it is the job of all institutions and the state to decide. But what I am in favor of for sure is that there is something that says pacta servanda sunt. So this means whatever we agree at the beginning should be met, should be kept, and what should be agreed upon at the beginning, and I mean that the priority of all of us is to materialize, is to make all these projects happen. We should focus on what is feasible. You used the term before. You said there are stagnant projects. You used that word. I will use another word. I will say there are projects that are mature, which should be done. As simple as that. So the novelty is this one. This institutional novelty, the political decision, no matter what, that will lead to make that a reality. Why should they become a reality? Because this is a national commitment for the industry to enjoy cheap electricity to be competitive. Good. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mavros. And we can liberate you. If you have some time, you can stay with us. Good. Jolly good. Thank you. Now we'll invite to the podium, having liberated Mr. Mavros, I will give the floor to Mr. Athanasios, Professor Athanasios Dagoumas, rather, for the keynote speech, the president of RAI, that is the Dependent Regulatory Authority. Thank you so much, Mr. Dagoumas, for being here. You have the floor, sir. And I would invite to abide by the timeline since we're lagging behind already. Thank you.
Good morning to all, ladies and gentlemen. I do have a presentation to project, please.
Ωραία. Λοιπόν, η παρουσίαση αφορά τη διείσδυση.
Now, my presentation has to do with the penetration of RES in the energy mix. Now, allow me first and foremost to make an introduction of three sectors, three elements that have to do with the penetration that is the RES storage and new technology, and this has to do first with the reform and operation of the wholesale market, and of course then networks. Now, the first The first bullet point, the first component has to do with the reforms underway. And now, with reference to the last second 2020, as you may see, we were the last country in Europe that we had adopted the new target model. We have managed to bridge the gap. This goes also with the single-day coupling, and so we have a say in the shaping of European policy. Now, when it comes to the balancing, the ADMIE will cooperate with the Picasso for AIF in July 2024 and in Mari MFRR in 2026. This means that actually we are not the last in Europe, so we have managed to catch up. And at the same time, we have also managed to take a dominant role in the region, which is why the Association of American Utility Regulators, Telco, Energy and Water, has chosen, together with the HE and ADMIE, for our regulatory authority to help the regulation of the markets in Kosovo, in North Macedonia and Albania. So the regulator goes there, creates the context, makes the investment, and then the participants may make any further investment. Now, when it comes to the regulatory framework for the promotion and support of stakeholders in the wholesale market, there were some priorities, some milestones set, most of which have already implemented, as for example the response between demand and supply, and the demand respond. The same goes for their participation in storage, where the main tenders and auctions have been completed. When it comes to electromobility, again, thanks to the existing framework, we have managed to catch up there as well. Priority, an initiative we have taken in 2023 and is expected to be completed by the the first months of 2024, has to do with the RES PPAs, actually. So in March of 2023, PPAs are the main funding scheme for the penetration of RES. So these we are expecting here to send us the final product by the end of 2023 in order to finalize this platform in 2024. Of course, the market knows very well that it is very, very important. RES PPA deals have already initiated in our country. You may see here the table, which talk about the PPAs already recorded according to public information. There are others underway, mainly concern some big industries in the sector. Yesterday, there were discussions, as you all know, together with the political leadership. Now, when it comes to the wholesale market, now, its operation already conveys a very strong signal and as to the kind of investments needed. So the sunset effect now gives rise to response for demand and investment. In the afternoon hours, we already have specific zero prices to the benefit of consumers, which of course are our main interest. So as a result, zero prices may reduce a wholesale price, but they also create some uncertainty for the execution of RES PPAs. What we have already started is that our country exports, which is already the case, but will become even more so in the future, and this certainly calls for speeding up in the creation of the necessary infrastructure. So we should not delay the main investment for our country. Now, when it comes to the RES and network licensing, you know very well that our authority has managed to accelerate, and this is one of our best practice at the world level, especially when it comes to licensing. This has, of course, created a high number of licenses. You may see the power, the number of technologies and the licenses applying today. Now, according to some, this may argue that this creates a pressure on producers, which is right. However, on the other hand, allow me to highlight that at the same time, it also brings about a reduction of prices. So big competition manages to bring about decrease of prices. And so we have managed to have 37.6%, as you may see, euro per megawatt hour as a close price. The same goes for the first tender about storage, which took place. And again, it shows that we had 8 times more power competing for 300 megawatts. And you may see here the relevant supply-demand curve. Obviously, all the market, including the regulator and the state, acknowledges that what is at stake now is implementation. I mean, the projects have already been accepted by the regulating authority in our country and abroad, but the investments are even more imperative now in order to boost our export profile. At the same time, as you may see here, a tool has been refined for the charging of electric vehicles and chargers penetration, and this changes the low tension profile, and so important steps forward have been taken to that end. We have thankfully decided to focus on a capacity base rather than energy base, and this gives room to many investments. By way of conclusion, and I am about to conclude, of course, to finish my presentation, allow me to say that Greece is now not lagging behind when it comes to the maturity compared to other markets of the European member states. The RES and storage penetration concern the integration of the regulatory framework, the boosting of competitiveness, the decrease of uncertainties and volatility of markets, and of course the in-time implementation of infrastructure is very important, especially if we are to boost the export profile of our country. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Veriopoulos is, Mr. Dragoumas is an outstanding scientist. Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Veriopoulos from Terna Energeki. Mr. Veriopoulos, the questions are known. The questions asked are known. Now we are looking forward to hearing to some answers by all of you. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. I would like to thank the organizers for having me here, and I will be to the point in trying to provide some answers. Now, RES penetration in the energy mix is a general topic. Now, penetration of RES in the energy mix of electricity is going very well. We know that very well. We are aware of the announcement, the unity in the system, in the grid, and many more are expecting to again participate in the grid. But it is up to the ministry to decide. When it comes to the other sectors of economy, as for example transport, industry, the tertiary sector, etc., and the penetration of RES there still lag behind. Although there are agreed upon policies, the regulatory framework is yet to be finalized in these sectors in order to come up with a framework which will be favorable for investors to invest. So there is still room for improvement in the other sectors for the penetration of RES there. Now, going back to electricity, we need to say that when it comes to quantity, we may have delivered, but now what we need to focus on quality as well when it comes to the penetration of RES, especially in terms of cost benefits, etc. So first and foremost, if we are interested in promoting all that, I mean, if we are not just to focus on numbers and figures, we need to strike a balance when it comes to the energy mix between the various technology, that is hydro, photovoltaic storage, and so on and so forth. And we need to lay emphasis on that, to invest in that. The new SEC, which is underway, is very important. Our opinion is that the mix needs to be balanced, and they, from 2030 onwards, some technologies like wind, for example, should not be underrepresented in our view. This is important not only because it is good for the grid, but especially for the major bet that is low-cost renewable energy across the year, throughout the year, thanks to the necessary adaptations in the electric market. And these low-cost areas, of course, need to be transferred to the consumer, so to the benefit of our consumers. Secondly, there needs to be a balanced distribution of the units in the provinces. This is something which is not taken into due consideration by the recent bill. But this is very important for the grid, for the behavior, but also because the balanced development of areas in the regions will be beneficial for the regions themselves, and this used to be very important, still is. Moreover, we need to understand, and this is a matter of discussions lately, that for RES to be efficient, that is low cost, and this being important for the wholesale and the bills for households eventually, we need to understand that RES needs to be the case across the day and night, and this is feasible through a storage of long-term storage of big volume. So this is here. This is a reality. We have managed to understand that batteries or pump stations are today absolutely necessary for the system. Last but not least, we also need a flexibility of the system. So a flexible system is a very important notion. And here we have hydroelectric, which go hand in hand with pumping solutions, which need to be equally promoted. I said last year that we need to benefit from the water potential, and this is still the case. This is fundamental also in terms of infrastructure resilience, to curb and to contrast the consequences of climate change, and for the resilience of towns, cities, and villages, as we recently witnessed. So it's high time we rationalized, we streamline the discussion as to the development of RES, and especially the wind. We found out that the spatial initiative is now in the phase of consultation, so it's right on track. But we need to stop demonizing the wind, in our view. I am confident that other companies and ourselves have drafted reliable impact studies. We have adopted measures to mitigate any consequences, and I do believe that the wind actually definitely does not deserve the hatred and the hostility expressed and displayed recently. I'm saying so because, today the main criticism is leveled against wind, but this will certainly end up concerning the other technologies as well. Yes, you're right. You're right. Now the wind energy tends to be the recipient of much of the level criticism, as if it was some work of the evil. Now, let me just, yes, you're right, but let me just say how important it is to have a sound and robust framework. I mean, today one may build a factory and you never know how much energy will end up in the grid. So it's important for the investors to know. Otherwise, they will never make their mind. So we need to guarantee full transparency so that the investors may know. And last but not least, when it comes to the other technologies and the other fuels, we are looking forward to knowing more about the strategy of hydrogen in order to know what the methods and the objectives will be, so that we may also catch up with the policies and efforts started being made in Europe. I know that today an event will be organized for the offshore wind, which will be present. I mean, the national plan will be presented today. We are looking forward to knowing more. Thank you very much. I kept note of the balanced energy mix. This is very important. The energy mix needs to be balanced. There's no doubt about that. This is why the stance vis-à-vis the wind needs certainly change, and we need a better balance between wind and sun, photovoltaic. Do you mind if I provide you with a very minor example? We will participate in a tender for geothermy. According to the law, the tenderer will make a search, and once geothermal energy is identified, then they will manage to participate in the grid. But you know what? Here in Greece, one investor may start doing the job without having any certainty whatsoever. And in the end, eventually, you don't know whether you will make money or you will actually be utterly destroyed. Thank you. Now the floor goes to Mr. Petrochilos. Thank you very much. After 22 years in Arias trading, I started at CAPE, at CRES, that is in photovoltaic, in 2014 with Kiefer. Kiefer has been operating since 2014 in a project of photovoltaic technologies, wind energy, small hydro, and biogas. This is the portfolio of the company. Arias, as far as we are concerned, is the vehicle for a sustainable future, and this is the diversification of our portfolio is very, very important. And recently we started working on batteries because, of course, Arias penetration may not progress unless we ensure some storage solutions. We have already built 350 megawatt. We have contracted a project for 1 gigawatt for the period 2021-2024. I would like to focus on this photo. This photo was taken from Kozani. The mindset of our company is to benefit from low productivity plots without that is taking land from the primary sector. This is our commitment. We want to work on land which would not have been used otherwise. We are operating across the country. You can see here, of course, on the slide. Don't mean to tire you. We have strategic partnerships with Lightsource BP. Actually, Lightsource BP came to Greece thanks to us. With 600 megawatt, we cooperate with Motor Oil and Eldepa. and others. And I would now like to analyze Kiefer's main principle. Our principle is that, of course, we cannot work in Kozani without leaving an positive, favorable footprint for the local communities, without allowing the local populations to contribute to their own future. The Energy Community First project was carried out at Agrinio in 2019. Despite the difficulties, this will be connected to the grid shortly. Our intention is eventually to allow 10,000 households to have access to energy thanks to this project. We have implemented several projects in difficult regions as Grevena. From 2014-2016, 2 more projects are underway in Ioannina and Grevena currently, and I would like now to focus on the Kiefer strategy. In the immediate future, as all companies, we focus on batteries. We will activate in January 2024 the first behind-the-meter battery. It's a small-scale project that intends to show that, as far as Kiefer is concerned as well, battery is an overarching priority. If we are to increase the penetration of RES in the system, in the energy mix. We have also started working on the photo roof. It is unacceptable to not to have in all households a small photovoltaic in all households in a country like Greece, which is why we intend to focus, to invest more in this small-scale hybrid project, which will help households stop relying on the grid. Why are consumers not starting becoming prosumers in order just to have access to their own energy in case of a natural disaster?
It's a trend. It's high time we saw this trend, that is the installation of small PVs in the households. Since I don't know whether we will have the time, we will not have the time for questions. Please say a buzzword about biogas. You know we're focusing on that since the old days. You are the heroes of that specialized sector of RES. Yes, biogas is not just an investment to us. It's not just an investment to us. How should I put it? It's a project that is an environmental one. Imagine for every megawatt implemented, we get inert 120,000 cubic of waste. Somebody might have seen a lorry with 20 cubic meters. Imagine the volume of waste that becomes inert after biogas. The state should help. We must accelerate, because even today, if somebody might ask me about different plants, we are stuck. The majority of projects were stuck and are stuck in the classic phenomenon of greed. And another defect, another drawback is that the state does not liberate the market in the biomethane without greed, so that we can penetrate alone and have the mix with natural gas. I think that we're giving the ball to Mr. Tamvakis. This is one of the fields of DEPA, and DEPA has this very important place in the market. Mr. Tamvakis, you have the floor for a remark, for some comments of some minutes. Thank you. If we were taught something from the extended energy crisis and all the previous challenges like the pandemic, is that the road to sustainability and energy safety goes through the RES, innovation and new technologies. On a European and national level, the RES participate more and more in the energy mix for electricity, with a huge impact on energy transition and an impact on the strategy for the development of different businesses. RES alone right now do not guarantee fully and in a credible way energy adequacy, which is what we need for a seamless development pathway. That is why we need a holistic approach in energy that has been adopted and implemented for the last 4 years by DEPA, intensifying always the investigation of new and innovative tools and methods that will offer a stable energy feeding with a positive tone for the economy and the society. We are processing all different activities needed for the maximum level of synergy between companies and our group, like RES, the electricity in Alexandroupolis, our subsidiary in natural gas, the Hellenic Company of Energy, DEPA mainly, but also our participation in the FSRU of Alexandroupolis. For a fully vertical group, having as an objective the benefit for Greek consumers and the contribution to the national climate objectives. With the contribution of new technologies, the future lies within RES and green fuel. Biomethane, as said before, for instance, is a pure fuel with a clean footprint that DEPA and Boreas already imports in gasification through the use of a pilot project to produce biomethane, which will be channeled later on to the stations of CNC Physicon. But also hydrogen has an increased or an ever-increasing importance for the future energy mix in Europe. That is why our company not only does it monitor closely different developments, but also puts its mark in the European design that is expected to influence our country directly in the years to come. As a founding member at only Greek company, being the vice president of the European Alliance on Clean Hydrogen, we participate in the shaping of the current framework to attract investments in the hydrogen technology on a European scale. In this framework, our strategic plan includes a pilot refueling station for hydrogen. It will be the vehicle to take decisions vis-à-vis the necessary regulatory and technical framework. At the same time, DEPA Boreas empowers more and more its presence in the field of RES, having already created a green portfolio in PVs or photovoltaic parks with an aim to break the record of 1 megawatt. In our subsidiaries North Waller and New Shape Company, we have New Solar One, which develops PVs of 95 megawatts, having already an interconnection proposal and a license of installation, whereas North Solar has a definite proposal of interconnection, license of installment for 400 megawatts. Discussions about the funding of the projects are quite advanced, and we are expecting shortly the bid for the manufacturing of these two projects. At the same time, we move on with the maturation of the remaining projects for our subsidiaries. We need to maximize the performance of RES and their penetration in the energy mix of the market. Storage, as said before, is critical so that we can store adequate quantities of energy that will be channeled to the grid in the days and timelines of low capacity for RES. According to the new National Plan on Energy and Climate, we are studying the development of storage projects either in an isolated way or combined with PVs. New technologies give us more possibilities, and that is why we are studying projects that can combine RES with hydrogen and storage. And of course, let me tell you that we are in cooperation with research organizations, research bodies, because the bridges with the energy tomorrow can be built today, and sustainability presupposes the use of any innovation. Thank you. We thank you back. Thank you indeed. Thank you for this presentation. I believe that what Mr. Stamvakis described may give a snapshot of the role and the identity of energy companies from now onwards. That is a big range and a persistence in new technological challenges that might arise. Yes, this is the aim, this is the strategy of DEPA, besides, and the way through which we are trying to implement and develop it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Stamvakis. Let me give the floor to Mr. Karidas. He is going to tell us a few words about the big project that he conceived, and this has become mature in a very satisfactory pace. Kopelousis Group. Thank you so much. Allow me to use the podium, though. Thank you. Please let us keep the timeline because we're under pressure. Besides, the project is known. Yes, I will be very targeted. Good morning to all. Good morning. I would like to thank the organizers for this meeting as well. We all agree, and nobody can disagree, that a one-way street about the future is RES. and the importance of RES both for our country and Europe. I do believe that more or less we all agree that quite rapidly the state should be more active to achieve a more effective penetration of RES in the country. That is digitization of the grid, upgrade of the grid, a quicker entry of the storage units in the system so that the system may have the characteristics to support a further development of RES. And of course, a proper mix of technology, as said before by Mr. Versiopoulos. Now, let's not just talk about tomorrow, but the day after, in the future as a whole. Our country is lucky to be in this geography. In spite of the geopolitical delicate questions that might arise, in spite of the delicate point, we have the sun, we have the wind, and we are neighbors with countries with very good characteristics of high wind and high sun coverage. There has been a study from a big consulting firm some months ago which recorded the problems that Europe might find out in the acceleration of different activities to meet our objectives. Fit 55 and the phasing out of pollutants up until 2050. One main problem was the lack of land, meaning that due to the fact that there are environmental limitations, there are space-related limitations, there are other limitations from the regulatory framework which is impossible the implementation of RES projects to achieve this target. Consequently, the reply is to think out of the box, out of the European frontiers. We in Copaluza's group, we are happy because in 2008 we envisioned and we started the design of the electric interconnectivity between Greece and Egypt, with the aim to transfer green energy, solely green energy of 3,000 megawatts from Egypt to Greece and through Greece into Europe. We believe that the benefits of interconnections are of strategic importance, not just for our country, but also for Europe, in our effort to accelerate green transition. I will not talk about the characteristics because we know the project, which is about the underwater cable and the interconnection between Egypt and continental Greece. 3,000 megawatts, a budget 3.3 billion euros is the budget. But let me talk about the key benefits of such a project. And let me tell you that since last week, the project now is entering a new maturity phase that will help us with its further acceleration, because the Director General of Energy of the European Commission has included on the short list of projects that will follow the common practice to be ratified by the Parliament and the Council so that they can go under the PMI list in the EU. And this will take place in the next 2 months. Why electric interconnection? What can this offer to our country and to Europe? As we all know, the electrification of the grids and their supply with green energy needs many sources of RES that should be speedier. Countries like Egypt, which is close to Greece, which has an extroverted policy and wants to become an exporter, a hub of green energy towards Europe, has quite high percentage of sun coverage, wind surface, and big land where there can be RES. So electric interconnection may help the acceleration in Greece and Europe of achieving the objective of green transition. Let me very rapidly talk about the 3,000 megawatts of green energy that annually may decrease the CO2 emissions by 10 million tons and replace 4.5 billion cubic meters of natural gas. So you understand that is a powerful tool in the effort, in supporting rather the effort to get rid of fossil fuel and to get rid of the Russian natural gas. The benefits are not limited into the environment or into the energy sector, nor into finance, but benefits are of geopolitical nature mainly. The very recent developments in the Middle East create to us all a big uncertainty. And one way straight is to be able to protect our economy. The main pillar is energy, of course. How can we guarantee energy? The main parameter is energy safety. So we talked about this interconnection, offering another alternative provision of green energy, and we can offer energy safety to our country and to Europe. For sure, this has many benefits for the grid, and mainly stability and security of supply, as well as reliability. And it is the trigger for significant investments, business opportunities, creation of labor posts, and socio-political benefits for our country. But the most important thing is that it is quite helpful because Greece may become a very important energy hub of green energy in Southeastern Europe and in Southeastern Mediterranean, which means not just benefits for our country, but mainly enhancement of our national security and, of course, enhancement of the EEZs, of the exclusive economic zones in our country. That is why we believe that the electric connection is a strategic tool for Greece and Europe to achieve our goals, and it makes us happier because it proves the benefits of this connection. We can tell that not only will we talk about tripling the capacity of Greece-Italy, but also we can double the current capacity of the connection with Bulgaria, but also there are some discussions to interconnect Greece through the Adriatic Sea with the Balkans of a capacity of 3,000 megawatts. This might seem as an extension of Gregi, so that green energy that will be transferred by Gregi, possibly through green energy that will be produced by us producers of RES in Greece, can be channeled through interconnections towards Northern Europe. It is a strategic policy of the EU. I'm talking about the creation of green corridors between the south and the north to support the transfer of green energy from the south countries to the northern ones. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much. Thank you indeed. Indeed, it is an impressive project, and quite nicely you talked to us about the benefits of that project. Thank you, Mr. Karidas. As you've put it, this is a catalyst for the energy reality of our country, but also for the Greek economy. Thank you so much. Now let me give the floor to Mr. Plainos for some short remarks. Mr. Plainos is the key account sales manager, Greece and Cyprus, Longi Solar. My comment now, spectacular results lately, I should say, for the market. Thank you. Thank you so much. I would like to thank you for the invitation. Initially, allow me to say a few words about our company, which is ready right now to invest heavily in Greece and in the Balkans, creating a center in Greece so that we can truly develop our country and help all the different investments taken place by all investors right now across the Balkan region. Allow me to say a few words about Longi. Longi is the #1 company in sales of wafer and panel for 3 years' time. We can see some characteristic figures right now. We have a turnover of $20 billion and net profit for the previous year, $2.3 billion. And right now, for the first semester of 2023, we have $9.3 billion as a turnover and a profit of $1.3 billion. It is very important for many reasons. Many people might think of the following. Why am I saying so? But I will explain that shortly. What is Longi? It is a fully integrated value chain from wafer to modules. That is, from the PV panels. And right now, it has the capacity, as you see here the figures, to produce 160 gigawatts for wafers, 110 gigawatts for cell, and 130 gigawatts for module. These are the most important figures in the market. Here are the targets for this year, for our sales, for our shipments. This is our story, our recent history, that is. During the last 3 years, we were top one company with 24 gigawatts, 38 and 47 respectively for the years to come, and now we have set a target of 85 gigawatts. As mentioned before, I had a special reference to the profits of the company. This is not just about the fact that the company has many profits. It means that we have a stability as a company. We can support our investment, the investment of all investors right now, through stable prices and sustainability for the future. Here, in the Altman Z score, which is the predictability formula for a possible bankruptcy, LONGi is far away from that, whereas all competitors, unfortunately, right now are quite close to 2 and 2.3 of this formula. I will skip the slides of the speaker because we don't have much time at our disposal, so that I can talk about what is more interesting, that is the global data. Right now, you might see here some data coming from the global market, because it is good talking about Greece, but we should also talk about the whole world. As we see here, we're talking about 300 gigawatts last year, the previous demand, the demand of the previous year, whereas this year, this will go beyond, it will go beyond 500 gigawatts in demand of modules. Right now, we're talking about an exponential growth in the field of PVs worldwide, and this gives us the possibility to understand that nowadays the world is turning towards this solution, and that is why all PV companies are trying to double their production yearly. Let me skip the following slides at the speaker, but let me stick to this one, which highlights how production is made, how consumption, the speaker, how the consumption of different modules is taking place per mixture of countries. One example here is France. Gradually, the domestic sector will take a big market share vis-a-vis utility scale. Here we can see the growth that demand has within 2023. As said before already, we're talking about double compared to 2022. Here's some data. Okay, we have limited time, as you understand. I will skip that. Let me talk to you about this slide. The prices of polysilicon. It was a driver until now about the price of panels. The price of polysilicon. Many people are saying that the price of polysilicon have dropped significantly. Right now you see that this is not the case, but they have been restored. They are the levels before COVID and before the crisis of the wars, etc. Here you can see the different prices, how they have evolved in 2023 and 2024 for the immediate future. How can we predict a stable reduction to help investment against high interest rates that will be the next difficulty in investments? That was all from me. LONGi for sure is a company that believes in green future. This is the objective of the company. This is what we want to see tomorrow. This is what we want to create. And I would like to say something more right now, since many people have talked about growth, development of infrastructure, about what we must all do, and about the speed through which this should take place. In Spain, one king used to say, in Spanish speaker, let us make baby steps slowly so that we can truly go ahead. If we start galloping, and I'm saying so to all those who need a quick growth, improvement, a growth in the railway system, in the road network, etc. If we still are following a chaotic pathway, then the only thing that this will bring will be for the market to stop again, which happens, unfortunately, yearly for Greece. That was all from me. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Plainos. Thank you indeed. Thank you very much for your enlightening presentation and your comments. And certainly these interruptions in the market are not of benefit to all. Yeah, well, it's the main, it's the main problem for investors. This sense of uncertainty. I understand investors. I mean, we are not a company which makes investments, but I know very well. I mean, I'm in the shoes of an investor. It's very difficult for an investor to embark on an uncertain path. So, as uncertainty is by far the main enemy of investors. It's very difficult to overcome. Thank you very much. I apologize to all the speakers that we have to hurry up, but we don't have time. So I would like to give to the representative of the PwC the floor. We are looking forward to knowing more. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizers for having us here. Mr. Vougliouklas. Well, when it comes to the challenges, all have been mentioned. Allow me just to draw your attention to this. Greece, over the past years, has developed an ambitious energy and climate-related project, which is to be updated shortly. And it has very ambitious objectives. We have new tools, new support schemes, recently for storage, another scheme for biomethane has been announced. The area stations with storage unit embedded have already been announced. Probably renewable hydrogen, offshore wind are in the pipeline. Now, certainly we are in a period of transition. We have already talked about the difficulties when it comes to the grid network and licensing. The previous speakers have highlighted two important things we need to remember. First, the land availability and, of course, social acceptance. This needs to be viewed in a more strategic way. What I would like to highlight today, given this opportunity you are giving me, is the general change we need to have, especially when it comes to RES. I mean, we were used to the investment framework to rely on production, development, and operation in the market, but we tended to forget the consumption profile, so the end product and the end consumer. Now, this is a transformation we are experiencing now. Investments now depend on consumption, on what a specific consumer wants, when, and what kind of fuel the consumers want. This is a challenge for RES, a challenge which entails strategic planning. We need to have full understanding of all of the entire value chain and what are the needs which give rise to windows of opportunity for the future development of the sector. Very frequently, we argue that RES is the only way forward. As far as I'm concerned, RES is the only, indeed, route which will take us to the future, and we need to be mature enough. We should not get trapped to the narrow concept of the investment. We need to have understanding of what the consumers want. The president of the regulating authority talked about the need to bring about a change in how energy market works, and this also And as I said, the coupling between sectors, the bilateral agreements need to be as efficient as possible, and we need to take that on board when we define the new landscape. There are new opportunities, there are new funding and financing opportunities, and this is a market in which Greece will have a great potential to thrive in the future. Thank you. Thank you very much for having been concise. I would like to express my agreement on what Mr. Vouyoklakis said. We need certainly to remember the perspective of consumers, because at the end of the day, the consumer will be the one who will have to pay the cost of energy transition. So we need to have in mind what the cost of energy transition will be and how this will be distributed in a fair manner. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. We will not have any Q&A session because there's no time. However, I would like to thank you all for the participation and apologize for the time pressure.
The Antonio Hotel has changed. Now, everything is powered by clean energy.
Όλα είναι δυνατά. Αρκεί να έχεις τους κατάλληλους ανθρώπους δίπλα σου. Εμείς τους βρήκαμε στην Alpha Bank.
Αποκτήστε και εσείς πρόσβαση στην ευνοϊκή χρηματοδότηση του Ταμείου Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας με την υπηρεσία Alpha Smart Hospitality και περάστε με σιγουριά στη νέα εποχή του τουρισμού. Από την Alpha Bank.
Σήμερα όλοι μιλάνε για την τεχνητή νοημοσύνη. Λένε πως μας δείχνει το μέλλον. Μπορεί όμως να μας ταξιδέψει στο παρελθόν.
Φυσικά και μπορεί.
Και ποια είσαι εσύ?
Είμαι η Κλειό. Είμαι δημιούργημα τεχνητής νοημοσύνης. Και με το δίκτυο 5G μπορώ να σε ταξιδέψω στην ιστορία. Τι θέλεις να δεις?
Μπορείς να μου δείξεις τον Παρθενώνα όπως ήταν στην αρχαιότητα?
Ναι, με την εφαρμογή Cosmote Chronos μπορώ.
Μπορώ να δω και μέσα στο ναό?
Φυσικά, χάρη στις τεχνολογίες Augmented και Virtual Reality της εφαρμογής.
Τι ξέρεις για το άγαλμα της Αθηνάς?
Ήταν 12 μέτρα, φτιαγμένο από ελεφαντόδοντο και χρυσό.
Άλλα μνημεία?
Οδείο του Ηρόδου του Αττικού, ιερό της Αρτέμιδος και χαλκοθήκη.
Μπορεί να τα έχει και ο φίλος μου ο Πολ.
Γιατί όχι? Η εφαρμογή Cosmote Chronos είναι δωρεάν για όλους σε όλον τον κόσμο.
C'est magnifique, n'est-ce pas?
Κυρία, μπορούμε να δούμε πώς είναι και μέσα?
Ναι, και μπορείτε να μάθετε τα πάντα για την ιστορία μας με τον πιο συναρπαστικό τρόπο.
Μπορώ να θαυμάσω εδώ το ναό στις πραγματικές του διαστάσεις?
Ναι, όπου και αν βρίσκεσαι.
Η τεχνολογία του μέλλοντος φέρνει το σπουδαίο παρελθόν μας στο σήμερα. Αυτό κάνουμε πραγματικότητα στην Κοσμοτέ. Δίνουμε ζωή στην ιστορία μας για να τη ζήσει όλος ο κόσμος. Γιατί η διάδοση του πολιτισμού δημιουργεί έναν κόσμο καλύτερο για όλους. Κοσμοτέ.
Λοιπόν, επανήλθαμε αγαπητές φίλοι και αγαπητοί.
Here we are again, dear friends, with for a brief discussion with Mr. Konstantinos Petropoulos, General Manager of Piraeus Bank. Mr. Petropoulos, I would like to ask you a question with reference to the past panel when it comes to RES. Things have changed. Now, there are no tariffs, as there used to be the case, and we have passed to the different manner of stable support, and now there are TPAs. Now, to what an extent that has changed the situation when it comes to the stance of banks when they support businesses? Thank you for your question. I would like to thank you, Mr. Panagoulis, and the organizers for having me here. Allow me to take you back. Now, over the past years, the area's financing has changed. The first financing, of course, was provided by the European banks. In the meantime, the Greek banks have matured, accumulated the necessary expertise, and they have taken on a project of green transition. Now, the percentage of RES projects underway today either rely on the differential surplus or the long-term agreements which allow the banks to provide high leverage and long-term loans at competitive terms, even when compared to the European average. Of course, thanks to the competitiveness of the RES project and the reduction of the energy, rightly, the government decided to reduce the subsidy of RES project, and therefore the investors had resort to the corporate PPAs. This is the most recent model with its own complexities and specificities. Greek banks very swiftly managed to get acquainted with that model, and therefore we already finance similar projects. These agreements are refined as long as the investors try to respond to the needs of the market. The pay as produced are the main agreements today, where the purchaser takes on the responsibility, the risk of the changing quantity. While abroad, we have the base load PPA, where the producer has to produce specific quantities based on a predefined profile. The more complex and complicated the agreements are, the more difficult their financing is, meaning that their analysis, they are very difficult to analyze. And of course, we also have the projects which do not have any agreements. The merchant plants, that is, where they producer partially or totally participates in the market, and here the financing, of course, is even more difficult. Yes, because a higher degree of uncertainty goes hand in hand with an increasing difficulty to finance. Now, what are the components that an investor has to have in mind when they start, in your view? You know, these subsidies usually are not guaranteed by a balance sheet, so risk analysis should be very thorough and meticulous from all parties. The risk context has changed. In the first years, our major risk in financing RES projects was the macroeconomic risk, the political risk, the interventions vis-à-vis the regulatory framework, haircut, etc. But gradually that have vanished because the projects have become competitive, so there was no need to subsidize the price. Now, in the new project, especially the PPA-related ones, the risks, the major risks are different. As an indication, for example, we look at the solvency of the contracting party in a bilateral agreement and even the framework of the agreement, which is very complex and needs to ensure a good risk allocation. And here investors need to be very cautious. Why? Because it's not only about the price for the consideration for a bilateral agreement. The agreement needs to be studied in its details for a smooth execution. This is why, besides, consultants are also fundamental. Yeah, certainly, many technical consultants, market consultants step in these projects. Because, of course, once the bilateral agreement is over, the project will be called upon to take on a market risk. So we as banks need to analyze what that risk stands for, and we do that through specialized consultants' studies on the basis of complex economic models which help us make projections. Has the RRF been of help? I mean, certainly the RRF was a game changer because, of course, the ARIAS project used to be a strategic pillar. The increase of interest rates certainly obstructed the big investment. When it comes to the Greek transition, RRF gave some solutions through low interest rate solutions. Over the past months, we at Piraeus Bank capitalized approximately 600 million euro, and if we also take on board our own financing, we have ensured more than 1 billion just to finance green transition in the framework of RRF. Thank you very much for these figures, which are very interesting. So this is a very serious, a very important parameter for RES projects. I mean, RRF. Yes, RRF manages to maintain the dynamic potential of this for the implementation of this ambitious project. Mr. Petropoulos, thank you very much. Do you have something to add, please, before we wrap up? No. The previous panel was very interesting. As rightly all speakers said, it is very important for the system to be stable. And this is a matter of concern to us, because all the studies on which we rely are based on the assumption that the market evolves in a balanced situation, a balanced manner. A balanced supply and demand, which means that we need stability in storage, stability in the development of cross-border interconnections, all those conditions which will ensure a successful market, which is important for the system to be reliable and for the maintenance of a favorable investment climate. Thank you very much, Mr. Petropoulos, indeed.
When the sunshine is converted into the current following towards dreams, the nature and technology had a perfect integration. Meanwhile, a new epoch of energy transition is ushered. LONGi will utilize solar energy technology to drive sustainable growth innovatively. The solutions of green power plus green hydrogen is able to produce endless benefits to mankind. LONGi persistently pursues the development concept of robust, reliable, and technology-led. And it has developed 5 business sections covering monocrystal and wafer, cell and module, C&I, household distributed generation solution, green energy solution, and green hydrogen equipment and solutions. And it has evolved into the first solar enterprise in the world, and committed to become the most valuable solar technology company in the world to support global zero-carbon development and shape the energy mix worldwide.
Κυρίες και κύριοι,
Ladies and gentlemen, let us move on with the next session. Apologies, Thodoris. I pressed you time-wise, but we're lagging behind, and I need us to stay to our timeline. Of course, we are in energy. Let us look into the constituents of the future, which are natural gas, hydrogen, LNG. I think that these will have a bigger value if they have a benefit for the daily routine of citizens. This is what we're going to examine in this session that will be moderated by the president of the Association of Newspapers, the distinguished journalist, needless to say many more, Mr. Nikos Hadjinikolaou. Nikos, it's a great joy to have you.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much. Based on the agenda, I should have said you good morning, but it's more like good evening. We are off time, of course. We're off the agenda, which means that the guests will apologize. Will have to apologize, but we will be speedy in this piece, in this part of the day. I will invite straight away the participants of that panel. Please come forth. The special consultant of the Prime Minister, Mr. Nikos Tsafos, the CEO of DEPA Eborias SA, Mr. Konstantinos Xifaras, the President of Iran Thermoelectrics, Mr. Giorgos Kouvaris, the General Director of the Hellenic Company of Energy, Natural Gas, Mr. Ioannis Mitropoulos, the CEO of the Hellenic Energy Exchange, Mr. Alexandros Papageorgiou, the CEO of AIF SA, Mr. Aristofanis Stefatos, and the General Director of Corporate Investing Banking of the National Bank, Mr. Vasilis Karamousis. I will invite to the podium straight away to the keynote speaker, the consultant of the Prime Minister, Mr. Nikos Tsafos, with the invitation to cut your minutes because there is a memorandum in the moderation. So we have to have some cuts, no more than 5 minutes. Please, Mr. Tsafos, please. Thank you so much, Mr. Hadjinikolaou. Hello to everyone. I will be very brief and concise, as the moderator said. I would like to convey a message that Greece already is a pioneer in energy transition, but as a country, we are entering a new and more difficult, more complicated chapter. That is, go up to 40-45% of RES, which is today the grid, is one thing. But to go up to 70 or 80%, which is our objective for the end of the decade, 80% that is, it will take more leaps in how we are managing the system. Let's start with some critical moments throughout the 4 years, from summer 2019 to summer 2023. We doubled the installed capacity in RES in our country. We rank 7th in the world in the penetration of sun and wind in the mix of electricity production. 7th in the world. From 19 to 2020 to 22, we have double investments in the electricity grids vis-a-vis the period 15-18. Lignite is minus 80%. We are very close to the complete phasing out. We have an RES mixture that in the first 9 months of the year is 46%. If we include water, it's 57%. So already we have a big, significant step. We have much progress in our system. Already we can see the benefit from this penetration of RES. When we have too many RES, this means lower prices. And yet we have many hours this year and zero prices. Zero price might sound nice, but there's a problem to tackle for the system. And then we have also decreased, we have mitigated the cost of natural gas, which cost us greatly last year. The long run objective is to continue with our investments in RES. And we want to turn Greece into an exporter in electricity. To do so, we must move on in a smart way, and we must do what I am describing an energy transition 2.0, which means that there is interest in investing in RES. This is not the problem in our country. The problem is how we can manage this interest and how we can guarantee our system with so many types of RES. What are we doing? First, we have already 1 billion, or another 2, to support storage of electricity. We have big investments in the pump saving and iconic project of Amphilohia, taking money from the RRF. Then we have a very aspirational program for the offshore wind parks. I believe that the offshore dynamic of our country is something that we not assess how big it is and what difference can it make for our country. If we see the figures, even with a conservative forecast, I would say that it is easy to talk with figures where the production from the Aegean is equal in the long run. We're not talking about the next 3 or 4 years. In decades' time, it can produce an energy equal to the totality of our country. There is a big dynamic in the Aegean Sea which we must use. We should incentivize agile demand. It's a matter of rules, technologies, grids. We must all continue to protect and invest in our water, resources. Practically, water is like a battery. You see the daily production of water. We have lots of production during the morning, then it drops, and then after the sun sets, there is a peak. This will be investment in water, will be our battery to be based on during transition. And of course, there is the role of natural gas to maintain the stability of the system. And last but not least, we do have the international interconnections, which can be helpful towards a counterbalance target. Mainly, I would say that this will allow us to channel the electricity in our huge capacity in the country. I will come to the end by saying the following. I believe that energy transition is a huge opportunity for our country. If we think of the big scale, people get from some resource that we don't have. We have lignite of not such a good quality, maybe hydrocarbons, etc. From that world, they go to a world based on on sun and wind, which we have here in plethora. It is a huge opportunity to talk about, redefine our idea about how we think of energy as a country that has infinite natural resources on which the system will be based for the future. This is our top priority, this is our strategy, and this is what we will continue to do. Thank you so much. Thank you deeply for keeping the timeline. Thank you, Mr. Tsafos. Thank you indeed. Now, Mr. Xifaras, it will be a similar question. You're going to face a similar cut of time. Now, not 7 times 5. 5 minutes for you, go down to 4 minutes. You have 4 minutes. Allow me to thank Mr. Carrera and the Technical Chamber for this invitation. We are in what we are naming an intense energy transition with some policies decided centrally, in Brussels, but also on a level of the Hellenic Republic and in the phasing out of lignite. When it comes to the big penetration of RES, then there are big investments, either in new electricity units, which are clearer and more effective, and big investment of RES. Right now, we are having investments more than 2.5 billion euros. Nevertheless, the endeavor still is supply chain safety and prices that can be affordable for people. We are in a perfect storm because amidst that we have the war in Ukraine, the invasion of Russia into Ukraine, and the regional clashes like the one in Syria, which has lasted long, and the one in Israel. This has demonstrated that the energy market is quite delicate to that environment, either because there are some speculation phenomena centrally, whereas many players are sorting in these products to guarantee their exposure, to guarantee their post in oil, in natural gas, or in electricity. We saw big firms being nationalized to stand this whole situation. And here in Greece, we are in agony, a market that is not interconnected with Central Europe. But many times we can listen to the discussion why in Germany we have different prices, but we forget the structure of the market in Germany and the one in Central Europe. We are in a corner with few electrical interconnections. We're trying to double them, and there is a big effort to do so. So I would say that competition does not work in the same way, or we cannot have the same benefits of competition to the extent that we would have wanted. Nevertheless, through RES, this is our pathway, our own role as DEPA. Quite briefly, we said that the gas company has no reason to exist, not just in Greece, but nowhere, because this model does not exist in Europe. Amidst a privatization procedure, we wanted to transform ourselves. Quite rapidly, we went into RES and biomethane. Quite shortly, we're going to have a powerful presence in this field as well. And we are trying to change the portfolio of our gas. We have gas contracts guaranteeing the supply chain in the country, which is not paid by anybody. This is taken as a risk by our company. And there is a constant pressure, either by the LNG prices or by the different behavior of our suppliers, different mindset towards DEPA vis-à-vis other companies or vis-à-vis the Greek market. So, in a very difficult environment, energy-wise, we are trying to transform ourselves to become more competitive and work better to the benefit of the final consumer, because this is our objective always. Continue with investing capitals and help in this transformation of Greece to be close and get a significant role. I believe that the first 2 difficult years will be 23-24. And from that point onwards, we shall see the market becoming more mature. I believe that at the end of the day, the measures taken by the Greek state, either more or less successful. Well, what is important here is that measures are taken to regulate the way through which players act, but nevertheless we must all think that we cannot invest at the same time in investments, which means increased cost of transport and operation for the DE and the different distribution companies. On the other hand, we're all feeling the pressure to give low prices and then include and have big investments. We need to follow the golden measure because we are in this energy transition which is costly, and on the other hand the society must survive. Good, thank you so much. Thank you. I would like to thank the CEO of DEPA, Mr. Konstantinos Xifaras. Now we'll turn to the president of Iron Thermoelectrics, Mr. Giorgos Kouvaris. Please be short. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. To achieve a successful transition, 3 indicators need to be balanced, and we know very well what they are. Energy security, which has to do with a number of items of infrastructure, diversification of supply courses, alternative fuels, and so on and so forth. Second, energy justice and proportionality, when all citizens will have access to the good, the benefits of the transition. Third, sustainability of investment, which need to be sustainable so that they may be financed by the system and the tools offered. What is more, the necessary human capital needs to be there to support all the foregoing. Now, in Greece, we have been experiencing consequent crisis, geopolitical turmoil, extreme weather conditions, and all these crises have made our country readjust their initial options and decisions, keeping in mind that the transition needs to, of course, burden as less as possible households. Therefore, we have observed a reallocation of resources which rightly intend to subsidize the bills for households, and they subsidize of house batteries and photovoltaic on roofs. All these measures aspire to boost self-consumption. It goes without saying that these measures and the policy in place promote energy security and sustainability indicators on the one hand, while on the other hand, though, they do not help in achieving proportionality and justice. To be more specific, 60% of Greek citizens today live in flats, 27% rent. And this percentage is higher by 40% in the cities. So any programs for other kind of houses do not help the non-affluent, the non-privileged. But what will happen with who does not have their privately owned flat or house? What will happen with them? Why can't they have access to that? Now, to respond to that, we need to promote innovation, creative thinking, and political will. Let me just provide you with an example. Why subsidizing photovoltaic roof of Kouveris is authorized only if photovoltaic is installed on the roof? What would happen if a citizen enters into an agreement with a producer to purchase some kilowatt of a photovoltaic park in order to have the energy consumption covered for the next decades? Wouldn't that be equal to the installation of photovoltaic on the roof with benefits both for the consumer but also the producer and the state? Wouldn't that be helpful for the energy transition? This is a scheme which would be beneficial to all. The producer sells the electricity, manages to get some money back in order to reinvest in the new park. Consumer does not have to have necessarily a privately owned house, not even a roof, but even if they have a roof, they benefit because even having to purchase part of a photovoltaic park electricity, that is purchasing electricity from a photovoltaic park, costs less. The owner is benefits because they manage to create a relationship based on trust, and the state, of course, also benefits more than the others because it manages to achieve the objectives about storage and RES penetration, while at the same time it ensures their financing and meets all three indicators of the energy transition, that is, security of supply, just and proportionate access of all to green energy, and sustainability of all investments. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Yorgos Kouvaris, the president of IRON. Thank you very much for having been concise. Now, I asked kindly Mr. Mitropoulos before we started to save some time, but also and mainly because I wanted to ask him a hot question, as it were, with regards to the electricity supplier. He is president of the relevant association. So he has a double hat. So I ask you kindly to give me an answer in your capacity as a president of the suppliers. Now, the regulator announced the figures according to which suppliers are exposed to 1.5 billion euro. This sounds terrible. It sounds so high. So what are the reasons? What are the root causes for this phenomenon, and how can it be contrasted? Mr. Hadjinikolaou, thank you very much. 1.5 billion indeed is an astronomical amount, even for the sector of energy, which is by far one of the biggest markets, both in Greece and abroad. Now, for our audience today, an obvious explanation would be the unprecedented increase in prices. However, this is not the root cause, and I will explain to you why. There are two reasons. The first reason has to do with the successful and crucial measure taken by the state, that was to subsidize the electricity bills. That measure was, of course, mitigated and relieved the household, but at the same time it also supported the operation of the market. Without that measure, 1.5 billion announced by the regulator would have been much higher. And so this is one reason. And the second reason why this 1.5 billion is there is, according to the figures you mentioned, 60% of this amount comes from consumers who have changed their supplier. So 900 million, close to 1 billion, stem from consumers who have shifted their supplier. This is a phenomenon that we call energy tourism. It started 2 years ago or something. And since then, consumers are free to change their provider, which is not the real problem, actually. The problem lies with the fact that, considering the framework, there is a difficulty in the arrears of these consumers. So there are consumers who can afford paying their debts, but they have realized that they can actually change provider by leaving outstanding debts with the previous one, because the previous provider cannot do anything to pursue their receivables. So this is, to a large extent, the reason why this is. Now, in a discussion with the Ministry of Energy recently, we discussed that, and what we are expecting in the next days or weeks is for the article of the related article of the law to be rectified in order to overcome this problem. Thank you very much. I will ask you another question later. And now I would like to ask the CEO of the Greek Energy Stock Exchange, Mr. Alexandros Papageorgiou, to very concisely share with us his view. Thank you very much. I would like to focus on how we as Energy Stock Exchange can support not only the previous speakers in the effort they have been making to ensure a smooth operation of the markets. Now, this is a historic era, a historic conjuncture for many various reasons. We all know this is an opportunity for us to take a leading role in the Balkans. Now, we at the Energy Stock Exchange have full understanding of this, the historic energy era we are living through. From the moment when I took office, it's the first time I see that the government has embarked on the path of a dialogue about the creation of an energy hub in the Balkans. And how, therefore, can Energy Stock Exchange be helpful in that? Now, simply put, energy stock exchanges aspire eventually to pursue constantly liquidity. Simply put like that. But to manage to do so, I mean, the highest number of transactions, the better. The more operations, the better. The more participants, the better. But to do that, we need to fully understand that an IMO and monopoly energy stock exchange, we need to become a modern energy stock exchange as the ones in Europe, with services and activities which will help the participants to operate, to interact, and from those transactions record the accurate and correct market prices. Because allow me to say that over the past 8 years, I have observed this phenomenon. There is a mistaken belief which is takes a political weight only here in Greece, actually, that energy stock exchange is responsible for the prices. It is as if we said that, you know, the Athens Stock Exchange decides what will be the price of one bank or another. Of course, this is not the case. The Energy Stock Exchange limits itself to offer products and services and a virtual forum, a meeting point for participants, as it were, who based on the market fundamentals may give rise to some price indicators. By way of conclusion, allow me to say that these efforts have started 8 months ago. Hopefully, if all stakeholders support, and the regulator, of course, and the ministry and our members help to that end, we will be in position to help the Greek ecosystem. Thank you very much, Mr. Papageorgiou. Thank you very much for having clarified what was self-evident. Unfortunately, we are in Greece, and in this country, it is regrettable the fact that we need to even to explain what Société Anonyme stands for, even to ministers. So we need to explain what should be self-evident. Now, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Aristophanis Stefatos. Very concisely, please, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I would like just to add something. Energy transition does not have a precedent, as far as I know, in human history. The scale of the change and the time in which we try to do that worldwide does not have a precedent either. I'm stressing that because we need to be prepared for surprises, of course. We talk about the victors and the vanquished, depending on the choices made. In other words, we need to be flexible enough, agile enough in order to be able to adjust to the changing environment. Now, very concisely, it's not a matter of cost. It's not only a cost, which is a matter of concern to us, but also the geopolitical situation, because traditional balances are being disrupted across the globe. And this is something we need to keep in mind because they are difficult to forecast. Now, when it comes to Greece, Greece has taken crucial steps forward over the past years. And thanks to them, I would dare to say that Greece has a leading role to play. First, when it comes to the investigation of national natural gas reserves. In 2022, Mr. Mitsotakis came to our headquarters announcing that that was a strategic priority. In the following 13 months, 7 mapping projects for the sea basin were defined. In the previous 9 years, only 2 were completed. 7 were completed in just 7 months. And of course, thanks to our investors, amongst others, excellent Greek companies like ExxonMobil, the biggest, of course, and leading international companies like ExxonMobil, for example. But this is not an effort to stick to the past and to trap Greece in a hydrocarbon economy. Important, significant steps have been made for transition, as, for example, the transition from EDI to AIF. We have added natural resources because our company now is leading in the CO2 storage solution, which is necessary for the industry. We have heavy-duty industry in Greece, especially refineries and cement industries, apart from the steel industry and other metal industries, which to survive in the future, they need solutions because it's very difficult for them to decrease their emissions. So already from last year, we gave the first permission to turn the Prinos reserve in a long-term CO2 storage venue. And this is the second European project in our greater neighborhood. So as you may understand, we are forward-looking. The third very important thing, which will be publicly announced this afternoon, is that we have taken on drafting the offshore wind plan. As Mr. Tsafos rightly pointed out, we are sitting on a treasure because of the, apart from the solar reserve, we have the blessing to have a very strong wind, in Greece, the best wind in Central and Eastern Mediterranean. Now, this wind potential needs to be leveraged. We have an excess of wind energy. Yes, and it is also a wind of conspiracy blowing in Greece, isn't it? Well, you know what? I'm not afraid of that, because I firmly believe that if we approach those who are critical, providing them with the right information, they will come on board. I believe that we have not managed to raise awareness when it comes to the real benefits of clean energy. I cannot possibly imagine any other project with less carbon footprint than that. Thank you very much. Thank you. And there cannot be a panel without a banker. So I would like to now ask Mr. Karamousis from National Bank of Greece for a first intervention.
Θα προσπαθήσω να είμαι πολύ περιεκτικός για να βοηθήσω.
Thank you, Mr. Hatzinikolaou. I will try to be very concise. As a banker, I will try to talk with figures. I will tell you what the banking system has done on energy, what we think that it will be needed until 2030 from the sector of energy, and then we shall talk about the resources of this money and how we can perceive different technologies. If we look into what banks have done from 2015 to 2022, we have a big increase from 5 to 9 billion as a balance, which means that, as our colleague said, banks are following the sector of energy systematically. If we look into the national plan, the plan is for the contribution of RES to climb for 40 to 70%. It is installed capacity that will go from 10 to 25 gigawatts, which means 17 billion until 2030. Keep that in mind. Then, there has been much discussion about electricity and how we can continue in placing RES. We're talking about storage. We are talking about interconnections. Our own figures, our own research talks about another 12 billion, 6.6 needed until 2030. These figures are not small, they are very significant. If we take into account another 3 to 4 billion euros needed in the field of natural gas, we're talking about investments reaching up to 33 to 34 billion euros until 2030. Let me say a few words about how we can perceive different technologies. RES, until now, was an easy thing to finance, as if it were a bond, because we had tariffs and subsidies. But these sports has changed a lot. We are now talking about corporate PPAs, and if I have time later on, I shall tell that there will be funding, but I would propose to those who want to be funded to come very early to the bank and not at the very last moment. Storage. In the summertime, we had the first round. We had the first auctions at the speaker. We banks are invited to finance 10 years plus to enhance the ERR of the investors, but technologies are not resilient enough. We have the risk to finance a battery that in 3 years' time will be totally obsolete. When I'm talking to investors, they're telling us, yes, but there will be an investor from 2 hours to 4 hours. Don't worry, etc., they are saying. This is quite volatile. There is much uncertainty. Pump saving is another story. We like it. We are working closely to the different authorities, and we shall play a key role to that. Natural gas. In natural gas, there has been a tremendous resettlement of the different resources. We saw tectonic changes following the war in Ukraine. We believe that Greece may play a critical role. We, as a bank, we have already financed the FSRU in Alexandroupolis fully, and we financed the CCGT in Alexandroupolis equally, which is very important. It's one of the three main plants of energy that will support the transition. Now, where will money come from? A big success of this government, we all know, was the RRF. The RRF has approximately 12.7 billion as loans, which necessarily 38% should be channeled to the energy transition. My belief is that almost half will be channeled there. My colleague said before, there is a tremendous will on behalf of investors, a good project that will be financed. There are subsidies from the RRF, 6 billion euros, that will be channeled to energy transition, and some money has come from the Repower EU towards this direction. So there is a significant source. Third, banks. we will play a role. Fourth, capital markets. We need to see more companies going into the stock exchange. We saw Mytilineos shortly or Terna Energeki. And last but not least, own participation. We're talking about foreign direct investment, FDI. We love FDIs, but we must say that we have very valuable Greek investors putting their money in difficult conjuncture, and we shall keep on supporting both in the years to come. Okay, thank you. Now, we will go to the Q&A. One question each, because we're running out of time. I will follow a reverse order. Mr. Karamouzis, and I will end to Mr. Tsafos this time. Mr. Karamouzis, I heard you before saying that we need big investments for energy transition. You gave to us an overview. I don't know if there are other alternatives apart from the ones that you already told us about the funding of these investments. I would like to ask you, what is the role of banks in energy transition in our country? Do we need new investment products to meet the goals already set? Thank you, Mr. Hadjinikolaou, for the question. Banks will play a huge role because, quite simply, if they don't finance, nothing can be done. There will be no investments. In the days to come, even this afternoon, we shall publish the ESG study about banks. Among others, this means that we will announce to the public some specific commitments about what to do with our portfolios in sectors of big intensity carbon-wise, electricity production, oil, natural gas, cement, aluminium, dwellings. There will be clear targets set about the reduction of emissions in these fields. What does this mean? Will we stop giving loans? This is preposterous. We will give loans, more loans, to enhance energy transition. Let me give you an example, a very tangible example. In the summertime, we announced a transaction of 825 million euros for Hellenic Energy. It is a refinery. We can agree it is pollutant. These people have a program to invest in 1 gigawatt RES until 25. So we built a very modern transaction for them, allowing them to perform exports, to be able to develop technologies through one platform with specific terms, giving speed to them. Let me inform you that this is one amongst the pioneering platforms in Europe. A last point. To us, the way through which we see energy is crystal clear. Energy will be the new euro. Energy will become a currency. We will transact with that. Neighbor through neighbor, company through company. Until now, a producer did what? There was an RES, and this producer used to sell under a specific tariff to the system. This is easy. This now passes. Now you must find somebody to sell the energy to. There are two risks now. First of all, credit risk, and second, market risk. The banks are doing what? Apart from the credit risk, they have treasuries that throughout the days they can negotiate the market risk. It's high time banks play the role of middleman between producers and consumers. Let me give you a figure. Out of the 52 terawatt hours consumed in Greece annually, 24, I have them here per line, 24 are clients of the corporate banking of National Bank of Greece, which means that we can play a role that is bring demand and supply together. What does this mean? A producer wants 10, 15 years, a contract so that they can achieve financing. A consumer doesn't want this engagement. There's a mismatch in years between the two. There is a market risk for the consumer that will need to roll, or the producer that will find no 10-year contract may not be financed. Banks should play this role, that is the role of the intermediary. Credit risk, we have a file for 7,000 businesses in my field and many more for the SMEs. Please come to the end, Mr. Karamouzis. We will make the life of many producers easier trusting our system. Thank you deeply. Now, Mr. Stefatos. We have an intense dialogue throughout the last years on hydrocarbons in our country. And the AIF manages the rights of research and use of hydrocarbons in Greece. Please let me ask you, what are the benefits? But also I need a practical reply, a reply that can be understood by every citizen in this country. What can we wait from our own deposits, both on a national and regional level? Thank you for this question, because many times this is a thorny issue for many people. Yes, there are many myths around that. Yes, and to tell you the truth, when we took office, a new BOD, we had a study say that getting the statistics, the possibilities to find something, and through specific scenarios, we ran cash flows per region, what we could have found. So there would be a market of 250 billion. After we announced the figure, the donors, no way, what does this mean? How did you assess? Let me become more practical. All evaluation, all assessments of companies are talking about potential objectives, which means that until the drilling, we will never know the reply. But the assessments are about quantities that overcome largely the national needs of consumption. So you can understand that if this is successful, we can talk about an exportable product. Furthermore, we are talking about investments that the companies working on them are ready to make of hundreds of millions of euros. So we're talking about drillings of many millions, but if they fail, money is lost. Let us also have some comments about the offshore wind parks. How can they deliver? What can be expected by local societies? Look, when it comes to the offshore wind parks and with hydrocarbons, a parameter to take into account is that we shall have a permanent activity in the offshore environment that should be supported by a port. That will be the basis. There will be a constant supply of services. There will be people. Some vacancies will be created. Services will be offered, which will reflect upon the local society. Then there are predictions to give some percentage of the taxes, some amounts of money. This needs to be clarified. So, in other words, there is a clear benefit to each and every one of us, apart from the big benefit. While we're doing so in order to avoid any gaps between supply and demand of energy, which means that if we have such a gap, prices are skyrocketed and we are forced to pay big bills. And since nobody wants any blackouts, so on the one hand, the central thing that concerns us all, and secondly, on the other hand, local benefits, which are very important, very specific, vacancies, and regional activity. Thank you very much, Mr. Fatter. Mr. Papageorgiou, let me turn to you. Few words, please. Safety of security of the supply chain. This is the one question. That is, what can the Hellenic Energy Exchange do so that it can support safety of supply in our country within this turmoiled area? And secondly, in what way can the stock exchange, the energy exchange, support the decrease of prices? This is of interest for the citizens. Perhaps we need a new plan in the market. What do we need to do? Yes, the reply of the second question, that is, this is interlinked with the third part of new market design. Let me start from the end, that there is a need, of course, there is a need to change something in the market model. But what we were able to see 1.5 years ago, amidst crisis and amidst the panic of the European Commission, when we put on the table many different new ideas, but there has been no assessment about them. Nowadays, we can see that this is the trend. That is, that we don't need a new market model because the market model, the current one, works. But it goes without saying that we need a proper fine-tuning. In few words, market model was created to be able to develop RES. And these days we are at a level of increase in RES that does not justify for this model and the algorithm to work only to that end. we must have a better fine-tuning. What we should do for the safety of the supply chain, it goes without saying that infrastructure play a critical role. For instance, in January, to the best of our knowledge, this will be a phase of exploitation, the FSRU in Alexandroupolis. What the Hellenic Energy Exchange should do is that it can help and support all stakeholders from all around Europe, because I believe that it is very sound, a very good mark that among the first companies that participate in the natural gas market come from abroad, which is very sound. The same goes with the other European energy exchanges. What we should do is to offer these products, that is, we produce natural gas. We must extend the maturity of natural gas. Today, we are talking about the third day of delivery. We can even talk about the next month. In other words, products and services that will be pretty helpful, so that when a trader will open his or her screen each day, to be able to find these tools and these services, these products, so that they can have a best optimization of their portfolio. Thank you deeply, thank you indeed. Now let me come to you, Mr. Mitropoulos, with your hat this time of the General Director of Physiko Aero, Natural Gas Hellenic Energy Company. During the last months, we are going through a very extraordinary situation. Very significant rules used to be the case for the invoices. For instance, the announcement of the price from the different providers on the 20th, every 20th of each month. This period worked based on the amendment of the Ministry of Energy, and now it is being finalized at the end of the year. What are the initiatives undertaken to rationalize the market and for all providers and consumers to get back to normality conditions? Thank you.
Well, I have already mentioned one of the major problems, which are arrears. Now, the retail market has a number of issues, so it's not boring to work in this sector, I have to say. There is a variety of problems. For example, something which used to be the case in the past and still is, and has to do with the market prices, and the market especially. Now, one of the major issues of the market, and I'm talking in my double capacity, is the lack of trust from consumers to the market. This culminated, exacerbated 1.5 years ago, when there were some discussions about the readjustment clause of the then tariffs, which used to be part of our bills, the bills of all suppliers. Now, we were talking with Mr. Kouvaris earlier, and probably we are one of the more experienced in the energy market. So with my more than 20-year experience, I can tell you that a tariff with a readjustment clause is fairer for consumers, because it is means that wholesale cost, if decreased, will be transferred. So that decrease will be transferred to the consumer. So on that basis, such a bill does not entail a risk. So prices do not increase. However, because of the need for transparency, that discussion took place. Over the past 1.5 years, all suppliers, all providers have been trying to handle a series of problems arising from the energy crisis and to adapt ourselves, as it were, to this new scheme, which entails the pre-announcement of price. Now, this, as I said, undermined the trust of consumers. I can even tell you that, competition actually was not the case over the past 1.5 years ago. Shifts of consumers regarded those very few consumers who were mainly interested in price. Out of 7 million of consumers, there are 200,000 consumers only who mainly are interested in the price. As a result, after 1 year and a half of pre-announced prices, the dominant provider, which according to the rise to the regulators' figures, they have some million of citizens have relinquished some thousands of them, which means that competition did not work properly. Please wrap up. Yes, of course. Now, this means 75% of the market, 75% of the market. And let me also remind that the energy market was liberalized in 2007. So I believe that what needs to happen is a return to normality, and this is where we are heading. The possibility for providers to operate and to compete freely, offering different tariffs, different services, bundle products with services, and eventually services which are available in more advanced markets. And of course, this needs to be done in full transparency. This is up to the regulator to ensure in order to boost trust and to boost competition in the market. Thank you very much, Mr. Mitropoulos. Mr. Kouvaris, you talked earlier about the steps, or rather about innovation. You mentioned the words innovation. I would like you to elaborate on that, to tell us what are the steps, in your view, necessary for innovation to be beneficial for the simple citizens. Thank you. Yes, of course. I will again use the same examples for the photovoltaic and batteries. Our country has taken on board the RES community directive, and the relevant law prescribes the synchronization of the energy produced and consumed. So there needs to be full synchronization of the energy when it's produced and generated and consumed. That requirement entails, however, the use of smart meters. In other words, the penetration of smart meters, especially in low tension, low voltage in Greece, is very low. So most low voltage consumers cannot lower the cost of their energy and even enjoy subsidies. On condition, of course, that they are available to prosumers regardless of the use of a roof, etc. So our suggestion is that we need a transition provisions, which in the meantime and before the installation of smart meters may allow the virtual offsetting. We launched 3 or 4 years ago on the market an innovative solution according to which a consumer may purchase part of the photovoltaic out of the big Iron photovoltaic park, 5, 6, 7 megawatt. This 6 megawatt generates electricity. Iron sells them for the consumer to the stock exchange, and the income is credited on the customer's bank account. And there are thousands of consumers who have trusted us, and many of them have even managed to see their bills getting close to zero. This is a financial offsetting, but there is the possibility to have some data on synchronization out of the curves managed by the low voltage suppliers. When the curve across the territory shows a specific consumption, if this consumption is close to the photovoltaic generation, then offsetting takes place. But that, of course, takes political will. It is innovation, but the political will is necessary for that to be implemented. Thank you very much. Now I would like to ask a question to Mr. Xifaras. Mr. Xifaras, 20 months have passed from the beginning of the Ukraine war. And of course, the situation is better than last year, at least as far as the wholesale natural gas prices are concerned, but uncertainty is still there. What is more now, because of the Middle Eastern crisis, it may have exacerbated. So my first question is, what do you believe that needs to be done to shield security of supply, especially in the southeastern Europe, at prices that households and businesses may withstand? And of course, I know that you're not in a position to foresee the future, but I'm wondering whether there is a possibility to soothe the past rocket prices in natural gas. Okay, let me first start with the security of supply. Security of supply for Greece means long-term natural gas agreements. Long-term agreements are those exceeding 5-10 years. The only company which has similar contracts is DEPA. And usually, these agreements are less competitive than LNG or the spot market of natural gas, etc. When necessary, though, DEPA is prepared to be up to the task and covering its own customers, but also the other customers which have their own production. Now, the market fundamentals now show that for the first time in its history, Europe has storage facilities 100% full. All storage premises are full. I mean, European traders store natural gas in Ukraine currently, which means that natural gas can reach Europe through Ukraine. While there are at least 10 or 11 LNG ships which for the past 30 to 50 days are close to Europe. There's no demand for them to give natural gas. They are expecting the right moment, whether it's necessary to unload the LNG they have been carrying. What does this mean? It means that supply now is not up to the quantity of natural gas available. On the, we were supposed to see prices of TTF lowering. However, the Middle Eastern crisis has shown that traders are vulnerable, and this has to do with how they offset their sales and their purchases, and what is the profit they want to have, and it depends on the profit they want to make. So now we can see that prices are close to €50 on natural gas day-ahead market. So in theory, in the absence of a polar winter, prices should be expected to fall, even despite the crisis in the Middle East did not provoke an increase in the prices of oil. I suppose that the oil producers did not want to see the oil prices exceed €90. Now, in the case of natural gas, traders want to see a better margin. This is my hypothesis. So, at least as far as the market fundamentals are concerned, we probably will not see too high prices. But of course, then there is a market speculation, so it's very difficult to foresee. It depends on what the regulators will do. But certainly, the consumption is very high, and there is an excess in natural gas production. In 2021, we had more than 70 terawatt in 2021, and 5 DCM currently. So 2 BCM having been lost from the Greek market means that there is a decrease in consumption, and this, of course, shows a reaction of the market. People do not want just to pay more, and so they have stopped consuming. Unless all the members of the supply chain fully realize that, all those who have invested in infrastructures will not make any money whatsoever. So we need to strike a balance between demand and supply, and abstain from trying to maximize profits. So this is my hypothesis. This is my take. Low demand, full storage venues, a mild winter. So probably we will see lower prices. Thank you very much, Mr. Xifarakis. Mr. Jaffos, I would like to ask you, the advisor to the Prime Minister. Now, this is a winter which is expected to be difficult. So nervous markets, especially because of the crisis in Middle East. What can we expect? And is Greece protected against all odds?
Θα συμφωνήσω με τον κύριο Ξηφαρά. Θεωρώ ότι η νευρικότητα που έχουμε δει στις τιμές είναι δυσανάλογη με την πραγματική κατάσταση στην αγορά.
Now, thank you very much for your question. From the beginning of June, we have seen 3 price rallies, which mirrored nervousness for supply. Something was about to happen in Australia, in Norway. Now there's Middle East. But today, the warehouses, the European, stand at 99%. Consumption has sharply fell. We have the recovery of nuclear in France, better water reserves. Even in Greece, the water reserves are higher than last year in the very same period of time. And the big question mark last year, when we were talking about the sailing and the etc., we have seen that Europe is ready to pay for LNG more than the other regions of the world are ready to pay. So that product will come to Europe without the need to pay for that. Too expensive. Now, if we take all that into consideration, then when it comes to the security of supply, and Greece is safe. I mean, even if the situation is worse than we can foresee, so a cut of the Russian natural gas, cold winter, bigger competition than other regions of the. I mean, if all of that negative circumstances take place at the same time, then Europe will be safe. It will maximum have to use all the energy stored. So the logical assumption is that prices will reasonably fall, at least as far as the fundamentals are concerned. They are promising, they are positive, at least as far as the first winter months are concerned. So we do not have many reasons to be concerned. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much for listening. We will have a very brief interview with Grant Thornton CEO, Mr. Vasilis Kazas, whom I would like to ask kindly to join me on stage.
Ευχαριστώ θέρμα. Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Έχουμε κάποια βίντεο.
Is there any videos you project before we start? If yes, please project them.
Να ξεκινήσουμε και θα τα...
We shall start, right? Okay. Let me have some water. Well, I believe it's high time I benefited from the presence of the CEO, Mr. Grant Thornton, Mr. Kazas, for a financial conversation. Mr. Kazas, I would like to start with a general question. We have experienced, our country has experienced a long period of continuous changes, adverse events. So, in your view, what are the main challenges of the Greek economy? Now, I will attempt to be very concise. I believe that there are 7 major challenges that the Greek economy is confronted with. Well, in the past years, we had the double deficit. So the first challenge is budgetary and financial fiscal stability, fiscal surpluses, that is. The second challenge is that export-import balance is still negative. So what we need an increase of export and a decrease of imports. A typical example, for example, I read recently that over the past quarter, the increase of tomato import increased by 55%. For a country like Greece, this was quite a surprise. The third challenge is that we need to continue with an increase of GDP by at least 2% in order for our economy to stabilize and to attract new investments, thanks to all the funds of NSRF and RRF, of course. And the fourth challenge is the ratio public debt to GDP. We have the highest percentage in the European Union. By 2032, the installments to be paid, the tranches to be paid are satisfactory, so the problem will not be as serious. However, that percentage needs to fall from 162%. The fifth challenge is to speed up reforms. A typical example is the justice, of course. And there are another 2 issues which, in my view, are probably the most important. First is the demographic pressure. According to recent statistics from the Hellenic Statistical Authority, we have more deaths than births in Greece. This is a problem that certainly needs to be at the core of our discussions. We need to see how to incentivize births. Otherwise, we will be very soon an aging society. And equally important, education. We need more engineers, more IT programmers, more people in the IT industry. So we need to change the way in which we approach education. We need active employment policies, upskilling and reskilling of all employees in order to be up to today's radical changes.
One sector that has known many changes is the industry. I'm talking about the Greek industry. Now, if the Prime Minister invited you to give him some piece of advice about what measures should be taken by the government to further enhance the Greek industry, what would you tell him? Well, without any powerful industry, we can have no increase of the GDP, as we said, 2% for the years to come. What would I tell them? Well, first of all, there was a big lagging behind in investments for the previous decade. This image now has been reversed, but still we are lagging behind compared to the Eurozone. When it comes to fixed assets, we're using 14%, whereas the Eurozone average is 24%. So what would I tell the Prime Minister? The first measure is that there is, and we have been listening to that in the TVs, etc., there is the following, that SMEs, small businesses, are the backbone of the Greek economy. This does not mean reality. The Greek businesses, if you take data, contribute to the GDP less than 20%, almost 18%. So we need to change this model. The average small business in Greece has 5 to 6 employees. For the Eurozone, it's more than 15. Let me give you an example. One big company, big pharma industry, went to a region that was deserted in Arcadia region, and they built a plant. When a big firm made an investment in an area, all of a sudden there were next to that too many businesses. The second thing to say is that we're lagging behind in innovation because we have 0.59% of our GDP, whereas Europe has 0.65%, the Eurozone, that is, as an average. So here it takes us to take measures. What measures could they be? There could have been an offset of investments taking place in innovation with social security contributions. There could have been an accelerated set-off of tax rates when there are investments in machinery and in equipment. Furthermore, there could be an intensification of incentives to merge businesses to be able to have a size that would allow us to become extrovert and be able to tackle the questions on a European scale, because a small business has three main problems. First, no economy of scale. Second, no access to banks. And third, no extroversion. So, in other words, this could be the proposal table to be able to move on. Good. Now, Grant Thornton, of which you are the CEO, participates in the RRF project as a consultant of the government, but also through an electronic platform that you have created for businesses to table and submit all different investment plans. Please tell us a few words, a few comments about how you see until this day the course of the fund, but please talk to us about the challenges that you must tackle throughout this timeline. It's a big honor, you know, the fact that we are consultants in such a big program for our country, because this is a program that goes beyond the dire straits of a political party. It is about the whole country. In Greece, we want to be grumpy, but what we do not know is that pertaining to the GDP of our country, we managed to get the majority of money from the European Commission. We have taken 18 billion euros pertaining to subsidies and 12.5 about loans. Now, since we had a very well documented program with the review that we submitted on August 31st, we asked for the Power EU another 800 million euros and for the loans another 5. There is a whole rumor that this money will not go to small businesses, but let me tell you that for subsidies until now, more than 90,000 businesses have benefited from that. That is, in other words, they have gotten financing from the resources of the RRF. An example. In few days' time, there will be the Εξοικονομώ Επιχειρώ program, that is saving energy going into business. 9,500 businesses will benefit from that till the end of January 24, and they will submit to an electronic platform a demand to get a subsidy. Now let us go to the loans part, where we had the platform, etc. It is impressive. Figures are impressive. This platform is unique and only exists in our country. 18 billion, 900 million investment plans have been submitted. Out of those, banks have approved 9 billion and pending are the remaining. What does it take, in my view? we must, or rather banks should accelerate the approval of the remaining investment plans, and later on they must be able to channel money into the Greek market. If we can truly implement that successfully, along with another 5.5 billion euros, then in the next 3 years' time there will be investments amounting to more than 35 billion euros, private investments that shall create wealth, posts of labor, and then of course they will be pretty helpful into the development of our country. Now, here there is a point that this money is only channeled towards big firms and don't go to small. Yeah, this is a criticism raised by the opposition. To tell you the truth, there is a characteristic example for businesses that have less than 10 million as a turnover, that is the majority of Greek businesses. They can get a loan from the RRF that is until 50% of the total amount of the investment, with an interest rate 0.36%. For 15 years' time, 0.36% as an interest rate. What are the reasons due to which not many companies are eligible? When it comes to the companies themselves, the main reasons are the small size, because the small size does not allow to the business person to build a business plan and deal with this kind of topics, because they believe that this is just for big firms. On the other hand, banks have never developed these tools that will be helpful towards small businesses so that the latter may accelerate with their investment plans. They are trying, which is logical, they are trying to reach agreements with bigger groups that will mean bigger margins. But this is something to be seen by the government as well and by banks. That is, how can we fund all these businesses with such a low interest rate? Thank you. Let me now come to the two main pillars of the RRF. One is digital transition. Mr. Kazas, please tell me what are the main challenges faced now by Greek firms when it comes to digital transformation, and what are the factors that may contribute so that they can achieve a true digital transition? Well, look, recently we performed a study with the Economic University with the participation of 400 businesses that were beyond 70% of our country's GDP, discussing about digital transformation of our country. What are the findings that came up? Only 40% of Greek businesses have been digitized, and only 40% are using new technologies. What does this mean? That the big mass of Greek businesses is wasting resources and forces, whereas these problems could have been sorted out. The second important finding is that 25% of businesses hasn't been cautious enough when it comes to cybersecurity, that is, issues related to the protection of personal data, etc. Point 3, finding number 3. Only 25% of businesses have a strategic plan about their digital transformation, which means that if you haven't set any goals, you cannot either measure the result. And last but not least, only 20% of businesses may truly talk about innovative plans, which are of paramount importance, of course. What can we tell from this research? That they must review their own strategy, see how they can use the different data that they have, see how they can truly use the best possible tools about upgrading this data, and how they can educate their own personnel, because without any proper education of the personnel, all this data will remain inert. And here let me tell you that the majority of SMEs in research, according to the research rather, they were proven to have only a percentage of 150,000 euros for this type of investments. They are not using the money coming from the RRF. And I could argue that likewise they could accelerate all these investments, and they could be able to follow the tectonic changes that are taking place. Changes are so big in such a short period of time that if somebody does not invest in digital technology, then they will remain off the game. Okay, last question, and this is the second pillar, the second main pillar of the RRF, green transition. Besides, we are in front of the climate change. Let me ask you how the procedure of green transition will have an impact on the course of businesses in the years to come, and overall, how should the economy be shifted to become more resilient in view of subsequent challenges? Well, you put it quite rightly. For a business to survive, there must be two characteristics: resilience and adaptability. Only from the RRF, I think that this was mentioned by the previous speaker, Mr. Karamouzis, 38% of resources goes to projects related to green transition. Out of the overall amount, this is the biggest share. Many significant steps have been taken on RES. Many significant steps have been taken about new investments, like an industry in Komotini. There was a big investment for the production of lithium. What do we need? We need interconnection, storage, and, of course, we need to talk about the new forms of technology, which is a topic developed by the previous speaker. All that will allow us not just to be autonomous as a country and reach 80% in the years to come, based on RES, but also we can be an export hub. It is a realistic goal that we can meet. Thank you deeply. Thank you so much. I would like to thank the CEO of Grant Thornton, Mr. Vasilis Kazas. As always, in a very simple way, he made us understand where we stand and what is the future. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε και όλους εσάς για την
Thank you so much for your participation. So back to Katia Makri.
Λοιπόν, ήταν μια εξαιρετικά ενδιαφέρουσα.
So this was a very interesting topic that was just discussed and moderated by Nikos Hadjinikolaou, and we're going to start talking about the third energy section right now. And as Nico said before, Greece is sitting on a treasure pile. I'm afraid that we won't be able to utilize this treasure pile if we don't manage to adapt our infrastructure to the needs of the future energy. And Mr. Panagiotis Bousbourelis, an excellent colleague, is going to discuss about that. And Panagiotis, please come to the podium. This unit, I would like for it to last about 1 hour so that we can speed up because we're a bit behind on schedule. And Panagiotis, you're on.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φίζικον, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
Για μετάφραση. Καθίστε όπως θέλετε, δεν υπάρχει sitting. Η κυρία Ζούκου έχει έρθει. Ναι. Θα το πάμε σύντομα. Η κυρία Σδούκου έχει έρθει, θα μιλήσει. Τι κάνουμε, καλά είμαστε. Πολύ. Κανένα πρόβλημα. Άρα να ξεκινήσουμε χωρίς την κυρία Σδούκου. Με τους υπόλοιπους, έτσι. Λοιπόν, να καλωσορίσω.
Well, let me welcome our guests in this panel. This is a very important panel, actually, regarding the developments in the energy sector. It has to do with the acceleration of investments in energy infrastructure and the support of competition for the benefit of the consumers and the Greek economy in general. We will not start with Mrs. Sdougu, Miss Alexandra Sdougu, because she's running a bit behind. So I'm going to pass the microphone to Mr. Manos Manousakis, the President and CEO of ADMIE, the Independent Power Transmission Operator. Let me remind you that ADMIE had recently a great success because it took over the Eurasia interconnector projects between Greece, Cyprus and Israel. Of course, we all know the distressing facts that are taking place in Israel, so I think, Mr. Manousakis, you have a lot to talk about this development. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation this year as well. Indeed, in the beginning of October, the institution responsible for the interconnection between Greece, Cyprus and Israel has changed, and we are now we are responsible for that. ADMIE. We are responsible for the construction and the completion of the entire project. Right now, the most mature part is the one between Crete and Cyprus. In this section, there is a grant agreement, as it is called, with the European Commission, meaning that there are European funds, 657 million. There is an already signed contract with a provider for the cable, Exans, and there are studies by Siemens that are taking place right now in order to reach the agreement with Siemens as well. The section between Cyprus and Israel will not start in the immediate future because right now we are negotiating between Cyprus and Israel for the distribution of the cost of the project between the two countries. So from 2021 we have signed an agreement with the former responsible institution, and from both sides, it was appreciated that it is better for us to take over this project in order to complete it in the optimum way. First of all, you gave an interview recently on Bloomberg. I'd like for you to tell us what about the increase in funding and the support for this project? It is about 2 billion, the cost of this project. And also I'd like you to mention all the other interconnections that are mainly political regarding our energy infrastructure and the green transition that we are worried about. In relation to the interconnection with Africa also, and Aegean, the green interconnection that is expected with Central Europe and Germany. Now, regarding the first question, the funding of the project will be as it happens with most projects of ADMIE. One part is from European funding. Then we are already discussing with the European Investment Bank for further funding. And the third part will be from commercial banks. We are already discussing that with some Hellenic banks. Apart from that, we have the shares composition. And of course, we'd like for more investors to take part in this project. We have signed agreements, first of all, with an Israeli fund, and we are also discussing with the Cypriot government for the government itself or through any other means to take part in this project as an investor. I think that you are right. This project is one piece of the interconnection puzzle for the entire world. The strategy of Greece, which comes from the great and quite successful investments in renewable energy sources, is for us to become a country that exports energy in the years to come. In order to do that, we need export projects. This interconnection with Italy is one of those projects. Also the interconnection with Cyprus and Israel, as we mentioned, because Israel needs energy security for the years to come, especially after the recent developments. And of course, the interconnection with Bulgaria that was completed already, and the one with Albania that is in a maturity phase right now. Also, there's the need of Europe to differentiate its energy sources after what happened in the Ukraine. So the entire European Union has a demand for all countries that are bordering Europe to look for other energy sources to maybe import energy or export it. This is why we want the interconnectivity with Egypt. One project by the Kopelouzos Group will take part in it as investors as well. And also the interconnection between Greece and Saudi Arabia. We have created the SPV with the corresponding competent authority of the Saudi Arabia in order to do that. In order for all those connections to have a meaning for the country should lead to the export of energy, because here in Greece we do have energy from renewable energy sources in the years to come. And this energy is needed by Central Europe. In order to do that, then, we have already given a 10-year plan to the association of the ENSO, the association ENSO. It's called Green Aegean, based on which Greece will be interconnected with Central Europe with a straight line of super high voltage of electricity, the same as we use to connect Attica with Crete. We are already in contact with South Germany, TenneT, and various other states through which this interconnection will go through. The European Commission has given us a green light, a very interesting first feedback that the Commission is very interested in this project and would like to take part in these projects. And in that way, we will be able to mature and become a project promoter of this project as well, by ourselves or in collaboration with other institutions as well, in order to be ready for the next call of interest. Mr. Manouchakis, thank you. It is the key to develop these interconnections. We have the CEO of the DIE with us today, Mr. Manos, and it's a great opportunity for us to ask you, how will you be able to promote the networks in order to cover the needs, and how will you be able to contribute in the smoothening of the development of all those renewable energy sources? Thank you very much for the invite and for the participation in this panel, because it's very interesting and all the participants are highly knowledgeable. Let me start with a small remembrance of the past, let's say, from the moment that we began using the renewable energy sources. Let me remind you that in 2015-2019, the DIE was called to connect and could connect about 200 to 400 projects with about 30 to 200 megawatts. In 2022, we managed to connect 5,000 projects, about 1.1 gigawatt, and in 23, it is estimated that we're going to connect more than 6,000 projects and 1.2 megawatts. What does this mean for us? And what are the news that pertain to today's discussion? These 2+ gigawatts in the distribution network during 2022 and 2023 have brought a benefit of 700 million euros to the Greek consumer, 645 specifically, because so many projects were connected and the cost per megawatt per hour was specific, was fixed and much lower than the natural gas price. The Greek consumer was benefited from that. But this is not where the story ends. If we take into consideration what was mentioned before by Mr. Xifaras, that we are observing 20% reduction in the consumption of natural gas, because of the renewable energy sources, Greece didn't have to import natural gas, and we didn't have to pay also carbon dioxide fines. So we managed to save 1.2 billion during these 2 years. This is very important. So we have 2 very interesting conclusions from that. That the VE, having undergone this transformation and taking a different look at the future, managed to contribute to the Hellenic economy in this way and be neutral regarding cost, meaning the benefit for the Hellenic economy was such that it did not burden the Hellenic consumer. Not many businesses can say that. And the second thing is that investments in infrastructure projects, and of course this has to do with all of us here on the panel, when we do manage to do these investments, it has a direct benefit to the consumer, and it is apparent and mostly obvious during difficult periods. Now, regarding the smart meters that we were talking about before, apart from all the legal procedure, which has been completed somehow, what do you expect about that? When do you think that it's going to be ready to offer these services to the consumers? I'm going to start again with a small background history that has to do with all the things that we dealt with in the summer. The summer, as you all know, we had to deal with the greatest wildfires in Greece, the greatest floods. These extreme phenomena were so difficult for us. And when I became CEO of the VE, we had 10,000 poles, electricity poles. Due to the floods in Thessaly, we lost 25,000. If this had happened in 2019, we would have to connect Thessaly during Easter. We would need a year to reconnect Thessaly. So with this type of thinking, despite that there were some conflicts and objections due to our strategy and the placement of our organization, it was proven to be correct, if we judge by the result, of course. And the VE, up to the end of 2024, will observe with telematics more than 55% of the consumption of energy, because there's always this magic of business. If we start with a low number, we can have a much greater impact. So if we take for granted these delays that have been caused, without cause actually, by objections against the organization, we will see that in 2024 we will speed up, and based on our 10-year plan, up to 2030, we wouldn't want to have it completed. So the energy consumed will be produced much earlier. Well, ladies come first, but Mrs. Gali, I allowed the two operators to start in order for you to have a more complete image. First of all, would you like the questions to be set in English or in Greek?
And take care. So, the first one is, how is DESFA contributing to Greece's ambition of becoming a European natural gas hub, and how still the upcoming infrastructure projects of DESFA strengthen energy security and promote competition to benefit both consumers and the Greek economy?
So thank you very much, and thank you again for inviting me again in this very interesting, let's say, opportunity and panel. Let me say, and let's say, of course, joining what my electricity network partners have just mentioned, what is very important to observe in this moment is not only, let's say, the domestic trend, but in terms of consumption, in terms of production of electricity from natural gas, but really how much Greece is becoming more and more a transit country. And so, and this has been, let's say, a very significant change that took place in less than a couple of years. In this respect, it is true that gas consumption, in particular in the large power sector, has been affected last year, mainly for the very high prices and taxation on the electricity with natural gas. But at the same time, it's true that we have been both importing, so we have remained a net exporter. At the same time, we have become a very important exporter of gas. In maybe in the course of no, 1 second. Okay. In the course of 2022, Greece has increased by more than 300% the export of natural gas, of course, in particular toward Bulgaria. What is going to happen in the near future? What is going to happen is that this trend is only expected to increase with the entry into the system of Alexandroupolis early next year, with the interconnection with North Macedonia, whose construction will start at the beginning of the next year, as well as with the completion of the project that are ongoing for increasing the export capacity. Greece will have the possibility of exporting 4 times what has been able to export before the crisis, so from 2.5 BCM to 8.5 BCM by mid-2025. But I would like also to point out how much, let's say, investing in becoming a hub is bringing to Greece already today. Not only, of course, in terms of security of supply and competitiveness of prices, but also in terms of benefits to the overall economy. As a company, DESFA, who 5 years ago had an investment plan of 250 million, now is investing 1.2, 1.3 billion. We have more than 50 construction projects ongoing, many very large scale, that occupy the majority of the companies that I saw in this screen, from the large construction companies, engineering companies. We are promoting the development of local technologies, both with respect to hydrogen certified pipeline, for which all our pipelines are coming from Corinth Pipework in Greece, as well as technology provider, and the majority, again, are Greek companies. So all together, we have to consider that this big effort not only will produce in the long run an important benefit in terms of securing revenues, transit revenues that will contribute to maintain a lower cost for the Greek consumer and a higher security of supply, but they are generating a lot of workplace, they are generating a lot of fallout positive effect on the overall economy. And so I think that we also, in an event dedicated to invest in Greece, recognize how investment in the energy sector from national and international companies like DESFA, which is both, are, let's say, very important to promote the economic development.
Okay, and another one is about renewables. And given the increasing integration of renewables in the energy mix, what role do you foresee for gas in the country's energy system?
Well, let me say that I think now is a very, very common agreed conclusion worldwide and European level that the energy system of the future will always have to rely on different energy vectors, electricity and gases, which are going to serve different needs. So, and in particular, gas is going to play and is already playing a very crucial role to facilitate higher introduction of renewables. Already in these days, every day we see the fluctuation in the production of electricity from wind and gas, and I can tell you that this is already a huge phenomenon in which we have days in which the electricity produced by wind is 35, 40 gigawatt hour, and then the day after is 5, and the gas is making the difference. So the increase in electrification and the expected increase in electricity consumption in the country will trigger, of course, more and more the need of ensuring this stability, which for certain mid-term phenomena cannot be guaranteed by batteries. And I've been looking recently at the data of the last summary. In July in particular, but also in June, we had many days with very low wind. And without gas, it would have been impossible to supply the system. So the role of gas and the role of green gases will continue to be crucial in order to balance the system and also to export excess electricity, excess energy that can be produced in Greece. Because it needs to be remembered that transporting via pipe or in a liquid form energy is much more efficient on the long distances than transporting electrons. So a cooperation and integration and the sector coupling between the two vectors will be more and more important for promoting the role of Greece as an energy corridor.
Okay, that's a very, very important comments because the role of gas is something everyone is discussing, and that has to do very much with green transmission, etc. So, and the last question is, how do you ensure the long-term viability of investments in natural gas infrastructure within the evolving energy landscape?
To ensure the viability of this investment, of course, for us it's important to guarantee that the assets we are now placing on the ground are already ready and designed in order to transport different forms of energy. And that's the reason why all the new pipelines we are building are pipelines that are already fully certified to transport 100% hydrogen. And in the same philosophy, we have submitted, and the European Union has approved as a project of common interest the proposal for the first hydrogen interconnection that will have to potentially connect Greece and Bulgaria and up north toward Central Europe. So what we see is a progressive, it will take decades, but of course a progressive transition from a situation in which natural gas will prevail in the system to a situation in which this system will be repurposed and integrated in order to be able to transport green molecules, which will be used in the heavy industry, which will be used probably in the power sector, like is already taking place prospectively in Germany, to balance the system, to decarbonize the remaining quota that the traditional fossil fuel most likely will have in the mid-long term. So, of course, our job is more challenging in a sense that we need to build something which is needed today, having in mind that it might not be needed tomorrow, and so think on how it can be already designed to be valuable and important for the long term.
Mrs. Gali, thank you so much. Παίρνοντας λοιπόν την κουβέντα.
So carrying on, I would like now to ask Mr. Kopanakis. I would like to ask him about some very basic things that have to do with the energy efficiency. And of course, Mr. Kopanakis, I'm basically talking about the FSRU of Alexandroupoli, and when will this become operational? When will it be truly operational? I would like you to clarify the following. as George Kopanakis. You are the son of Mr. Kopanakis, who is the investment director of the PPC, because those who know about things say that Mr. Kopanakis left PPC and took on the technical director position in gas trade. Yes, the apple falls under the apple tree. Now, I would like to have 5 minutes in order to present the project. It will be a very brief presentation, and then I will answer to your questions. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Bousbourelis, for giving me the floor. I would like to thank the Technical Chamber of Greece for today's invitation to take part in this very interesting panel. In this short intervention, I will try to show you the unique role of natural gas infrastructure, always in relation to energy security. And I would also like to talk about the implementation of this strategy that is a prerequisite for the smooth transition to green economy. I would like to focus on the Central and Southeastern Europe, which depends on the commission contracts of natural gas, and also talk about the complementarity of infrastructure and the role that the LNG terminals will play. First and foremost, the Alexandroupoli terminal, developed by Gas Trade, and then the one in Thrace that we also develop. The only infrastructure that can offer alternative supply of natural gas are TAP and the LNG terminals. Now, in practice, the LNG terminals are the only independent infrastructure, since they do not depend on unpredictable behavior. The only LNG terminals operating in our area are the ones of Rebithusa and Kek in Croatia, the last one having far less capacity and serving mostly Croatia, part of Hungary, and possibly in the future Slovenia. So it is clear that they are not enough. LNG of Alexandroupoli, and soon the LNG terminal in Thrace, will cover the needs that emerge in this area. In order for the new terminals, however, to operate effectively, it is very important to develop a network of interconnection projects in the area. These projects are at different development stages. However, they will act in a complementary way once completed, and they will ensure the smooth supply of natural gas in the area. They will enhance energy security, and they will also contribute to the development of an energy hub and a natural gas hub in the area. Apart from TAP and Rebithusa, I would like to talk about the regional interconnector projects, Greece-Bulgaria, Bulgaria-Romania, as well as to the warehouses that exist in the area. The Alexandroupoli LNG terminal is, in our view, the most important link in the complementary operation of this chain of infrastructure, since it supports the sustainability of many of the other Balkan infrastructure that I mentioned. This project that we developed has gained a lot by the experience and the know-how of the shareholders, one of whom is here in the panel. It is a project with a great and constantly increasing international participation, either in the form of participation in the shareholders' composition or with the capacity in the project. In order to answer to your question, the decision about this project was taken on the 27th of January 2022. It progresses as expected and will be operational in the coming months. The last stages are the most important ones, obviously. This is true for all projects of this kind, and as a company and all our team is ready to ensure that any unexpected events will not affect the progress of the project. Now, in concluding this short intervention, I would like to talk about the significant contribution of the state to this project. The state has been a very important supporter for the completion of this project, which has a strategic importance since it supports the national energy strategy, as it has been expressed repeatedly by the Prime Minister of the country. Now that we are at the final stages of this project, the support of the state is even more important since it will ensure the beginning of its operation.
Κύριε Κοπανάκη, πριν κλείσουμε μία ερώτηση ακόμα.
Mr. Kopanakis, with regard to the second FSRU, the one in Thrace, What is the state currently? Are you carrying on with the investment, or you wait for some development? I apologize for interrupting. I heard the very interesting intervention, and that's why I would like to ask a question. We have with us Mr. Skylakakis, who is the Minister of Energy and Environment, and I would kindly ask him to come to the podium since we are talking about issues under his competence. Mr. Minister, I can see that you are here. Therefore, the Ministerial Council has ended. I can also see the Minister, Ms. Alexandra Stoukou, who was actually planned to talk. Anyway, you will decide when you give the floor to Ms. Stoukou. Now I would like to invite Mr. Skylakakis to the podium. Thank you very much for being with us.
Έχει και στατικό ηλεκτρισμό εδώ.
There is static electricity here in the microphone for some reason. Thank you very much for this invitation. Our Ministry of Energy and Environment, has been focusing on energy issues, especially during the last few years. Only recently, we presented a plan that will be presented to the civil society tomorrow. This plan pertains to the development of a single invoice, single price list, if you like, so that the consumers can actually compare the prices once this transition is completed. Another very important issue is the social protection provided to the vulnerable groups of the society after the end of the subsidies. Third, the phenomenon that we are all experiencing, and I'm talking about the electricity thefts, which is a very difficult issue to approach. Fourth, how to approach the strategically bad payers. And fifth, the development of a more specific program for the long-term resolution of the problem pertaining to the socially vulnerable and to certain services that are provided by the municipalities, and especially when it comes to water and other utilities. Once we finish, I and Ms. Stoukou will present the strategic vision for the offshore wind parks, which is a very valuable energy resource that exists in the Aegean. It is the only resource in the Eastern Europe. Nothing else can compare to it in terms of wind potential. We approach it in a very innovative way, and we are planning to use it in a very innovative way. And very soon, we will try to develop electricity space that, of course, pertains to the integration of RES. Of course, I don't want to underestimate the problems of the natural gas market, which are very topical. We all know that the country needs to make strategic decisions about natural gas, where it will get it, under which circumstances. A very important issue also are the large-scale electrical interconnections that have been presented. I don't know, have you already presented them, or will you? Anyway, the point is that Greece wishes to become not only an energy hub, but also as a pillar that will ensure the security of its energy system through the interconnection with the energy systems of Europe. That will be beneficial for both sides. So, as you can see, we have a very full agenda for the coming days and months. What I have just presented to you are just the peak of the iceberg of the issues that we will approach. Many more issues will be tackled in the coming months. Ms. Duku, I can see, is nodding. She will be the one responsible for the implementation of many of the policies I just mentioned, because the energy transition, in which Greece is truly a pioneer, is a critical characteristic of any economic success, of any geopolitical success that any country wishes to have. It is also associated with the successful implementation of the goals that we have set in order to combat energy crisis and climate change, since, as you can understand, the speed of the transition will allow us to become even more effective in reaching climate objectives, and will actually give us an advantage in all negotiations that we are having. That's all I wanted to tell you. Since you are here today with us, I would like to pose a question. Yes, gladly. You didn't let me finish. Of course, please. So, allow me to conclude and then answer your question. This period is a period of geopolitical instability. Geopolitical instability has the following characteristic. It increases the energy prices, the so-called futures, in two ways, a good way and a bad way, or a good scenario or a bad scenario, if you like, since this is the way that investors think, investors that invest in futures. This means that the futures we see are the ones that have fewer chances of being implemented, because they entail both scenarios. And if you like my view, I believe that we have underestimated the chances of a positive scenario materializing in relation to energy prices, of course. A positive scenario that is included in the futures that we currently see. This just went on a positive note. Yes, you are absolutely right, because this morning we saw the contract of December and the future of TTF dropping by 2%, not rising. And this also taking into account the geopolitical instability that prevails. In the previous panel, we had a very interesting discussion, and we had Mr. Karamouzis representing the banks and saying that he is ready to take on the risks pertaining to the implementation of PPA. And I know that you are currently making a huge effort in order to ensure the right circumstances that will help PPAs materialize, PPAs that are absolutely necessary for companies that want to ensure the provision of green, low-cost energy. Now, is there anything that you could tell us with regard to this? I can tell you the following. The basic problem of PPAs and the basic problem pertaining to the development of electricity system is the lack of electrical space. This is number one problem. And for this lack of electricity space, we will actually take an initiative, which is a rather difficult initiative. I believe that a Ministry of Energy that wants to be effective and wishes to offer services to all interested parties is a ministry that does not please everyone. I see. It is a ministry which, however, manages to ensure the progress and to bring about results. Right now, this shortage of electrical space is very critical for the introduction of green energy. And green energy is, on the one hand, competitive, but on the other hand, is associated with reflective approach that must be ensured. And in order to deal with this reflective side, if you like, we are going to prioritize the increase of storage at greater speed than the one expected. This will be the answer for the development of additional electrical space. Oh, you got a scoop, Panayotis, so you shouldn't complain. We'd like to thank the Minister of Environment and Energy, Mr. Skylakakis. Ms. Alexandra Doukou, would you like to take a seat so that we can continue with this very interesting discussion? Panayoti, you have the floor. Ms. Doukou can actually give her presentation since she was planned to take the floor. She wasn't from the beginning since she had to be present in the Ministerial Council, but now she's here. She has the floor. What I would like to say is that I fully agree with what the Minister said. I would actually say the same things. I agree also with all previous speakers because some gentlemen have already taken the floor, and I would like to agree with everything they said. So maybe my presentation is the shortest presentation that you will ever get to hear, but what you have been talking about until now was related to energy infrastructure, energy investments, natural gas. Yes, yes. What the Minister said actually was very interesting since it presented to you with the agenda of the Ministry and all the issues that we are involved with right now, but also in the coming months are associated with the topic of this discussion. Today, we had the opportunity to present this social package and what also this will entail, what the actions that we will take after January will be in order to ensure the protection of the consumers, the social vulnerable groups, the energy valuable groups. We are going to specialize all these different actions and measures. We are going to present these specializations in the coming week in the context of a press conference. This social package actually aims at accelerating green transition, while at the same time protecting the socially vulnerable. I'm sure that many of the stakeholders of the RES market keep track of what the Ministry is doing. They are waiting to see what the Ministry plans to do, what ADMIE plans to do, the DIE, how this electrical space will be found, how all needs will be met, how applications will be dealt with, what priorities will be given. I want to reassure everyone. You know very well that we have always tried our best in order to stay grounded and in order to find the best mix that will ensure balance. And we always do that with common sense. Of course, we know that we cannot satisfy everyone or meet every need. It is a very difficult exercise. However, we are trying to find the golden rule, to strike the right balance. I cannot tell you today the way in which we will accelerate green transition and deal also with the issue of saturation. I don't know whether Mr. Manousakis has actually talked about that. No, we talked about interconnections. We didn't talk about that. So if you want, please. This is the second package that we want to elaborate and communicate once we are done with the social package. Moreover, with regard to the national strategy for the development of offshore wind parks, I would like to say that we have worked very hard in the previous 2 years in order to opened this file as a country to develop the appropriate framework, to develop the appropriate processes. And today we are in the pleasant position of announcing this framework. We're talking about the national strategy that is also supported by a strategic environmental study that will present the roadmap of actions necessary for the development of wind parks. Just to save time, since the minister talked about the social package on which you have placed all your emphasis, apart from that, there is a large-scale program of 1 gigawatt that will protect the energy vulnerable, always in collaboration with energy communities and municipalities. Would you like to give us an outline of this program, since it actually is associated with people that find it hard to deal with energy issues? If I say all this now, then what will I say in the press conference the day after tomorrow? Maybe Mr. Papathanasis could say some things. Mr. Bousbourellis. Allow me to present this program the day after tomorrow in the press conference and say just a few words today. You mentioned 1 gigawatt. So what do we want to do with regard to that? We want to use this stint in order to help the local authorities and the socially vulnerable groups of the society, especially those that are extremely socially and energy vulnerable, in order for them to reduce the energy costs, because we all know what the reality is. The reality today actually is based on a large spending by the state in order to meet the energy needs of all regions and municipalities of the country. And you can understand that we keep on spending. We are taking money from the national budget, and every year we may be spending 500 million euros for the electricity needs of local authorities, first degree and second degree. And in these are included the DIA, the vulnerable groups, and many other parties. So what we want to do is to implement a program that will be based on a centralized model this time, because up until now, what we have been seeing happening is every municipality of the country trying to develop a small energy community, which means the municipality spends time, resources, and effort, finds it hard to find the necessary resources in order to develop a small-scale photovoltaic project in order to meet its energy needs. And the result of that is, and this is my personal experience from the past 4 years, we had all the mayors coming to the ministry, knocking on the door and saying, "Ministry, I want to develop an energy community. What do I need from you? I want you to find the electrical space, Mr. Manos." Every municipality was saying, "I want to have 2, 10, 5 gigawatts, and I need financing. I don't have money and I don't have electric space." So what we want to do today is the opposite. We want to promote a centralized model that will allow us to measure the energy needs of every region of the country, and I include in these municipalities and all other beneficiaries. So we want to measure the needs. We want to have a clear idea of the RES project that is needed in order to meet their energy needs. And then we are going to launch a tender centrally through which the RES projects can be developed, which in turn will allow the energy communities of the local authorities to meet 50% of their energy needs, even more. And they will be able to meet the energy needs of the socially vulnerable. This is our plan, and this plan has been inspired by the God of Light. And this is the first time that we can see such a planning philosophy, which tries not only to resolve problems, but at the same time will use green energy coming from wind parks. Yes, yes. So if we manage to do what I said, remember what I said. I said that the local authorities need 500 million euros on an annual basis in order to meet their energy needs. Now, I don't know whether the energy cost will drop or not. The point is that the amount will probably remain the same. So if we manage to develop RES projects that will meet their needs, then I believe that this is the best solution for them. So this is just one more project that is part of our priorities. And I will stop at this point. There's no point actually going on. If you want to ask me anything, I will gladly answer.
Θα επανέλθουμε στο θέμα της gas trade, διότι ασφαλώς...
We're going to discuss that again because things do not go as planned. There is great disturbance and extreme situation right now, along with FSRU, that is going to create such a difficult decision. Let's go back to Mr. Kopanakis. How close are you to moving forward with the second investment that have to do with race? Thank you for the question. Well, as you realize, right now we are focusing on finishing the first project, which is very difficult, and it takes place for the first time in Greece. It's highly demanding. The second thing, the LNG of Thrace, is something that we are developing right now. It has the support of the government and the state, of course. And the goal of the second infrastructure is the transfer of natural gas to the north. Whether will it be to the west of the Ukraine and Moldova, or Hungary and Slovakia, and on the east of Ukraine. In order to do that, to do this project, we need additional infrastructure. We need to increase the ICGP from 3 to 5 BCM, new interconnections with Northern Macedonia, and the investments that are designed by DESFA towards this direction are additional. We are developing that. We will first conclude with the first project successfully, of course, and on time. We have the know-how, we have the support, we have the team. It's something that will be decided in the near future. So the assist that you gave me goes to Mr. Atlas right now, Executive Officer and member of the Management Board of ICGB-AD. And Mr. Satlas, please, after the introduction by Mr. Kopanakis, tell us. First of all, a small introduction, because there are some questions that I would like to do to you later on regarding the development and the role of sustainability of this investment. Thank you. It was, of course, a very good assist. We're happy to be here, and I'd like to thank the organizers for the second invitation in a row. Last year, we had just started our operations in October 2022 with huge business success. The infrastructure, of course, it's important for the security of the country. ICGB existed as an idea for about 10 years before it started operating in 2019 and became a reality in 2023. After the pandemic, problems in the supply chain, and this company operates in both countries, both Greece and Bulgaria, but we managed to make it a reality. This infrastructure are important, first of all, because they allow, with their operation and the storage solutions, for countries and states to have energy policies. After our first year of operations, during which we managed to cover more than half, well, let me rephrase that, we are the first provider of natural gas for Bulgaria. Of course, there's also the other route from Sidirokastro used by DESFA, and we are taking a look at the days to come. The Alexandroupolis pipeline is important We're planning that for the next year because we are predicting an increase in needs. We're planning to cover about 85% of our capacity from the second trimester onwards. And we are also preparing to do that. Of course, we are facing problems. It's a new company. We've been operational for a year now. And the collaborations that we have with other TSOs, other operators, for the development of each pipeline, it's important. Also, I'd like to mention that energy is a factor that allows us to operate. Even us as a company, we need electricity to operate. About 2 weeks ago, we had an issue with the operator, and the electricity station wasn't operational for about a couple of hours, so we had to fix it immediately. ICGB can be described as the link, the connecting link between all these networks, VESFA, Bulga Transgas, and in that way the natural gas can move from the south to the north. There is snow, there are difficult situations, maybe the roads might be blocked by the snow. This is why ICGB is the game changer. How about a short comment before we finish regarding the strategic developments that you are planning to do, or maybe even your participation regarding the green transition and the utilization of RES. Now, I think that natural gas is a transition phase. It completes the renewable energy sources. And in the near future, I'd like to see us transferring green energy. This would be the best, the absolute best. Our pipelines are not hydrogen ready. We are trying to do that right now. But what comes closer to us is the increase of capacity, because we already have an increase in demand of about 4.5 BCM. So the increase in capacity, what do you think? Well, we need a small investment for that, from 3 to 5 BCM, because that's the capacity, the final capacity. And it's necessary for us to complete the projects that are coming from FSRU, from VESFA. The connection with VESFA will take place in the near future. And that's all. Now, thank you so much, Mr. Satlas. Let's go to Mr. Mitropoulos, Konstantinos Mitropoulos, who is the chairman of the board of directors, Blue Sea Power Energy. We are running out of time, so just a couple of words for you. Tell us, what do you do, and why did you decide to do these things in Greece? Well, I have a history of 500 megawatts in Greece, Cyprus, Bulgaria, Romania, Thailand, and Japan in consumables, both photovoltaics, wind farms, and investment projects. Since 2011, we have been dealing with LNG in offshore units in America and then the Middle East. And since 2016, we have been designing these floating devices for the market of Southern Asia initially. And right before the pandemic struck, we started taking a look at the Hellenic Islands, because they were burning oil, and they had gained 10 more years of extension, let's say, to operate outside the environmental guidelines. Then I came back to Greece. We used a lot of advisors, at the legal departments, financial departments, because these specific advisors talked about the entire design and safety design, and they can be used in Greece and in other places abroad. So we have agreements with them for both Greece and other countries. We built the appropriate regulatory framework. We have electrified 4 islands, Lesbos, Chios, Kos, and Rhodes. And essentially, we are quite cheaper than the production of energy with oil and crude oil, with 100 million euros per year, are being saved right now, and they go back to the Hellenic consumers. Recently, with the European taxonomy, we are characterized as compliant, as green investors, and we are moving forward with our green transition from oil and crude oil. We initially use LNG, and later on we will use biomethane or hydrogen. It's these floating platforms are designed to use all of them. So we can have storage because we have small tanks of 7,000 and 11,000 cubic meters. We have vaporizers with low pressure, 4 and 6 bars. It's not like FSRU that has huge vaporizers with greatest difficulties and security issues. We have run all the QRAs to be compliant and be considered as a safe investment. Lloyd has given us the green light, so technically speaking, we are appropriate, we can move forward. And we are completing the design in order for receiving orders in the second trimester. We have some agreements with MAN. They produce high-efficiency machines. We are compliant with IP, VIP, but anything that has to do with the European Union, we are compliant in order to be to follow all the best practices. And we hope that at the end of the second trimester, to move forward with the licensing, and the construction time is about 18 to 24 months per unit. Now, the investment is also geopolitical. We are connected with short and long-term agreements with LNG and bio-LNG up to 2035. Up to 2035, we will increase the bio-LNG in order to have the right to use different spots. And the long-term investor can have better prices also. And also, we're talking about the regulatory framework. We came to Greece because we comply with the EU taxonomy. We have 50% less interest rates by the RRF. So, Greek solution plus FDI for all of that. Mr. Mitropoulos, thank you so much. And let's go to Mr. Dimitris Diakopoulos, founding partner of FDMA Law. Please tell us, what do you think are the most difficult legal parts, the grey spots, the grey areas when it comes to this development of the regulatory framework for the implementation of the investments? Because it is a regulated market, and of course there are many parts that need to be clarified in order for these investments to proceed. Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to say good afternoon to all of you hearing us right now. I'd like to thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me. And before I answer, I'd like to begin with a very happy news that recently became known in Greece. In September 10th this year, the production of electricity from renewable energy sources for more than consecutive 10 hours surpassed the needs for about 140%. During these 10 hours, we did not use any other types of energy production, only renewable energy sources and natural gas, with, of course, the respective benefits for the environment, the greenhouse emissions, and, of course, to the economy. In my opinion, is that this should be the rule and not the exception. It shouldn't be considered news, but especially if we take into account the geographical location of the country, the wind, the sun. But we are heading towards this situation. All these developments lead towards this road, this trend. I heard before, in the previous panel, that in the last 4 years we have doubled the number of renewable energy sources. Better yet, the produced energy from renewable energy sources in Greece. It was doubled in the last 4 years. Also, the National Plan for Energy and the Climate has been completed. We are expecting energy productions from renewable energy sources up to 30 gigawatts until 2030. And also, I heard with great interest that the project of energy storage is moving forward also, because renewable energy sources, of course, have a predictability. Sometimes it's windy, sometimes it's sunny, but some other times there's no sun, there's no wind. And it's important for the energy that we produced during the day or during when it's windy, it should be stored in order to support the network for the benefit of the Hellenic economy. So we are heading towards the right direction. And I'd like to tell you that this direction serves the interests of the country, both financial bond and national, because I'd rather have my own sun and my own wind to have my own electricity instead of importing oil from other countries or giving money to dictatorships and funding them and then funding, I don't know, wars or conflicts in other continents. Now, the legislative framework is heading also towards the right direction. And finally, last year, we managed to speed up all the licensing processes. The application of the law is done by the public administration, which is the great patient of Greece. We cannot just change the public administration overnight. But sometimes the licensing took 7 years to be completed, but right now it doesn't happen like that. We have new laws that forbade licensing for the production of electricity with fossil fuels. It gives incentives to already existing energy stations to use environmentally friendly fuel. I hope it happens even more. Also, another important thing, a climate law. For the first time in Greece, the government, the state, is setting goals which are binding in order to protect the climate and the environment, and at the same time to reduce the exposure of Greece to the sanctions provided for energy production with the use of fossil fuels. Due to the stochasticism of energy sources, we have a lot of developments. We have listened to them before. The completion of FSRU, that is going to make Greece a portal, a hub for the export and transfer of natural gas to the north of Europe, and also supports the geostrategic role of Alexandroupolis in the connectivity with Bulgaria. And the last thing I would like to note is that because of all these investments in green energy are beneficial to the environment, They fulfill all the criteria of the European legislation. Therefore, the funding will be done more and more as my colleague said before me. So the investments will be headed towards the businesses that fulfill all those criteria. We could talk about energy for hours, I know that, but our time is up, and the development of the natural gas network is not anymore contained within the borders of Greece. It touches the Balkans, Eastern Europe, and most definitely we have a lot of investments coming over there. And the beginning are the things that have been discussed here. So thank you. We are done. We are finished. And we will continue with Mrs. Makri. Thank you very much, Panagiotis. Now, based on the program, we have two very interesting discussions. One with Mr. Panagiotis Bousbourelis. His guest is Vasilikis Stamantopoulou, the head of strategic design and development of DEPA Diethnon and R&D manager for IGI Poseidon, and my colleague Panagiotis Bousbourelis with Mr. Nikos Papathanassis, the alternate minister of the Ministry of National Economy and Finance. Panagiotis, please. Just a short interruption for a photograph. Mr. Papathanassis will begin because he has to leave immediately with Mr. Yatromanolakis. Welcome, welcome. Minister, we'd like to thank Mr. Panagiotis Bousbourelis. We'll talk again in a while. Thank you. And please be on time. I'd like to ask that of you, please. 10 minutes, are they okay? Mr. Makri, I'm an engineer, so I'm very on the spot. I don't tend to waste time. Well, I'm a journalist, and I'm very happy to hear you say that. So here we are again. A few hours ago, there was a tender announced for anti-flood projects for the NSRF 2016 to 2017. The winter is coming. Obviously, your question has to do with the public dialogue that has started, whether these anti-flood projects are starting or not, because some anti-flood projects that have been in the NSRF, you know, the NSRF has really tight schedules up to August 26. If it doesn't get completed until August 26, it cannot happen. So some projects that have started, okay, we said that we do not have the time to do them, because you know that the process takes time. So what we did and what we decided, we transferred the funding of flood projects to the NSRF project. So any project that has been designed will take place, 260 million actually, and we added 86 million to Evros after the destructive wildfires, in order for us to do anti-corrosive projects. So all the anti-flood projects that have been planned will take place. This is what we announced, 260 billion, like we said, in anti-flood projects. When will these projects be implemented? Well, they are all being designed. They will begin quickly. there are some projects in Thessaly, for example, because we cannot wait for the procedures of the law 4412. These things need to be done quickly. So we will change the legislation, and we're going to have a process that's going to be sped up, just like with the Olympic projects. For the road networks that need to be completed in Thessaly, they need to start. And they have already started. And at the same time, there are the rail works that have been destroyed. The entire railway network in Thessaly has been destroyed. So here we have 600 million in the revision that we did, and this is what gave us the opportunity to revise this revision by the European Commission. This did not affect the timeline at all. The timeline is strict, as it was at first. So we added these extra projects as well, and they will all be completed in ECOFIN December 8th. We have already submitted all the projects, all the folders. We have completed all the discussions, and they will be decided. So there are not going to be any delays. 600 million for project, 480 million projects for roadworks, and 180 to the railway network. Well, RRF now. There is talk that mostly the big businesses have benefited from the funding of the RRF, more than small and medium companies. Is this a myth or not? Well, the RRF has two different axes, two pillars, let's say. It has the programs for infrastructure projects. This money is given to us, and we do not give them back, 17 billion. And up to August 31st, 12 billions for lending schemes. We have added more, an additional 5 billion for this lending scheme, and 795 million for Repower EU. So in total, 36 billion. So in total, the absorption rate of the RRF, the NSRF, the Program of Common Agricultural Policies, and also another program, the Public Investment Program. All that money will be given to the economy in the next 5 to 7 years. So you understand, practically 80 billion to be introduced in the Greek economy. And also 36 million will be introduced until the end of 25, in just 2 years. So you do realize that the achievement of this goal is very important for the GDP of the country. We have a short-term project and a long-term one, and the absorption rate has just started right now and needs to be accelerated. Now, small and medium businesses and big businesses. When it comes to, I'm going to give you a rhetoric question right now. We have the Execonomo program that has to do with renovations in houses in order to be more efficient, environmentally efficient. If a person is a candidate for this program, will hire a small and medium company to do all these renovations to his home, meaning that there are a lot of programs that are running in parallel that have to do with small and medium enterprises. Now, the lending scheme, it is very important as well. It also has very beneficial interest rates. Yes, it does. Let me tell you that for small and very small and medium enterprises, it's 0.35%, the interest rate. It's very low for small enterprises. And for big enterprises, it's 1%. Now, 55% arithmetically are very small and medium enterprises, and 45 are big enterprises. But of course, this goes without saying that big enterprises are asking for bigger loans than the ones asked by small businesses. It is understandable because the sizes are different. So I would say that the RRF has to do with small, medium, and big enterprises, equally, because the projects that are being completed, they are being completed, even by freelancers, small and medium businesses, very small enterprises. It's not just big businesses. When we're doing a project in a museum, for example, it's not given to a big company. Most of the times it's given to small and medium enterprises. So it has to do with this type of enterprises, especially when it comes to funding. When we talk about the lending scheme, yes, of course, big businesses will ask for bigger loans. But if we take a look at the sizes correspondingly, we do understand that it's quantitative. And one last question. So far, 11.8 billion euros have been absorbed. These are the money given to the country, 11.8 billion euros. We're expecting right now a third disbursements. Right now, we want to ask for 1.8 more million euros for the lending scheme, and this 11 billion have not been absorbed by the economy. It is happening gradually. We want to accelerate that in order for this money to be dispersed to the economy more quickly. This is why we are in close collaboration with all the ministries, and our program, as we have designed it so far for this year, will be successful. And then in 2024, we will be more aggressive when it comes to the absorptions, not only for the RRF, but also for the NSRF. Thank you so much, Nick, for the short and sweet discussion. I was worried at some point because I had a flat tire. See, an engineer can even be in the need to change the tire. So thank you so much. Thank you both for this very interesting discussion. Panagiotis Bousbourelis right now is back again with Mrs. Vasiliki Stamatopoulou, the manager for strategic development of DEPA Athinon and development director of IGI Poseidon. But also, I'd like to ask you the same thing. Please be on time. So the floor to you. Thank you.
Ακουγόμαστε καταρχάς.
Can you all hear us? Yes, yes. I believe they can hear us. Ms. Stamatopoulou, we can see that the crises that have broken out recently, including the one in the Middle East, increase the vulnerability of the energy market. How can our country and Europe be better protected? So let's start with something that concerns the entire market and society in general. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for the invitation. And I also believe that everything that the previous panelists said actually reply to this question. In other words, how can we protect Greece and Southeastern Europe vis-à-vis this vulnerability in terms of supply, but also in terms of prices? We in IGI Poseidon, we conceived the idea of EastMed project with the purpose of enhancing energy security, not only for the country, but for the wider Southeastern Europe area. So you are asking me about the EastMed project and what we believe about it. We believe that it is a key for the energy security of Greece, but also for the entire Southeastern Europe. Why? Because it creates a new supply source from diversified sources of natural gas, and that is why it has the public interest status from its very beginning. And I would like to remind you that the project has been accepted in the draft of the list of public interest projects. Why? Because it enhances energy security by providing diversified sources of natural gas. through the planning that we have ensured for this project, but also through the capability to ensure two-way flow, we can, in times of energy crisis and in times of geopolitical crisis, to ensure a stable and safe flow of energy to all participating countries. I would like to note at this point the importance of two-way flow. The project can deliver energy either to Greece, Cyprus, and to southeastern Europe via Italy, but at the same time, thanks to two-way flow, deliver quantities to Israel, for example. Do you believe that the developments that we are witnessing right now make this project even more imperative? Yes, undoubtedly. There is this necessity to implement this project, since this project promotes cooperation among regional countries. Right now, there is obviously a crisis in the Middle East. We, along with the people of IGE Poseidon, keep track of the developments. And I can actually tell you that right now, Israel assesses the potential in hands to export energy. Right now, based on the development plan that we have as a company and having completed the basic design studies, we are ready to connect Cyprus, that is from the end of 2026, with the European markets, with the stocks of natural gas in the Mediterranean. This will allow the distribution of over 20 billion cubic meters of natural gas coming right now from Israel and Cyprus. And of course, allow me to talk about the treasure that was mentioned in the previous panel. If there is such an infrastructure, then we will actually accelerate the exploitation of the energy resources, while at the same time reducing the dependence of Greece on external energy sources. We have heard many things about the cost involved. With regard to that, would you like to make a comment? Has there been any advisability study showing that this project is truly implementable? And since we need to cut it short, what will be its participation in the green transition? And generally in a sector that now is the basic criterion for the implementation of any project. A very interesting question that allows me to comment on the technical feasibility. Last June, we completed all the basic design studies, including the environmental studies, which will get the approval in the coming months. And also the commercial and economic sustainability studies have been completed. Obviously, the results have been very positive. That is why we have taken the steps that we have taken. We, as an investment company, what have we done in order to increase the commercial attractiveness of the project? From very early on, we incorporated in the design of the infrastructure the capacity of the pipeline to distribute hydrogen, and we have a series of economic studies that lead to the conclusion that when it comes to demand, the European countries will ask for the introduction of hydrogen from third countries. And in terms of offer, the countries of Eastern Europe not only are ready to deliver the natural gas that Europe needs right now, but at the same time have an increased potential of delivery in hydrogen. So this can be associated with hydrogen as well. Yes, we have had the involvement of international construction companies in order to ensure this capacity to distribute hydrogen, and also through a market test that we will perform in the coming months. Apart from the selection of supply and purchase of natural gas, we will provide also the possibility of the same happening in hydrogen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this discussion and for the analysis. Ms. Macri.
Σας ευχαριστώ και τους δύο πάρα πολύ.
I would like to thank both of you, especially for observing the time. I would like also to thank some people who are here from the start, the graduates, the students of Diri College. You have been here from early on in the morning. I hope that you find this conference useful. And now let's turn the page and talk about the third very important parameter for the economy and development. And I mean by that infrastructure, of course. Up until 2030, we have planned the development of 118 big projects of 43 billion euros of budget, which means that the construction sector is being reborn in the country after the very difficult years of the financial downturn. But it's not everything as easy as it may sound. And more about the difficulties, we will hear by the great colleague, Mr. Philippidis, along with the wonderful guests. Nikos, the floor to you. I know that you will observe the time because you need to be on the radio. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizers. I don't need to say a lot. The introduction has been great. We can all understand that we are talking about the biggest opportunity of our generation. And I mean, of course, all these projects that the country will implement in a very difficult time. Why difficult? Because we are exiting a crisis, of course, a crisis that had very negative results on the construction sector and on the different processes that are necessary for things to move on. We don't have much time, and that is why we have with us Mr. Staikouras, the competent Minister for Infrastructure and Transport. Dear friend Christos, you have the floor in order to share with us your view that will actually define the future developments. Ms. Macri told me that I have 8 minutes, so if I exceed this time, please interrupt me. Thank you very much for the invitation. There are some comments made off microphone. I can see 5 here, but anyway, let's move on. The title is indeed very enticing and very topical. The rebirth of the construction sector, prospects and challenges. There is no doubt that during the last few years, after a difficult trajectory of the bailout programs, we can see a rebirth of the construction sector. And this is also due to the construction sector itself, to the competitive advantages that it has, advantages that have helped Greece develop and develop in a sustainable way. We need to congratulate the construction sector for everything it has offered to the country so that it can grow and develop during the last decades. And allow me to make a parenthesis in order to make a personal thank you to the construction sector because it was always there in order to support and especially during the destruction in Thessaly. However, can we truly talk about this rebirth? Are there any positive prospects? I can give several titles and say, for example, the first title is yes, because we have public projects being implemented. Ms. Macri and you talked about several projects previously. The point is, are these projects implemented with respect of the budget allocated and within the time frame? For example, the Thessaloniki Metro will be operational in 2024. Next week, we have a presentation in Thessalonica of the flyover, which will be operational in December. Last week, we launched a tender for part of the road network Lamia-Karpenisi, just as we have done 3 weeks ago for Gianna-Kakavia. Moreover, we are organizing the week after next, along with the participation of the Prime Minister, to visit the road axis Balos-Amphissa. So one pillar is the pillar of the existing big and smaller projects that are being implemented in cooperation with the private sector, despite the domestic and external difficulties. The second group of projects are the well-known irrigation and land improvement projects. In the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure, we have received projects that exceed 1.5 billion euros in budget. 49 irrigation projects, not of the same maturity level, amounting to 642 million euros, apart from the existing studies for 11 anti-flood projects and the 10 projects that are already in development. The third group of projects for which we need to find financing pertains to the control and maintenance of existing infrastructure projects, because for many years we have been talking about new projects, but we hadn't spent a minute in order to methodically and systematically ensure the maintenance of the existing projects. And as we have recently committed, we proceeded to the publishing of a ministerial decision for the development of organization for the supervision and maintenance of bridges, but also for the establishment of the Administrative Committee for Bridges. The fourth group of projects pertains to the increase of the resilience of the irrigation projects. In this case, top priority, and my personal priority, is the intra-European transport network. Now, new corridors, new ways are opening for the country, railway networks and other types of networks. We have the transport network of Western Balkans, and we have the European corridor of the Baltic, Black Sea, and of the Aegean, the 3 Seas, as we call it. Up until now, we had the C2C with Bulgaria. Now we are moving towards the 3 Seas, in which case Greece needs to be in the front line. Indicatively, I would like to tell you, and I'm sure that Mr. Philippidis has observed that, in the text of the conclusions of the heads of member states of the European Union published last week, there is a specific reference to the solidarity lanes, with regard to which the Prime Minister and myself sent a letter in order to ask for the operation of a pilot train that will prove that there is this line that reaches even areas that are in conflict. We did that in order to ensure financing. And the fifth group of projects pertains to the immediate reparation of damages in the infrastructure of areas affected. So a new field of action for constructions, for mature, good quality constructions. And at this point, I would like to tell you that after IANOS phenomenon, it was proven that the infrastructure developed by the private sector, with, of course, the supervision of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport, more specifically 5 bridges in Thessaly, actually withstood the test. So if we take a look at these 5 different sectors, 5 groups of projects, then we can see that truly construction sector has great prospects. But you also used a very important word. There are many non-executed projects, which means that there is a responsibility of the private sector to complete projects that right now are just in theory. And the sector has the obligation to do that and complete the projects despite the problems and difficulties. This is, however, the responsibility of the private sector. And I believe, or I want to believe, if you like, that the private sector will take on this responsibility. The responsibility of the state is to deal with a series of other challenges that are associated with the maturity of studies, appropriations, finding human capital. And we have here our dear colleague Adonis Georgiadis, who will elaborate on that. I would like to focus on financing, which is a title of this session. We have the duty to find resources, additional ones, in order to finance these projects, which, I repeat, will have to be completed. The one source is the NSRF. Previously, you had a long discussion with Mr. Papathanasis, and you realized that, apart from other things, recently there was an invitation for anti-flood projects. So some projects which were not included in the RRF due to time reasons now will be incorporated in the NSRF, which means that now we are in the position to appease the concerns of certain about the development of anti-flood projects. The second source is, of course, the RRF. There are many resources for projects. Indicatively, in the RRF, we have the financing for 2 road axes, which is not an obvious thing. We have VOAC and E65 included. And not only. We should not overview the value of the 107 million euros that will be given for the upgrading of the airports of the country. So, important projects that will improve the life of the citizens, improve the life of the society, and which pertain to the many, not to the few. What can we add to these projects? 686 million euros through the repurposing of resources that will be allocated for the development of projects in the areas that have suffered from natural phenomena. The third source, and this is a priority for me, is CEF2, CEF3. In other words, to find significant resources that are existing or will arise in the future at European level so as to finance intra-European networks. Financing is not secured, neither for Toxotes nor for Armenia, because unexpected developments occur, Tempe, for example, and that is why we have the obligation to find the necessary resources so as to include additional projects for the financing of intra-European and mainly railway projects. The third source of financing is EIB. We have the possibility to get financing from the European Investment Bank. However, the important thing is to make the most of these resources without aggravating the public finances. It would be very easy for the country to get 750 million in loans from EIB, since we had an agreement from September 2022. This, however, is a loan, and it affects the public finance. That is why we opted for the RRF. However, EIB will finance projects. We will complete the process in Plati, Rethymnon, so as to complete a major anti-flood project with the financing of 80 and 90 million coming from different European resources. The fifth source are the PPPs, public-private partnerships. Right now, we are implementing projects for student unions, student dormitories, and many others. And the sixth source that we shouldn't overlook is, of course, the state budget, the public investments program, and the possibilities that the country has through the overperformance, through the increase of tax revenues, among others, of course, and with the further reduction of tax evasion to use the available additional resources and the fiscal space to the benefit of the priorities set forth by the Prime Minister and the government, and more specifically in the fields of education, health, and infrastructure. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. You are sure that all these will be completed? There are many projects that need to be completed in a limited period of time. I believe we know each other for some time now, and you know that I'm always realistically optimistic. And I always believe that if public and private sector work together harmoniously, then we can reach significant objectives and milestones. The previous term proved that what the political leadership promises actually delivers. It is not, of course, an easy task. The challenges are legion. However, I believe that there is the political will and the plan for everything to be completed. Thank you very much. Now, a round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Τώρα είναι το επόμενο πάνελ. Ευχαριστώ θερμά, κύριε Υπουργέ, που είστε εδώ. Ακούστε λίγο.
So we have excellent speakers to follow. Mr. Petros Souretis, member of the CEO of Yekterna. Mr. Antonis Mitsalis, Executive Director of Avacas. We have Mr. Manolis Sigalas, Senior Vice President and Managing Director of Europe of Hill International. Hello again. Please take a seat. We have Mr. Anthimos Amanatidis, the CEO for AIF. Welcome, Mr. Amanatidis from Thessaloniki. Thank you for being with us today. And Mr. Dimitris Nektarios, Partner Financial Advisory for Deloitte. Now, Mr. Mitsalis. Oh, I have a wrong schedule. Mr. Mitsalis is not here. Anyway, it is a great pleasure to have you all with us today. So let's begin. Mr. Souretis. We will begin quickly. The introduction has been completed by the Minister, and I would like to hear your opinion now. The opinion of the greatest construction company of Greece.
Κύριε Υπουργέ, κυρίες και κύριοι, κύριοι διοργανωτές.
Ladies and gentlemen, organizers, I would like to thank you very much for this invitation. I'm not going to tire you. Most of the things have been already discussed because what we constructors say are quite mundane, let's say. Let's not overlook the fact that in the last 4 years we had a great row in the construction business. I would like to be a bit reserved when it comes to talking about the renaissance of the construction in Greece. We're going to make an effort to return things to normal, and that will happen under specific circumstances. The timeline that we are trying to do all that is not the best. We are going through a period during which there is high interest rates all over the world, high inflation, energy instability, geopolitical conflicts, and climate crisis as well. So it's not a coincidence, for example, that the European Union officially sets as a goal to become a society resistant to the climate up to 2050, fully compliant to all the climate change regulations. Under the pressure of all these regulations, we all of us ought to, the governments, businesses, financial institutions, societies, to redefine our plans and change our priorities in order to promote new solutions. For instance, the recent floods in Greece have shown that the basic parameters used for the design and the construction of bridges, dams, and construction works should drastically change in order for them to be resistant to floods and rains. We all need to re-examine our infrastructure, the ones we already have and the ones we are constructing right now. We need to realize serious redefinitions in order to secure the financing by changing all the principles for the projects that we are building. Humanity is also asking for the constant improvement of its daily life and quality of life as well, by suggesting modern infrastructure and by prioritizing the transformation and innovation. Climate-neutral buildings, smart, innovative projects that are risk-free with energy-saving provisions that will pave the way to a smart, green and sustainable infrastructure. Also, we are facing specific problems that always existed. Delays in payment due to bureaucracy. The law 4782 of 2021 that would heal all these problems ignored in a large degree all the suggestions of the market. The expected price observatory that would bridge the gap between the modern reality of international price ranges and the reality is still terra nullius. So in 2023, 20 years after, we are being called to execute projects based on the invoices of Souflia of 2004. Bulgaria and Romania have innovated. They are redefining the costs of their projects up to 60%, while in Greece we are only discussing 5%, which is a joke, let's say. There is lack in studies, undercost in the designs, and some tenders cannot even go through. Also, the lack of staff also increases the prices for the construction of the projects, and it is quite obvious that if we don't take the right measures in a very short period of time, we will experience a deprivation of these important infrastructure. Another great issue that I would like to set on the table is that we need to take into account all the projects that can be run with private initiative, with modern studies, and by utilizing modern predictions of the legislation, which unfortunately still remain hidden in the drawers. Hundreds of thousands of our citizens lose a lot of their time commuting and going to work in bad roadworks due to bottlenecks. After spring, great construction companies have submitted studies for the funding and construction and maintenance of modern roadworks, such as the Erga Attikis, from the regional roads of Imitos to Athens, from the airport to Vouliagmeni, which are very important works, roadworks. Also, the climate crisis makes it urgent to complete small hydraulic projects, and the minister told us that they are planning to do them very soon. This is a cry for help of our construction businesses, because public administration is still understaffed and has limited funds, but we don't need to reinvent the wheel. I think that all of these things need collaboration between the public and the private sector. The Hellenic construction market, along with all its problems, weaknesses, it does have the know-how, it has the experience, and can offer very competitive solutions. We have proven that time and time again, that we are here when the country needs us, as it was shown by our motivation after the flooding. The construction business is a very important part of the economy of our country. It gives added value, it gives workplaces, work positions, and multiplies the financial strength of the society and contributes to the security and the quality of life of all Greeks. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Suretis. So, wrong costing, Souflia's invoicing regulations by 2004, the delays due to the bureaucracy. Mr. Mitzanis, the floor is yours. Well, after these short presentations that can be done from the podium or from where you're sitting, no worry, we're going to have a short discussion. Mr. Mitzalas, Minister, organizers, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like initially to thank you on behalf of my company AVAX for the invitation in order to participate in this forum, because no matter how many years have passed, the challenges remain the same. We are being called to deal with a lot of problems that might change forms, but are practically the same and define the framework in which a construction company can operate. In the last years, our country, and especially the construction sector, is going through a transition, a rebirth, as it was said at the title of this forum, that has more construction projects undergoing right now. But we cannot say that everything is going smooth and well. And to be more specific, we should take a look at the facts with which we entered this time period. This information has been discussed many times, but we have to take them into consideration. Let's take a look at some numbers that confirm the degree in which the construction sector is affected in the decade 2010 to 2020. Specifically, according to recent researches by IOVE, the number of construction businesses that are activated has been reduced from 105,000 to 60,000. The number of workers has been reduced from 400,000 to 150,000, and the occupation share in the wider sector of constructions has been limited to 7% from 12%. The production value of constructions has been reduced from 32 billion to 7 billion euros, and the total investment spending for construction works has been reduced from 20 billion in 2010 to 7.7 billion euros. The participation of the construction sector to the net worth of the Hellenic economy has dropped from 8.9% to 4.1%. All those numbers, all those indicators underline the situation that existed 3 years ago. But we need to say that despite all those difficult situations, through this decade we managed to construct and deliver many and significant projects, such as the great projects that prove the strength of the construction sector in those 10 years regarding the concession projects. The challenges that we are facing as a sector right now are intertwined and have to do with 4 pillars. First, we need a specific national investment plan, more than 4 years, more than the 4 years during which a government term will last, because we need all the political parties to be in tune when it comes to the constructions. It doesn't have to do with investments for new projects only, but also to emphasize on the maintenance of the already existing infrastructure. And I would like to note here, because I heard today and also at the previous panel a few days ago, the great importance that the state gives, as the minister said, to the maintenance. Now, the completion of all these projects that were destroyed during the floods and the fires are of the utmost importance, and the timeline of the completion of this project has to do with the correct planning, the construction workers, the planners, the suppliers, and all of them. Also, we're going to need intervention from the state. Some of those interventions have already been tried with the Law 4782 of 2021 and have to do with the support of the study and the construction system, the simplification of the bureaucracy, the use of electronic tools, the digitization of the processes. But now I'd like to say that there were also other notes in this law, in 4282, that not only help, but created more problems at the end. The ministry needs to solve that as soon as possible. Next to the state planning, we can have innovation suggestions that have been voted recently, a method with which the private sector will undertake and suggest the maturity of solutions and studies and projects on behalf of the state. The second step is the finding of the funds through the traditional road of public investments and also through other sources. Also, when it comes to public investments, we all know the financial data of the country, which cannot fully cover the funding needs of the construction sector. But we can hope that as long as the financial situation of the country is improved, the money set aside for infrastructure will be increased as well. Now, Greece has been said as more mature during these years. Along with the programs of the European Union, we received money from EMB and other investment banks. And the projects also include private funding. These investments can be increased if we manage to stabilize a positive climate at the general financial level of the country. And at the same time, the RRF that is going to fund projects of green energy have already been increased. And if we take a look at it correctly, we are expected to increase the construction sector in general. And the most important thing, which will be completed, I hope, in the next years, are the recent projects to be matured in action and not only on paper, and in order for us to be able to complete them. In that way, we will avoid the phenomena that has been done before in the past to complete tenders with a lot of problems, with not a sufficient timeline, in order for them to actually be abandoned at the end and become a bridge against the benefit of the society. We need to have everything done normally in order for everything to be fluid also. And the fourth pillar is the execution of the projects under the situations that already exist. The pandemic and the invasion of Russia in the Ukraine have affected the prices and also the availability of materials and infrastructure. All my colleagues, I'm guessing, have dealt with these problems. The equipment is delayed, and we cannot have the equipment that we need at the time that we need it, and also the cost has been highly increased. We have tried to deal with this fact through the invoicing of specific material, but apart from that, we also have a huge problem with staffing when it comes to engineers, foremen, and specialized workers. As I said before, the decade 2010 to 2020, with the reduction of the construction projects, resulted in many workers to look for job elsewhere, either abroad or islands or tourist destinations where the pay is better, and even change jobs altogether. This is going to be a huge issue in the years to come, and this is something that we should take into consideration to deal with that specifically. From the side of the state, through maybe some incentives for the scientists and the workers to come back with interstate agreements. In closing, the years 2021 and 2022 have shown that the construction sector is in bloom right now. The projects that have been completed or are being completed at least right now show that the next 5 years with the funds of the RRF and the NSRF is going to be a time of opportunities. Let's not forget that private investments will also be added that have to do with tourism, real estate, industrial buildings. And thank you so much for your attention.
Λοιπόν, ευχαριστούμε θερμά τον κύριο Κωνσταντίνο.
We'd like to thank very much Mr. Mizalis, the CEO of AVAX. Now the floor to Mr. Sigalas, Senior Vice President and Managing Director of HIL International. You have 5 minutes. And I can see that you are ready to observe this time limit. Distinguished Mr. Minister, dear fellow panelists, dear friends, it's a great honor and pleasure to take part in this conference for one more year as HIL International. 4 years ago, from that same podium, we had openly expressed our optimism for the developmental prospects of Greece as they were being shaped back then, and of course about the great opportunities, prospects, but also responsibilities of the technical sector, which is called upon through the implementation of the projects to support the national goal for development. And undoubtedly, we need to acknowledge that the efforts made by Greece during the last few years have given tangible and measurable results for the market. We can see projects of international scale. We can see some impressive sites being developed in Crete, Komotini, Thessaly, on the islands, and we also have a very important pipeline of projects and actions all around Greece that will be completed thanks to the RRF. The big five, the big construction companies have increased their budget. The same stands for smaller companies, but also for all of the parties involved in the chain of projects. So the big picture is quite positive. Now, with regard to the challenges, these will continue to exist. They will always exist, and they will develop according to the international developments. And the major challenge that we need to deal with, and this has been already mentioned, pertains to the implementation, to the execution of these projects, to the execution capacity of a sector that has been weakened because of the crisis and now is called upon to execute a CAPEX program of historic proportions. And related to the execution capacity is, of course, the human capital. And a potential problem is the lack of hands and of scientific minds that will allow the execution of all these projects. And of course, there is also the competition for resources, which is not a domestic one, it's an international one, a European one. There are other European countries that have important RRF packages, Spain, Italy, Romania, Poland, that has now changed government and will have access to these funds. And of course, Saudi Arabia, that executes hundreds of billions of trillions of dollars and gets hands and scientists from Europe. So what can we do as a country in this international environment? With regard to the engineers, we need to insist on the effort to bring them back by increasing the tax incentives. We can improve them. We can possibly draw inspiration from what Italy has done. If we do that, we will be able to bring back some engineers from abroad. We need to pay them well, and we need to provide them with prospect. And this is not done automatically or through the use of a platform or by uploading posts on LinkedIn. No, this requires time and effort by the top executives of the sector. Second, with regard to the young, we need to recruit and train young engineers in the projects, and especially of international status projects, since they will provide them with valuable experience. And with regard to our activities, we can introduce young engineers to the project teams. In other words, we can create an overhead structure that may be damaging to the profitability, but at the same time is a major investment that will bring about results in the future. And of course, in Greece, apart from the brain gain, we have a mini brain import, which means that we have experienced colleagues coming from other countries, USA, Germany, France, that have actually settled in Greece. And we have many more that wish to work in the projects implemented in Greece. This seemed unfathomable in the past, but now it is a reality and will strengthen the construction sector. Now, with regard to the elephant in the room, the human stuff, the human capital, the workforce. Part of the solution, as it has already been said, is the attraction of technical staff from third countries. I agree that this approach needs to be institutional and orderly and based on a very good cooperation between the government and the private sector. We need to know exactly how many we need, what specialties we need, how they will be geographically distributed. Of course, they will work in Athens, Salonika, Crete, unfortunately now in Thessaly. From which countries will they arrive, all these workers? A practical solution, of course, is Egypt. Of course, where will they live? They need to live in organized structures. And apart from many other things, what I would like to focus on is on the fact that this discussion needs to be more mature. We need to come up with a solution so that in 2024 we can actually make all necessary institutional interventions so as to allow the smooth functioning of the market and so that we can ensure the completion of the projects on time. Always, of course, looking to the future, always with an optimist spirit. And the message I would like to convey to you today is that ahead of us, we have very creative years waiting, some excellent projects waiting to be completed. And of course, each and every one of us needs to make the most of the opportunities that exist in order to benefit the economy, the construction sector, and of the young scientists.
Κύριε Μανατίδη, ο λόγος σας.
Mr. Amanatidis, the floor to you.
Του προσωπικού, το θέμα, νομίζω...
The truth is that, yes, the issue of workforce is the most important one, if we claim that we have resolved the financing issue. Some comments made off microphone. Mr. Amanatidis, over to you. I'm the only one that will talk about some local issues of Salonika. I'm the only one in this panel coming from northern Greece. And I would like to say that many significant projects are taking place in northern Greece. And this is rather unprecedented. Now, my participation in this session has to do with the storage irrigation infrastructure. We know that this infrastructure is of vital importance. And this was evident in the destruction in Thessaly. These infrastructure are very important for the society residing there and for the businesses. Of course, now we are living in unstable times because of the energy price and geopolitical crisis. And at the same time, we are dealing with the consequences of climate change. All these are issues that concern all of us. With regard to our company, we have to tackle these challenges in a rather strict framework of environmental legislation and also in a strict national legislation. As a company, we are responsible for the irrigation and water supply infrastructure in Salonika. With regard to water supply, we have a network of 200,000 kilometers, whereas sewage 800 kilometers. 2023 to 2028 involves an investment plan of 83 million euros in projects that are in development, 70 in projects that are now being contracted, and 70 in projects that are currently being designed. In the period 2019 to 2023, we completed some crucial projects for the safety of water supply of our city. We upgraded our infrastructure, and at the same time, we initiated our expansion to other areas. In this changing environment, we always invest in the triptych sustainable development, resilience, social cohesion. Some of our basic initiatives in terms of environment and sustainability are, first, we increase the safety of water resources. We do that by using the available know-how that allows us to monitor the quality of the water. We reduce our operational cost, and especially the energy one. In a few days, and we will invite you, we will have a green building of zero energy consumption that will provide added value to the area between Kavala and Aristotelian University of Salonika. We invest in RES. We expand the biogas unit, and we promote photovoltaics. We will have the first PPA based on the provisions 4412. And by the way, I would like to thank our consultant, Deloitte, and Mr. Dimitris Rektaris for his support. We will be getting energy from photovoltaic and wind parks. We are making investments in order to create digital operations. We digitalized our internal procedures, and we developed the customers portal where every customer has their own personal file of transactions. We are expanding the water refinery infrastructure that will allow us to increase our turnover by 40%. We are not a listed company. We need this increase in turnover. And looking to the future, our strategic goals are, first, to reduce our carbon footprint by 50%. We are investing, we are constructing, we are developing sustainable infrastructure that ensure added value to the local society. Thank you very much.
Παρακαλώ, λόγος σας, κύριε Τεχθάρη. Από εκεί βεβαίως μια χαρά είναι καλύτερη εισαγωγή.
Well, I would like now, in my turn, to thank the organizers of the 6th Athens Investment Forum. It's a great pleasure and a great honor to be here in this panel with all those exquisite companions. I'd like to talk about the challenges. Let's begin the discussion with the questions and the answers. We talked about the developmental course that we are taking right now, the great timing. But what are the main challenges that the construction sector is facing right now internationally? In a recent research by Deloitte regarding officials of listed companies, we pinpointed 6 specific problems. Let's see at the similarities. Many of the previous speakers have already talked about them. The first challenge is the digital transformation. I would say that most officials see that as a great challenge for construction companies for the next 5 to 10 years. How we will be able to use these new technologies and reduce the problems that we have, increase revenue and compatibility. Another important thing are the ESG environmental standards. These standards are here to stay. The companies should find new organizational structures and internal ways of organization and redefine their entire framework, both listed companies and non-listed companies. A third important challenge is the cost increase. Today we have discussed that, all of us, for increase in all the prices in the economy, at the work cost level, etc. I think that this will be an issue that will concern us in the future as well. The fourth challenge is the contract management and how the concessions are made. This is important as well for the Greek construction sector. Contracts with higher flexibility when it comes to foremen, subcontractors that could include overpricing. Fifth challenge is the collaboration between the private and the public sector. The minister talked about this. Greece right now is a trailblazer when it comes to that. We are among the first countries that are doing new projects or are in tender right now. And we need to find a way to calculate correctly the risk and the dangers between the private sector and the public sector. And as Mr. Sigala said, finally, as a sixth great challenge is the management of staff and talent management also. Researchers at the Greek and worldwide level show a great level of insecurity and important problems when it comes to numbers, the non-existence of workers actually and officers to support this entire capex, this construction booming when it comes to skills in both the plethora and the skills that should be cultivated by the staff. We talk about this abroad and we find a lot of similarities with the Greek market, apart from the peculiarities and the specific characteristics. The funding, the fragmentation of the market, many small companies or very small companies are facing this problem, but I think that we can discuss about this in the future in the Q&A session. Thank you, Mr. Nektarios. Mr. Suretis. An applause for Mr. Suretis. You're one of the most well-known officials of this market. Right now, what is the most important problem for you? Is it the staffing problem? What is it? Well, the human resources is a very important also thing to talk about. We will not be able to solve it unless we manage to collaborate with the public and between the public and the private sector. I can give you an example for that. Our company has two great projects in Crete. The one is a part of the roadworks, and over there we had a huge problem in finding staff. We used DIPA, the institutional organ, and we went by the book, actually, in order to secure the staff locally. As a result, we came in contact with 1,680 unemployed people, and only 8 out of them were interested. The public sector needs to take a look at that. It needs to give incentives, design. Mr. Adanis Georgiadis right now is the Minister for Labour and Social Affairs, and he has proven to be a person to find solutions. But technical work in our country has been depleted. We, as a group, have taken all the appropriate steps, and we try to create hubs in order to train people. There are programs that you can see, but they are also given to the press. We fund master's degrees in order to secure specialized staff, but the most important thing is that we're going to need some type of collaboration between the private sector and the public sector. Mr. Mijali said 400,000 people working in the construction sector, and now there's 150,000. The second thing is the redefinition of the budget. I understand that the budget changes constantly. Are the budgets realistic right now? I'm sorry, I meant that the costs are changing all the time, not the budget. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, the thing to be solved is that we need a modern mechanism, let's say, so that all these increases in cost are dealt with, and the budget needs to be revised. Right now, we have budgets as it was discussed by Mr. Souretis, are invoiced with the law Souflias of 2004. The prices are from 2017. So you do realize that from 2004, it's been 19, 20 years. The prices cannot be the same. The technology has changed, the production has changed, everything has changed. This should change as well, but nothing has happened so far. Second thing, 2017 to 2023. The prices have been analyzed from 2013 and are being used for 2023. How can we calculate the prices when the budget is very, very small? There's no way to do that. So what needs to be done? Because something needs to be done. It's not the first time that we are being called here. We came before and we talk about the same thing many times. Okay, some things have taken place. There were some changes recently for 2021 and the first trimester of 22, and after that everything stopped. But the increases continue. Let me give you a classic example. Do you know how much the daily wage of a technician right now is at the market? It's over 100 euros. And legally, the legislation says 58 euros. So how can this extra cost be covered? We're being called to cover it when there is no redesign when it comes to the price of the material and the price of the work. Because we are discussing about the projects and how the projects will move forward and how will they be completed. If we don't solve these problems, how can we complete the project? Nobody wants to lose money when they start building something. The second thing I'd like to underline is, as I said in my speech beforehand, there are problems in projects that have been tendered, have been bidded. Okay, no project in the world is fully mature when it goes on to bidding. Of course, there are problems both in Greece and abroad, and everybody can agree on that. This is not the thing that we need to correct some minor issues. The problem is the reaction of the state in order to understand these problems on time and correct them. Maybe something that has been forgotten, maybe something that needs to be increased in cost, but it doesn't happen otherwise. If we forgot to include something in the budget, it needs to be paid, of course, in order for the project to be completed. But when these decisions are not made on time, there are also a lot of time-consuming processes. And then we are concerned that things take a lot of time to be completed. Mr. Sigalas, is there a danger? Would you worry more or see some more opportunities in a positive way? I always like to look at the opportunities. Of course, there are problems. Of course, there are challenges. And all these things are practical. We all have to deal with them. But from my side, I would like to mention the following. Let's begin discussing opportunities. It might sound a bit soft, but it is fundamental. In this new environment, we need to change our culture, and we need to cultivate collaboration and teamwork when it comes to projects. all the works are a team sport, and it needs to be supported by all of us. And of course, this is also, this comes hand in hand with the situation that has changed. It's a relay race, let's say. We're not talking just about a constructor that owns the project. We need to work collaboratively in order to to finance the project correctly, to budget it correctly, and to construct it correctly. And allow me to say that we all have a lot to improve when it comes to that. The second thing is that we have the opportunity through all those projects to collect new know-how, new experience, and help a new generation of people. Greece is a center for innovation and investment right now. There are a lot of opportunities for people to build relationships and take a look at the future. Have the technology, as Dimitris said. This is highly interesting. Greece has a lot of successful startups. And despite the steps that have already been made regarding the use of technology, we cannot say that we are trailblazers when it comes to the use of technology. We need to create technological applications in Greece to be used abroad and create extra value. Fourth, the programming. We shouldn't stop now that we are on a roll, let's say. We have a good start and we need to follow up with that. We heard from Mr. Suretis that some studies are not moving forward. Yes, probably because there are a lot of things to be done, but we need to move forward. We should not break this chain. And last but not least, I will insist on young people. After all those projects that will be completed in our country, Greeks will be able to be the protagonists of the worldwide scene, especially now that there are a lot of positive opportunities. I think that we should insist on attracting Greeks to work in the construction sector and the supply chain. And construction is a sector that should pay better. It is a demanding work, but it is a very creative work. And in the years to come, we will have a lot of opportunities. Mr. Amanatidis.
The costs have changed, the budgets, because, okay, you presented to us a big sector. I will express the view of the managing authority. The truth is that we have many good construction companies in Greece. The projects completed by the construction companies are very good quality, thanks to the experience gained from the Olympics. The problem is that costs increase. There is no legislative framework, no legislative background to provide support to the constructor. For bad or worse, we are a company that has gone back to the public, and this actually affects civil servants and many other involved parties. So if you don't have the legislative framework to support them and facilitate them, then you have a problem. What we have managed to do as a company, despite the increase in costs, is to maintain a stable pricing policy. We reduced significantly the energy cost as well as expenditure that was not absolutely necessary. We then proceeded to PPAs and, generally speaking, in the contracts and in the procurement, so as to be able to cope, given the instability in the market and in the economy. Mr. Nectarius? I expected this panel to be more optimistic. I'm actually a little bit troubled right now. Optimism exists, and the fact is that we are going through interesting times for the sector. This is something that all of the parties may confirm. I believe that in the future, the market, at least this is what we can see, will experience some very significant and unprecedented developments, positive ones, based on the latest data. And this was mentioned by the previous speakers. There is a huge number of companies that are still operational, and this is quite a paradox for the Greek market. This wave of mergers, acquisitions, and potential formation of more powerful groups that will be able at international level to be influential will contribute to the shaping of the day after, and to the development of a different model for the market and for the economy, despite all the criticism that we may have heard today. Thank you all very much. It was a great pleasure to have all of you with us today. Thank you very much also you in the audience for staying. Off microphone.
Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Λοιπόν, ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
I would like to thank all the gentlemen for keeping the time, and I would particularly like to thank Mr. Philippidis for the very interesting questions he posed. Now, we will change session. We are moving to the last session. We're going to talk about the best thing that has happened to us lately, digital revolution. It made us fall back in love with the state. It helped enormously businesses and it strengthened the economy. We have reached a good point. The point is, what now? And more specifically, how can we prepare as a country for this upcoming, overwhelming arrival of AI. I believe that the discussion will be very interesting. We have the journalist, Mr. Dimitris Velekos, who will present the guest. Dimitris, over to you. Thank you very much. Katya, I would kindly ask you and your guest to be brief, as much as you can, okay? Be as brief as you can. Of course, it goes without saying. This is the last panel. This is a good thing, as is that it is one of the very few panels that have been delayed. I would like to invite to the podium Mr. Dimitris Papastergiou, who is the Minister of Digital Governance. He is expected since he is here. Yes, he is here. He was attending the Ministerial Council. He will talk to us about the digital changes that have been made, about gov.gr, and about all the major developments that have occurred during the last few years. Are you going to invite the rest? Yes, of course. Mr. Kostadinidis, Chief Officer of Strategy, Transformation and Providers, Cosmote Group. Evgenia Bozu, Head of Government Affairs and Public Policy at Google Greece, Cyprus and Malta. Vasilis Koundendakis, CEO, Chief Retail Banking, Piraeus Bank. Pavlos Kitsanelis, Public Sector Director, Microsoft, Yorgos Moraitis, CEO, Mortec, Xenia Banya, Executive Vice Chairman, I Know How, and Christos Dimitriadis, Chief Global Strategy Officer, Isaka.
Οπότε βολευόμαστε.
Εγώ θα κάτσω.
Οπότε...
Βέβαια, ευχαριστώ. Και νομίζω ήρθε η ώρα.
And now is the time to listen to the Minister of Digital Governance, Mr. Papastergiou. Good afternoon, and congratulations on the organization of this conference one more year. I know many of the panelists, I'm talking to them very regularly, but it's even better to have them here along with you so that we can talk about things that have been done, things that have given results, things that haven't given results, and also talk about the way that we can improve them. It is truth that, as Ms. Makris said previously, that during the last 4 years, there has been a revolution in Greece, a revolution that took place under difficult circumstances. But these were actually the reason that led to the revolution and that led to the development of the Ministry of Digital Governance under the guidance of Kyriakos Spyrakakis and allowed it to make something that seemed unfathomable, make it a reality, and to make it quickly, correctly. And I'm talking about the development of a new ecosystem in the country. So let's take a look at where we stand. I will also agree, of course, with the fact that what we have gained during the last few years are not just the infrastructure or the new applications or the change of mentality, which is important. The most significant is that we have gained the trust of the citizens who actually realize that certain things need to be changed, but at the same time, that's other things could be used in a different way. What do we do today in the ministry? I will be as brief as I can. We do small daily stuff. Today, for example, through gov.gr, we launched the 6 new services that pertain to small, daily, but cumbersome issues and are related to the Ministry of Civil Protection. And thanks to these new digital services, we will allow the citizens to save time. Whereas in the past, they had to spend hours in the lines in order to be served. Now they will be able to enjoy these services in no time. Apart from these small daily services provided through gov.gr, there are some other important applications like Wallet, which is the next major bet. Moreover, we will be able to provide the certificate for the use of the ring road, something that will facilitate the life of most commuters. There are other projects that have been included in the RRF and that will make the difference in various different sectors. In the health sector, since there will be the medical files, including all data of patients, but also in the sector of justice. And all these are just a small part of what we are doing currently in the ministry, along with the digitalization of many different things. I will talk to you also about the infrastructure that is being developed. The point is that right now we are focusing on data and on digitalizing them, and especially for the benefit of the justice. Only if we digitalize these millions of pages, in the cadastre, for example. Today, in the Ministerial Council, we took another brave decision to release the cadastre from some obligations. In other words, fewer procedures will be necessary in order for someone to have access to the cadastre, in order for the cadastre to be more functional. And yes, artificial intelligence, the Prime Minister having realized the importance of AI, developed a committee of experts that will help us find our steps in the future, always in relation to AI, which we should not be afraid of. This is my view.
Η ανωνυμοποίηση των δεδομένων.
With regard to taxation, we will make improvements in the taxation. Moreover, prescription, something that has to do with the information, how easily today we can be affected by a deepfake, how we can be influenced by a news that has been developed on its own. So this information could be something that could be tackled, and by doing that, we will be able to ensure good quality information. And moreover, right now, I would like to tell you that we are training the new bot of gov.gr, where there are 1,600 services. It's not easy nor evident to find what you want, because maybe you don't know what you want exactly. So what we are doing today with the support of Google is to train the digital assistant who will use Greek, will answer questions of citizens. For example, tomorrow a citizen may submit a question to gov.gr. This bot will provide a reply. And especially with regard to open data, I believe that it is very important, along with Elanka, to organize these efficiently and to use them in the AI of the public sector so that the information we are seeking to be easily accessible. Entrepreneurship and how we are moving ahead. There's no point digitalizing or promoting the transition if we leave aside society and entrepreneurship. Already, the digital transformation programs have given results, and especially when it comes to small, medium enterprises and small enterprises, 145 million are now allocated to businesses, which is an increased amount compared to the initial budget. And this allows these businesses to move forward, to develop platforms, and to have a positive impact on the rest of the entrepreneurial world. Something that we were talking about yesterday, KYC, KYB, for the banks and the private entities, even greater facilitation at 2 stages that have already been approved, but also the ones that the market and the entrepreneurial world has asked for. The framework will allow us in no time to provide the KYB by redesigning the KYC immediately afterwards. Civil protection. I'm just giving titles because I know that we will have a discussion later. Last Wednesday, we ran a very interesting pilot program with 2 of the companies of the sector, and it would be a great joy to have the participation of others in order to check whether these systems are truly effective. And despite the fact that I'm an electric engineer, I was surprised by the fact that in a radius of 5 kilometers, we can identify smoke and know whether this smoke comes from fire or whether it is dust from a rural road. Wallet, the day after. Wallet will come. The point is to stop digital bureaucracy. Why should we issue a certificate when we can actually use data and avoid the necessity of getting the certificate? Moreover,
αλλά και τομείς του δημοσίου να γίνονται πάρα πολύ γρήγορα.
I would just like to give you an example from a different sector. In order for a student to register to university, different documents are required: identity, photo, and many other documents. Now, all this can be done simply by pressing a button-on wallet. Of course, all these require infrastructure, data centers that we actually have, that we have integrated in the RRF with a budget of 80 million euros. And the data centers of Athens, of Knossos, will be upgraded. And allow me to stress at this point, from this podium, that the supercomputer project, something that is very useful for the future of the country, is developing, and our objective is to ensure the fast completion of the project so that we can become one of the 5 top computational forces in Europe. Moreover, structured cabling for 121,000 buildings. Now, through smartreadiness.gr, owners can ask for financing, and then we will have the gigabyte voucher so that the end user will be able to get the infrastructure and the money for subscription so as to enjoy the high speeds of networks. And last thing for what we are planning. That was the last thing I wanted to say. I hope that we will have a discussion. I hope that we will enjoy all the services soon.
Ευχαριστώ και τον Υπουργό για την άψογη τήρηση.
Thank you to the Minister for keeping the time. Now, sometimes we think that providers are the ones that just give away things for free. What do you think about that? Can you hear me? First of all, thank you for the honorary invitation. I'm sorry, but the sound is not good. The Minister is practically off microphone. We're going to talk about the digital transformation today. It is one of the most important targets set by the country in this decade. We're going to talk about broadband networks. And then we're going to talk about solutions that have to do with telecommunications and infrastructure. Oh, this is better. The well-known ICT projects. And when it comes to Greek enterprises, we will definitely need to talk about the digital transformation and also the digital transformation of the state. We are pioneers, actually, in this both sectors, and I'm going to talk about infrastructure and networks first of all. We have great investments. Our investments amount up to 500 and 600 million, more than 50% investments in the specific sector in the country. We build the digital networks of the future. We talk about optic fibers, and we have brought optic fibers in the home, the well-known ECTH. In mobile phones, we talk about 5G. Many of you, I think that most of you have in mind the latest study by the European Commission regarding digital maturity of European countries under the title Digital Decade, during which the infrastructure of fixed landlines that we have in our country are in the last positions of the list. Let me tell you that the coverage that we have in networks is about 30%. If we compare it with the European average, which is 56%. So at a first glance, we are lagging quite behind the other European countries. But if we take a closer look at this information and we regard the development of all these things, last year we had just covered 20%, and 2 years before that, it was 10%. So you do realize that there is a huge progress to be made. Practically speaking, we add 10 percentages per year, and the greatest share is with Cosmote, in which we contributed about 80% of this coverage, meaning 25 sectors of the 30 that I said before. And today we have achieved a coverage of 1.2 million homes and businesses, and we're moving towards our goal up to 2027 to reach a coverage of up to 3 million, meaning cover the 2/3 of the country. For 5G, things are much more optimistic. It is shown in the same study. We are actually in the Super League of the European Union. The state has also helped with the tender of 5G, which gave us an opportunity to move faster. And right now, our country, according to the official data, has a coverage of 86% against 81%, which is the average in the European Union. And we, as Cosmote, have surpassed 90% in our country. And the next page of 5G is the most important one that has to do with the development of the standalone 5G network. This technology prerequisite will unlock all the innovations that we know, more or less all of us around this technology. All these innovations will give us the opportunity have been said by the minister and will be proven after 2024. We started this 10 years ago almost. We have developed a full portfolio of solutions. The know-how helps us in collaboration with our partners. Most of them are here in the panel or in the audience. And this makes us a partner of choice for the public sector and for private businesses as well. We have a lot of examples. I'm talking about government CRM, which will complete the GovGR portal. Some examples from the private sector, apart from the iconic project of Coca-Cola, also we have the projects of the 14 Fraport airports, the Eleftherios Venizelos International Airport, solutions for great hotel units, etc. We also have a full portfolio of digital solutions for small and medium enterprises because they should not be forgotten. They are the backbone of our Greek economy. We offer the digital office services in collaboration again with our partners, different solutions of IoT for energy savings, for management, etc. In conclusion, with all those actions that we do, with our great investments, the know-how that we have, we think that we are one of the leading companies in this national effort of the digital transition in the current decade. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Konstantinidis. I will proceed with Mrs. Evgenia Bozou. Good afternoon. Head of Public Affairs in Google Malta, Greece and Cyprus. Thank you. I'm not very used to speaking for 5 minutes straight. It is a long time, but what I'd like to say, after what the minister said, is that digital transformation and digital transition, for us in Google, has a point when it serves people and makes our life better. It's not a purpose by itself. And technology is in our hands and can be used as a very powerful tool to improve our lives and make our society more inclusive. And as I was coming here, I was thinking of an example from my own experience that today, if I couldn't work from home, if I didn't have all these collaboration, remote working tools, if the way we realize work hasn't changed so much, and of course there are huge room for improvement in Greece and all over the world, I couldn't be here with you today. I couldn't work because I am a young mother. I just had a baby, so it would be impossible for me to continue working at a corporate level with high competition, a lot of work hours, very demanding. So this is a very simple example from my life. And now that the minister is here, maybe teleworking and remote working can be institutionalized. A very important factor that should be included is the highest participation of women in these types of works, of positions, in order to allow us to combine the different roles that we have. Now, we as a company have a great love with small and medium enterprises, the backbone of Greek economy, as we call them. I had the opportunity through the last years, through Grow Greece with Google, to work with the totality of tourist small and medium enterprises of the country. And we have seen firsthand, and we saw the great value of reskilling and upskilling in digital tools, from very simple things to digitizing our business and putting it on Google Maps, for example, creating a digital profile, up to what we do today to cover door to door the entire country, and for tourism businesses to get certified and improve their works regarding sustainability indexes and environmental indexes. And in that way, they're able to attract a different type of tourism for the country, meaning people that are interested in visiting countries and places that are sustainable. Now, furthermore, recently we had a very interesting research for cybersecurity in small and medium enterprises. I'm not going to talk about cybersecurity right now, although that this goes hand in hand with the digital transition. What we realized is the following. The biggest issues, meaning cutting the cost, increasing revenue, becoming more competitive, but also the stress for survival for a business, in all those problems, 81% of them thought that the solution is the digital transformation and digitization. The reason holding them back is the lack of skills and the lack of staff that will help them do this step and take this transition. This is just a note, a footnote. And I finally managed to cover my 5 minutes. Obviously, we're living in a time where a brave new world is looming ahead of us through artificial intelligence. We are here to make sure that it is here to serve us, to serve people. We are very happy as a company for the things that we are about to announce through our collaboration with the ministry for a new way to use AI for gov.gr. But the thing that we need, the thing that I think should be in our minds is, in our country, as the minister said, to create the institutional framework through which technology can bloom and can develop in a combination of responsibility when it comes to the institutional protection, and also an extroversion in order for us to be able to create this innovation, this research, and freedom to develop these technologies that can improve our lives.
I'd like to thank Ms. Eugenia Bozu. Now, since we have the minister with us, and it's a great honor, I would like to ask him a question with regard to what Ms. Bozu said. I know that today in the Ministerial Council you presented the basic parameters of the cybersecurity organization. Yes, Ms. Bozu mentioned it. However, I would like to say a few words. Indeed, today was a very important day, and it pertained to something that will prevail in the future. And I'm talking about cybersecurity. Up until today, the supervising organizations that had the responsibility were 70. Ministry of National Defense, the National Intelligence Agency, the Digital Crime Committee were all involved. The point is that in October 2024, we will have the compulsory operation of SDIO, which means that we will have a wider scale of critical infrastructure, as well as a increased number of involved parties in the cybersecurity sector. And this will allow us to ensure cybersecurity, ensure exchange of information, and ensure also certification, as well as controls and audits. Moreover, these involved parties will impose fines in case they are necessary. So this is exactly what we are planning to ensure in the future in order to increase security, to ensure proper policies for cybersecurity, because all the involved parties will require the assistance and the services in order to feel safe. Thank you very much. Now we will have another interruption. Yes, I would like to make an interruption. I apologize for that. Dimitris, I apologize. Mr. Minister, I apologize because you know that according to schedule, we should have had a discussion with Adonis Georgiadis. He was not present before. He is present now. So I would kindly ask you to give the floor to the minister. First of all, I would like to raise 2 points for the minister. Mr. Georgiadis, I know that you are inextricably linked with development. And development presupposes workers. And all the previous panelists said that we are lacking workers. We have also talked about the importance of well-paid jobs. So I would like you to comment on these 2 points, and then we will give the floor to the panelists.
Ζητώ χίλια συγγνώμη. Παρακαλώ.
I apologize for that. I apologize. I apologize for the delay, but it wasn't my fault. Initially, I was given 15 minutes to make an intervention, but since I don't want to take more of your time, I will keep it at 5. So allow me to answer to the 2 questions raised by Ms. Macri. Greece. We all know that Greece is filled with paradoxes and oxymorons. But there is a major oxymoron. We have, on the one hand, one of the highest unemployment rates, the second to be more exact. Of course, now is going down. Right now, we have the lowest unemployment of the last 15 years, but still unemployment is above 10%, to be more exact, 10.8, which is a lot. And even though we have this problem on the one hand, on the other hand, we have a series of sectors of the economy, if not all of the sectors of the economy, which, whenever they address to the Minister of Labour, they ask for more workers who will come from third countries. Constructions, and the construction sector depend on these hands from third parties. Projects like Ellinikon would never be completed on time unless they import thousands of workers. The same stands for the other big construction projects, the road projects or other major construction ones. The same stands for the rural sector, where the situation is very difficult. We have a problem of collecting fruits and production because of the lack of hands. And also, this is a problem affecting the industry, where there is a lack of specialized and non-specialized workers. And the same stands for tourism sector. SETE has asked for the import of 60,000 workers from abroad in order for them to work in the tourism sector. So as you can see, we are faced with a structural problem, and I want to answer right away to something that someone may ask. They want these workers to be imported because they cost less. No, this is not true. When you follow the legitimate procedure to import workers from abroad, you are obligated to pay the same money that you would pay to any other worker, Greek or another one. You need to pay them the same. At the same time, you need to provide housing. So you can understand that given all these preconditions, importing workers from abroad is more expensive than recruiting workers domestically. Moreover, given that there are not specific skills in Greece, we are faced with the greatest lack of unskilled workers. So as you can understand, there is indeed an oxymoron. What is the explanation and the solution? The explanation is not just one, there are several. Of course, one explanation is the black market. We have a black market, black labor, black incomes that are not measured. And that is why we have an unemployment rate lower than the one shown by these statistical indicators. A second explanation is that we have a workforce, the skills of which do not meet the needs of the market. And that is why we are using the funds provided by the EU, RRF more specifically, in order to ensure upskilling and reskilling. And upskilling and reskilling are of utmost importance, especially when we talk about digital skills. We need, for example, to enhance the digital skills not only of the employees of small and medium enterprises, where now commerce has become e-commerce and the technical tools are all digital. Moreover, I would like to tell you that we will have the digital work cards, and this will allow everything to take place digitally. But the point is that we need to train the citizens in digital skills in order for them to be able to enjoy the digital services provided by the ministries. So upskilling and reskilling, training the unemployed so that they can find work, but also training the employees so that they can provide more effective work in the companies they are employed, or to be able to find work elsewhere that will pay better. And in order to answer to the question, the increase of the average salary is ongoing right now. The average salary is 1,990 euros. The objective that we had set before the elections was to ensure an average salary of 1,500 euros. And this will not become a reality by passing a law. No. If we could do that, then you can understand that companies would have to close down. how this can be done by developing the Greek economy, by attracting more and more investments, which will in turn create more jobs that will just like in any other case in capitalism, will increase the demand for paid work. And since paid work is a commodity, the demand will continue to increase and will therefore increase the value of paid work. And that is why we believe that the average salary will eventually become 1,500. And when this happens, there will be no need for importing workers from abroad. And this will, of course, in turn lead to the development of the Greek economy and to better paid positions. We believe that we will be able to deal with the problem that is existent, and we will be able to ensure the solution in the medium term. Moreover, Greece is faced with a demographic problem, which is very intense. And in the long term, the demographic problem intensifies the lack of workforce, but also creates enormous problems to the social insurance system. But this is a different discussion. I apologize for the interruption, but it was not my fault. Thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Νομίζω η συνέχεια ήταν... Δεν πειράζει, Κάτια. Η συνέχεια...
I believe that intervention was very interesting. Thank you very much, Mr. Georgiadis. And now, as if we were changing channels, we are ready to listen to Mr. Koutentakis, who is the CEO, Chief Retail Banking, Piraeus Bank.
I'm guessing that you expect me to talk about digitization in banks. This is what I'm going to do. Digitization in banks is not a purpose by itself. Nobody wants to go to a bank and queue for hours on end. He goes there because he needs something. He needs to manage his finances, whether his personal finances or the financials of his business. He's expecting a simple service, a quick service, through the institutional and regulatory framework, which is not quite simple, and of course, with safety. With the last data that we have, we can give those things to our customers, and the bank has 3 degrees of digitization. One is the tools that they give to their clients. The tone has been set by the state, meaning that the Ministry of Digital Transformation has started by giving us tools that we can use in order to improve the lives of our clients, to make them simpler. And the minister said before about small, simple things, which at first were 1, 2, 3, or 10, and now they are 1,000. If we use these 1,000 little tools correctly, we will have the opportunity to provide better service for our customers. We talked about 2KYC, 2KYB. In the past, I would go to the bank with a pack of papers, my identity, which had to be photocopied, and the photocopy was not good, and then I had to photocopy it again. So the first thing is the simplification of all these processes with greatest speed and ease. The second is to give digital tools that are necessary to the clients to do their job. We started e-banking. At first, e-banking included just money transfers or a card payment or stuff like that. Now this has developed a lot. It gives us a lot of capabilities. If you don't need cash in hand, you don't even have to go to the bank. And this has been made easy through 2KYC, which helped us a lot. This is an evolving process. We talked about the wallet. I'm going to talk about digital marketplaces. The client needs to navigate those digitally in order to cover their needs. Calculators of all types, carbon calculators. We as the Piraeus Bank are going to launch these things in the future. They're necessary for our clients and for our businessmen. These things are not easy, I tell you that. They cost a lot of money. It takes a huge investment to do that. We need people within the bank to have this digital knowledge, this digital education, as the minister said before, for them to be able to fix those things and also help others to learn them. And they create dangers. What are the dangers? Security, etc. So we create new fields in which the banks should be a part of, but also protect their customers. I'd like to finish by saying that it is not a purpose by itself to digitize everything. We use all the tools and we build more. And with this constant feedback, we can move forward and offer to our clients what they really need. And now we are going to listen to Mr. Yannis Gikopoulos. I was glad to hear that the minister talked about AI. Artificial intelligence is not something new. It has been around for many years, but with the appearance of ChatGPT at the beginning of the year, AI, OpenAI, has become this technology that had the fastest adoption rate than any other. 100 million users in a very short period of time. AI has a lot of things to show us, to present to us, but it is important for us to have a proper environment in which to use it. We in Microsoft, for the past 30 years, we have been here to help with the digital transition of the country through difficult situations, through the financial crisis, the pandemic. The pandemic, which brought great opportunities, it became an accelerator actually for digital transformation. We saw that in distance work, long distance work, gov.gr. We see it every day with new applications that arise, such as MarketPass, QuickPass, etc. Also, we as Microsoft, through the G&H Cloud, we are here to help the government to materialize its grand plans with the use of AI in justice, in health, the Ministry of Finance, everywhere, because its applications are limitless. So we're talking about new technologies, but also we need to to be in touch with everything and not stay behind, to make sure that digital skills are available to everyone. So we have created a program, the Civil Servant Academy, in collaboration with ECDA. The basic principle is to train the trainers in order for them to train more than 250,000 public servants in digital skills. We give great importance on how AI will serve the clients, the workers, everyone. Not just as a problem solver, but as an assistant. It's the co-pilot, let's say. I think that you've heard about that. It's a basic term of Microsoft, and this means giving value to our final customers, the citizens. So let me give you some examples. Right now, even in our own products, you can find co-pilots. If there was no meeting today, if it was during the pandemic when we couldn't meet with each other, we would be able, after the end of the meeting, to have immediately a summary of what was said in this discussion, to have a list of actions for someone who had to do something and increase our productivity. Also, I'm talking about the technology that exists as we speak right now. Businesses are already using that for their employers' ease. To be able to prepare for the next meeting, for example. What has been discussed in the past? What has been agreed? What communication has been made? We can ask our co-pilot and he will give us a summary of all the things that we need to prepare for our next meeting. AI is here, but it's fundamental to learn how to use it, how we as technicians, as citizens, how we are sure that we are operating responsibly. Responsible AI for Microsoft is fundamental, and it's based in principles such as equality, integrity, privacy. AI is here, and it's a great pleasure to work with the government to give great value to the customers. Thank you, Mr. Kitsanellis. And now, Mr. Moraitinis, CEO for Motekis. Hello, I am Yorgos Moraitinis, CEO of Mortek. I'd like to thank you all, and especially Mr. Stasinos for the kind invitation to be a speaker in this interesting conference. I'm going to talk about, I'm going to add something actually to what the minister said before. We are a bit more technical. We deal with wireless communications. And I'm going to talk about the changes the digital transformation has brought to wireless communications. And I assure you there are a lot. We have been founded in 1969, and ever since we've only been dealing with telecommunications. We have great know-how in wireless communications. In the past, we supplied armed forces with wireless machinery. And as an example, let me say that we are the only company that have designed, produced, and supplied for the War Navy and the Air Force thousands of transferable wirelesses DHF. Yes, this is true. This is the thing that we supply them with. This is 30 years old. It was produced in the beginning of 2000. And these are part of the changes that happened in the digital transformation. Now, mobile phones came to Greece. Our company, with the know-how that we have, had the trust of the greatest construction companies. And we worked with all the telecommunication networks at the time in order to build the mobile phone network in the country. And then we expanded in Cyprus, Malta, and other bordering countries, and it continues up until today. The second pillar of our activities in Mortek is that as representatives of Motorola in Greece, we can build wireless digital networks for all types of applications, meaning that we design them, we supply them, and we implement them for every application and every customer size, whether locally or in Greece, in the entire country. We have a strategic collaboration with the OTE Group, and we have customers, the police, the fire brigades, TASI, ECAV, the Navy, many companies and many sectors in the public and private sector as well, such as ELPE, Motoroil, Ellinikos Chrysos, the 14 Fraport airports, Lambda Development, and many others. And we continue to invest in infrastructure, human resources, and right now we are working in Attiki Odos. Our new offices are in Kandza. First of all, we do consulting with our customers because there is a huge range of services that we can offer in order to see what is the system that will be best for them, and then they can invest on that. After this short introduction about Mortek, let's go to the digitization of wireless communication and what has changed. Everything has changed. This is not a mobile phone, it's a wireless of latest technology. It has VU, it has everything. First of all, it is well known that in old wireless technologies, you could intercept someone else's discussion, but the new digital wirelesses are coded with algorithms IS-246, and it's virtually impossible to intercept someone else's discussion. Also, they offer wider range and better coverage. What do we mean by that? That they reach they have a wider range. I mean, if there's a big building, for example, in the middle of the signal, it can be overcome. Another thing is that it has improved sound quality. It has digital quality of sound, which is crystal clear, actually, not as in the past. And especially if you're in a noisy environment, the sound was difficult to go through and the messages were difficult to be understood, which is quite critical in difficult situations. Also, all this has an advantage when it comes to the duration of the battery, which has increased. When it comes to interconnectivity, which is quite important as well, the old wirelesses, the only thing that they could do was to transfer voice, to take the analog signal and transfer it. In these new digital systems, we have all types of application, such as GPS pin, the pin and the route of a collaborator, for example, of someone who is in danger, to find out where they are. There is the man-down operation for the security of workers, of the user. If the wireless drops down like that on its side, after a few seconds it sends out a signal that something's going on. And it alerts someone for the security of the user, the safety. Another characteristic is that the speeches can be divided in group calls or in man-to-man calls. Imagine that you have 100 people on the line. Maybe you want to talk to only 3 directors, for example, or 5 workers. You can separate those 3-5 people. And also text messages is one last thing. Apart from that, there is also the capability, it's one of the latest developments, that digital networks can communicate with cell phone networks, PTT over LTE. This specific wireless by Motorola can be a part of an organized network in Greece. Maybe someone who uses it has to go to another European country and listen through that what's going on in Greece in his own network. This is very important. Another thing is, we talked about PTT over LTE. Also, there's the possibility to work with the Motorola camera network. Imagine that if someone is working in an oil rig, for example, maybe the worker faints from the fumes. The wireless will drop down. It sends the man-down signal. You can see the GPS where he is located, this worker, and if there are cameras over there that are a part of the network, they can look at him, they can see him. This is critical time that can be saved between life and death. There is also connection with body cameras, which are activated immediately, but okay, this is another issue. We don't have body cams in Greece so far. And all those applications can also be uploaded online, and they are cybersecurity ready. The last thing is that you don't need to buy all those things from the beginning. You can just add applications as you go on, as the company develops. So the benefits of digitization are, of course, understandable. I don't want to tire you anymore. It's obvious that the wirelesses became much smaller and their capabilities have become so many. And I believe that the technology exists, the situation is quite mature, and Greece can have wireless communication as it should be.
We'd like to thank Mr. Moraitis, and I would like to give the floor to Ms. Xena Bana, Executive Vice Chairman in I Know How. I have a presentation I want to share with you. Good afternoon, everyone. 20 to 7, last presentation. Thank you very much for your patience. And I need to be as brief as I can, 7 minutes in total. I can only agree with the minister since I represent a technology company and I know firsthand that leaps have been made, leaps that very few people believed could be made, especially so fast and so effectively. So I'm here today to share with you a tangible example from our company, I Know How, the robotic system called Aristos that shows when conditions permit, we can, not only as a Greek technology market, keep up with, but also import technologies, but at the same time to produce, export technologies that are adopted abroad. We had the pleasure to take part in the conference that was organized in 2020. And back then, we had talked about the challenges associated with AI. And we had identified the dynamic of creative destruction, according to Schubete, saying that this could become a basic factor for sustainable growth of the Greek economy. To be honest, back then, we were rather reserved. So you understand that they were difficult times back then. 3 years later, and after significant amounts of money coming from RRF and operating in a more stable economy, we can feel far more optimistic. And we are optimistic because we have seen the reflexes of the state and the reflexes of the market that prove that we are in the right direction towards what we call fourth industrial revolution. The recent announcement about the establishment of the Committee for AI shows that we are indeed in the right direction. Now, a few words about who we are. We are a Greek private company, technology, IT, and robotic company. We have been operating in the sector for the last 20 years. We have a vision that is human-centric. I know that this is a buzzword, but the fact is that we have always operated on the basis of lead by example, with great passion and commitment to our human capital. During the last 4 years, we have developed more than 50 large-scale projects in the IT sector. We have designed 10 autonomous robotic systems. We have our own medical imaging suite, and we have managed to disassociate 2 significant technological sectors into 2 separate companies so as to give them the necessary boost they so much need. The environment was very favorable. The growth we had was spectacular, and here you can see some statistical data. Now, in brief, we have managed to triple our turnover with a parallel increase of EBITDA. We expanded our activities in 6 new countries. Despite the brain drain, we increased the number of employees by 50%. And since I'm the one giving the presentation, I want to tell you that we have increased the number of women in the management positions, but also in the different mechanisms possible for implementing the projects. But I want to be even more brief. I don't want to elaborate on the participation of women. I want to talk about Aristos, that is a robot that we have developed in order to resolve a major problem affecting the photovoltaic parks. It was in 2019 when Enel Green Power Greece came to us in order to talk about a major problem they were faced with. big parks where sun, apart from being a source of energy, also led to the problem of vegetation. There are similar parks in Latin America where the precipitation is far greater, so you can understand how big of a problem is vegetation and how it affects the performance of the parks. Problems caused for the equipment and for the people that are responsible of performing several tasks. So we had to design from scratch the robotic autonomous system that we then called Aristos. It is a system that combines automation technology and AI. It is mechanologically designed so as to be low enough so as to be able to move below the panels and light enough so as to be able to be transported in order to serve the needs of multiple parks. At the same time, it uses algorithms that allow it to identify the optimal trajectory in the park and also to cooperate and be coordinated in a group of robotic systems. So greater performance, lower cost, greater security, and non-stop operation, 24/7 operation. The only break it takes is in order to be charged. 9,600 hours of work, a very experienced team. Despite the brain drain, I repeat, we had an excellent team of engineers and AI experts who decided to stay here in Greece in order to design this system from scratch. Altogether, we identified the need and we joined forces in order to provide a solution. We had to cut down a lot of bushes, a lot of vegetation, and our team covered over 500 kilometers in order to do some tests around the parks in the Greek territory. The biggest achievement in the beginning of the year, Enel Global now, one of the biggest constructors and producers and managers of RES in the world, entrusted us for the mass production of robotic systems that will support its parks around the world. So we are ready for this journey in over 7 countries. We have produced over 30 robots that will work in parks with an installed capacity of over 600 megawatts. They will cover 1,270 acres, and the growth is expected to be much greater in the future. And I would like to close this short presentation by talking about the difficult conjuncture, the unfavorable circumstances. No, we all know about this. I represent a leading Greek company, and I can tell you that no one waits for anyone. We need to run, otherwise someone else will catch up. So what I want to tell you today that we'll feel much safer in this environment, we need to speed up. We need to be more effective and more innovative. Only by doing that we'll be able to ensure growth, but at the same time to ensure export of a high-value technology. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'd like to thank Ms. Banya. And now we will give the floor to Christos Dimitriadis, Chief Global Strategy Officer of ISACA. I will try to be as brief as I can because I don't want to tire you. First of all, I would like to tell you that I represent an international training organization, especially in issues of cybersecurity. We call it Digital Trust. This includes professions of cybersecurity, privacy, risk management, and governance of IT systems. As an organization, we have a presence of over 50 years. It's a great pleasure to talk to you today. I haven't been given this opportunity many times in the past, so it's a great pleasure and honor. The first thing I want to say is that with regard to digital transformation, I believe that, as we have already explained, it is very important to ensure value by using new technologies. And especially when it comes to transformation, we need to be able to develop new products, new services to create added value through the use of digital ecosystems. This is a battle that is given the world over. Many businesses and governments are trying to make the most of digital technologies so as to be victorious in this race of digital transformation, because this is exactly what will make an economy more competitive, more effective, a public sector more performant, and most importantly, a professional more competitive and effective at the same time. At the same time, we have an increase of the so-called cyber threat landscape. In other words, an increase in the number of attacks. And this is due to several different reasons. But in my view, it's mostly due to the fact that many professionals in the cybersecurity sector and in the digital trust sector are not trained enough so as to be able to adapt to the context of the digital ecosystem. And secondly, they cannot speak the language that those who are making the decisions speak. These may be a board of directors, the CFO, all of which make decisions that are not easily understood by the professionals I mentioned. So at the end of the day, what we are trying to communicate as an organization to many governments with which we work around the world is the need for more holistic education and training, faster education, not so much vertically, but also horizontally, so that someone will be in the position to understand different parameters of the operation of a digital ecosystem. And this brings me to AI. AI, as the European Union says, and also on the basis of the law that will pass next year, the way that we will use AI today will determine our lives in the future. And generally speaking, in the different discussions that we are having around the world, we have seen that AI is not something that can be predicted. We don't know how it will evolve. There has been no one that can say for certainty that AI will develop in that or the other way. Everyone, however, agrees that AI will create added value and will transform sectors of the economy significantly. AI is an emerging technology, and unless you understand it in depth, unless you know how it operates, then you cannot protect it. You cannot protect something that you don't understand anything about. You cannot develop a privacy framework because, again, first you need to understand how AI works in order then to develop this framework. You cannot do proper risk management nor ensure the control of an AI system. Moreover, given the increased number of attacks that multiply and are against AI algorithms, we can see that they aim at changing the algorithm or changing the input information and to create a different output that will allow the leak of this information that AI uses in order to make decisions. Everything I'm telling you is common knowledge. Knowledge that professionals of the sector need to have. And based on a Zaka study published last week, globally, only 9% of businesses actually train their staff on AI. At the same time, over 90% of the staff in the businesses that took part in the research uses AI in their personal life. And this may be ChatGPT or an algorithm or even in the car. Only 10% of these businesses have specific policies that define the way AI should be used. And at the same time, there is a huge dearth of professionals, which in my view is an opportunity, at least for Greece. It is a major opportunity for Greece to become a hub of education and training in digital trust and cybersecurity, but also in AI and new technologies. Unfortunately, we don't have much time. I need to interrupt you, or at least ask you to conclude. Yes, we can now have the discussion. Not even AI is so fast as we want. I don't want to tire the audience nor the other panelists, so yes, we can have the discussion now.
Λοιπόν, έχουμε σχεδόν ολοκληρώσει, δεν υπάρχει άλλος χρόνος.
Well, we have almost completed the panel. We won't be able to have a Q&A. Just a quick comment. You only have 60 seconds to the Minister. Will the e-wallet be enriched? Yes, what we're going to see this year has to do with how we will be able to interoperate and give data to other private institutions, without permission, of course, because we need to transfer digital files. It's very fundamental to save time on paperwork, because there's a lot of infrastructure that need to be operated with paperwork right now. And another important thing, which will be interesting, has to do with the European policies for the digital identity. And through wallets, we will be able to travel through Europe, which is something, of course, to be discussed. It needs to be a European decision in order to do that, to use wallet as our passport and travel around Europe with that. But I think that apart from a depository, let's say, of identities, driver's licenses, degrees, we will include skills, whether I am a foreman or an engineer or a trainer. There are hundreds of possibilities that can be introduced in e-wallet. It's not just a depository for paperwork. It will be a key to unlock a lot of procedures with banks, providers. So we will be the ones to give permission to use all this information. So I would like to thank all the participants in this panel and the Minister of Digital Governance, Mr. Dimitris Papastergiou, who was here with us today. And I'd like to call, just a picture, a quick picture. And Mr. Astenidis, the CEO of Information Society.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Ευχαριστώ. Ήταν λίγο σύντομο. Ναι, γιατί μου φέρανε τώρα να...
Είμαστε και τελευταίοι.
Περίπου, ναι. Πρώτη-τελευταίοι.
Πρώτη-τελευταίοι. Δεν έχουμε μείνει και πολύ, οπότε...
Νομίζω μπορούμε να ξεκινήσουμε.
I believe we're ready to start. Yes, we can start. I would like to welcome Mr. Stavros Asthenides, CEO of Information Society. I would like to thank you for the invitation. We will have a very brief discussion that will have the so-called elevator pit characteristics. I would like you to briefly tell us, and to those who are attending it online, what you have done as Information Society in the time that they have given us. Yes, I understand that it's very limited, but we need to try. So very, very briefly, Information Society is what we call the digital branch, the branch of the digital transformation of the Ministry of Digital Governance. In the 20 years of the company's operation, we have contributed to the digital transformation of the state by means of projects like taxis or SISEVXIS, and more specifically, during the last 4 years, we have completed several different projects that can speak for themselves. With a great effort and with a lot of pain, quote unquote, we have contributed to the revolution that is the digital transformation of the state. So during the last 4 years, we have contributed to the gov.gr effort. And to give you just some numbers, because I believe that numbers are significant. In the context of the RRF and NSRF, we have launched 270 tenders, 275 to be more specific. We have contracted 200 and the 70 are remaining. And all these projects are in development. So we have a huge volume of projects that will be implemented and will take the state to a new era. These projects are mature, they have been auctioned, most of these are already in development. The question is, when they become operational, they will be operational non-stop forever, or will we have any unpleasant surprises like the one of Calatrava roof? Yes, this is a good point. Right now, it is a fact that we are going through a revolution, since the state will provide citizens and businesses with several digital tools and with several projects. The point is, what do you do with these projects? All these projects have in their contracts a guarantee period amounting to some years. Of course, this is not enough. The Greek state, up until now, wasn't focusing on the maintenance of these projects, and especially of the IT projects. It was a one-off approach, and that is why we can see several ministries and several organizations with equipment that is obsolete. We can see applications that are not maintained or upgraded, and that is why these organizations and ministries cannot operate properly. This mentality and this approach needs to change. By integrating IT in the IT expenditure of the state. What do I mean by that? Most of the projects that are implemented right now have a European financing coming from RRF or the NSRF. However, this cannot be the case forever. Eventually, these resources will end. And that is why we need to use technology. We need to use technology in order to provide citizens with the services they expect. The state needs to include the technology expenditure into its national budget. The national budget, the state budget, needs to have IT expenditure included. Which are the most important projects in your view right now? Projects that are implemented? The ones that we have given priority to are the projects pertaining to the digitalization of justice. because we believe that justice is one of the most important sectors for the country, since it is associated with growth. Justice can give a boost to the economy, and this is why we have been talking for so long for the transformation of justice, and that is also why the projects associated with the digital transformation of justice, something that involves digitalization of documents and the different tasks of judges and all parties involved, can be completed so that they can in their turn accelerate the judicial system and thus give a boost to the economy. Of course, more things need to be done, but everything, every initiative and every decision needs to be in that direction. Apart from justice, there is another sector, health, that is undergoing a digital transformation. This digital transformation of the health sector involves telemedicine, more specialized systems that will provide better services to patients, and, of course, systems that have to do with the core of public administration, like GovERP, as we call it, which is the new system of the General Accounting Office of the state, and which will be able to control and depict at any given moment the evolution of the budget and of the expenditure of the state. And of course, CRM, okay, we mentioned it previously. Mr. Konstantinidis talked about it, if I'm not mistaken, since Mr. Konstantinidis is part of the joint venture implementing the project. CRM will be the next stage of gov.gr. And it will be associated with the transactions between citizen and the state in Rationale 360, as we call it in our village. And the last question, because I believe we need to finish. As Mr. Georgiadis said, the Minister of Labour, there is a lack of workers, there is a lack of skills. There is a lack of specialized personnel. How will we be able to fill these jobs in the IT sector? This is a problem that is difficult to resolve. Yes, all these solutions like reskilling and upskilling can give some results, but I'm not certain that they suffice in order to bridge the gap. We are undoubtedly paying for the brain drain that was caused in the past years. And at the same time, we are paying for something else, something that we need to approach differently. The lack of synchronization and matching, if you like, between universities and market. This is a major issue that we need to approach differently in order to resolve quickly. And I will give you an example. Just a short while ago, my son attended a presentation of universities in Germany. And the one thing that he remembers is that this specific school can, from the very first year, ensure part-time employment in companies of their interest. If you say something of the sort here, you will be taken as a fool. We need to break certain taboos, and we need to ensure that university education will match the needs of the Greek labor market. In order to ensure this matching, yes. Mr. Asthenides, CEO of Information Society, thank you very much for this discussion. I would like to thank you. It was a brief discussion, but very fruitful one. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you both. Dimitris, your panel was excellent. I was really excited to hear about this little robot you said, Aristos. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have been here for 9.5 hours with no breaks, of constant conversations and discussions regarding economy, development, the problems and the solutions. Minister, Mr. Skertsos, you weren't here. You had a lot of work to do today. Let me just give you a couple of pointers on what I heard so many times, and I noted them down in order to share them with you so that you can close the conference. Acceleration of justice. It was advised by Mr. Carrera at 9:30 in the morning, but also most of the speakers said that this is number one problem that makes investments hard in Greece and almost non-attractive. Number two, acceleration of the digitization. As Mr. Papasteriou said, he presented a very complete program regarding that. Number three, Hellenic industry. We should institute an industry ministry in order to support industry in Greece within the limits of Greece, and of course the lack of workers, of employees as an obstacle for development. And now regarding digitization, quick licensing, in order for the country to achieve the goals, the highly ambitious goals that they have set. And now I gave you the framework. Mr. Hatzidakis in the morning opened the 6th Athens Investment Forum, and you will be closing it. And as the Minister of State, I invite you here to the podium to share with us the government priorities, and thank you so much for being here with us today. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you, Mrs. Macri, for the invitation and for sharing the pointers with me. I'm very happy to hear about these conclusions because everything that you said are within the priorities of the government. They have been announced repeatedly in the declarations of the Prime Minister, of all competent ministers. We have been dealing with those things constantly. The acceleration of justice is one of the basic priorities of this government, with funding from the RRF and digitization of processes, digitization of infrastructure, support of human resources, new courthouses, new rooms, and the new court map, let's say. The new structure of justice is one of the milestones, actually, that will be announced until the end of 23. In any case, let me tell you that I'm going to give you more information later on. The fact that we have a new investment grade right now, after the evaluation of Standard & Poor's, is a moment of celebration for these difficult goals that we have all achieved. It should also be a moment of reflection, because in the last 13 years our country has been through hell. The crises have overlapped each other. We had a financial crisis, which we haven't seen for the last 100 years, which led to a loss of 25% of the GDP, a political crisis that followed the financial and fiduciary state, which eradicated half of the political system of the country and almost set us outside of the Eurozone, a worldwide pandemic that followed, which happens once every 100 years, an international energy crisis, which we haven't seen in the last 50 years, an acute crisis of immigration that puts constant pressure on us, which we have managed to deal effectively. But despite all those great challenges, 3 out of which were not in our hands, were out of our hands, our country has managed, thanks to robust governance and financial policies, and thanks also to the patience and the sacrifices and the consistency of the Greek citizens, has become, from the black sheep of Europe, a pole of political stability and investment attraction in the southeastern corner of Europe. It is a country which is stable, with a regulatory government in its second term. The economy that has been developed with a record degree, foreign investments, and European record of reduction of public spending. Our economy is becoming more and more extroverted. 50% of the Greek GDP comes from exports. This used to be 20% 13 years ago at the beginning of the financial crisis. And also a state that is quickly digitized after many delays. It's changing towards the better, and also the lives of the citizens are changing towards the better. I'm not trying to make everything look perfect. I'm not living in a pink bubble. I know very well personally, and we all know very well, that our great challenge, now that we have safeguarded the fact that we are a member of the European Union, is to become a European country. With better conditions, better markets, less tax evasion, more competition, better prices in the market, a faster, quicker system, judicial system, a modern European system of public health, and also public education. For this to happen, we need a constant evolving economy that supports the free economy, which respects the law and turns towards green economy, digitization, innovation, production, and exports. This is the only necessary conditions in order to increase our income, in order to make our country a part of the international production chain and the international commercial roads, in order to become a country with a hardcore European line. We can say that we have achieved within a very short period of time and within a very difficult geopolitical environment some very important national goals which were not easy to think of 4 to 8 years ago. But if we want to continue achieving our ambitious goals, we need to be sure that we learn from the mistakes of the past and that we will not make them again in the future. Now, the loss of this adventure doesn't mean, by no means, that we forget the important lessons that we learned in these 13 years. These are 6. Lesson number 1. The financial loss and the public debt will undermine the future of our children. Magic solutions that lead to increase of public spending without production or without measures to increase income lead to lies against the customers, the citizens. For the economy to be stable, we need to import and export. We need to produce energy and we need to digitize our market. This decade of financial crisis told us that we should say no to expansions, no to consumption without production, no to the development that hurts the environment. Lesson number 3, the anti-circular financial policies, meaning targeted financial development during a recession in order for companies to remain as they are, and at the same time saving money during good times will secure the income of the citizens in the framework of worldwide conflicts. For years we have done great recessions which led to the worst type of economy that we could have in the last years. Lesson number 4, European Union has created today, because of this Hellenic financial state and because of the pandemic 3 years ago, has created a series of important financial tools that make it more effective and more stable against international crises. Lesson number 5, the political populism that existed in the first years of the crisis proved to be proved to be something that they could not offer a solution to the questions of the people. Our world is much more complex than leave it in the hands of populists, which can be dangerous. Greece, lesson number 6, Greece in 2010 nearly went bankrupt because it had left outside its agenda the public justice and solidarity. New Greece has to be more just, more inclusive for all Greeks, with real redistribution of chances and opportunities to young people, to women, to people living in smaller areas, LGBTQ and people with disabilities. Today, Greece is one of the fastest developing economies in Europe, with increased income, reduction of inequalities, and improvement of financial status. We attract investments in all sectors. And this fact, in collaboration with the important initiatives that we take in the framework of the RRF and other funding tools, which amount up to more than 80 billion euros for 2027, has given us the foundation that we need in order to repeat the financial miracle that Greece has achieved in the 50s and the 60s. So we need to upgrade the level of the life of citizens through salaries, increasing salaries, and policies that come from the development and not from recession. A list of changes that we're going to do includes, among others, the digitization of the private and public sector, the important change in the market, the public education. A program has been concluded in the last 4 years, which will continue. A fully funded system of social security, simplification of licensing processes in all severe instances, and continuation of privatization. In the next 3 years of our term, you're going to see much more work against tax evasion. We announced an important We announced some important measures today. We're not saying that we're going to eradicate the problem, but we're going to try to reduce tax evasion in order to have just taxation and cover critical needs in the fields of health, security and education. I'm going to emphasize justice transformation. This is a quite touchy subject that needs to change up to 2027. We have set an ambitious goal for the system to change. We need to extend the pool of workers and employers. The employability indexes in Greece remain of the lowest in Europe. And there are 3 million Greeks that could be active financially and are not. And now we need strong decisions of employability that will help these people become a part of the market. The incentives, for example, for and also, let's show the importance that we give to green transition up to 2030 and a final goal up to 2050. Especially when it comes to energy, Greece in the last 4 years has achieved many goals. We are the inevitable energy hub of Southern Europe. We have climbed to the 4th point in the 4th position in Europe regarding energy production, and we also have a very important industrial base, industrial foundation that is continuously developed and constructs cables, chargers, pipes, cement, all those things needed. Today's government has shown that we can implement all these ambitious energy national goals. For example, photovoltaic licensing, which has stopped from 2015 to 2019, it has doubled in the last 4 years by noting greatest increase than the European average. When it comes to wind farms, our rhythm of development in Greece was over 70%. And plus 30% in against the European average. This energy transition is a huge opportunity for our country. The energy map in the near future says that the flow of energy will start from the countries that have high quality of solar panels and wind farms and a strong network to transfer this energy. They will export electric energy and hydrogen to other markets that do not have these types of resources. These geopolitical changes brought up by this transfer are very important, and during the next 3 years we are being called to materialize 8 types of priorities. We are being called, first of all, to deal with the energy crisis, along with probable ignitions that might happen in the future, with measures that will be taken to support our most vulnerable Greeks. Second, continue investments in photovoltaics, in wind farms, and secure a network that it is being put under much pressure. Third, programs that upgrade the energy efficiency of buildings and thermal energy in homes. Four, to materialize strategies for new technologies such as batteries, hydrogen, carbon storage, and offshore parks, wind parks. 5, electric cars, which have increased in Greece exponentially against 5 years ago, and also create charging stations. 6, complete a hydrogen program in order to see, to make a study to see whether we have enough hydrogen to be used as fuel. 7, to find allies in Europe to support our investments, especially in Western Balkans, which are quite defining for the development of our national goals, and also Northern Africa. 8, to remain a destination for investments, quite attractive, in order to support our businesses. And the last, those who will benefit from that will be, of course, the citizens with better prices and better income. If we take into account the following years, it is not too much to say that 2023 to 2027 will be a defining term for the energy efficiency of the country for the next 2 to 3 decades. All these things need to be done in harmony with wider goals, with stability, external politics, defense, national security, the dynamics, the sustainable economy, and the development also of the economy, the reduction of inequalities, the improvement of social cohesion. Ladies and gentlemen, all of the above confirm that our country recognizes the modern challenges and supports the strategy and the funding tools, the plan and the will in order to become a pole of stability and development in the wider region of Europe and also the Mediterranean. Of course, all those things do not mean that we ignore the risks that come from all those international geopolitical and economical developments that take place in our neighborhood as well. We know them very well, and towards this direction we are setting in place a diplomacy based on principles, on values, with the utmost purpose to support our economy and our well-being. And of course, the continuance of all these changes and transformations are the ultimate goal. We are aware of all those things, and for that reason we are implementing a wholesome program based on financial responsibility and transformations. We believe that all these policies do not only secure the fact that the crisis of the past decade will never happen again, but also create a Greece that will be more productive, more green, more social, more valuable, more extroverted, and more European. Thank you very much. Minister, Mr. Karelis, ladies and gentlemen, it was a long day, but I think that at the same time it was highly interesting. We'd like to thank you all, thank the speakers, we'd like to thank the sponsors, first of all you, for staying here from 9:30 in the morning up to now, and all of you who were with us online. So we will renew our date for the 7th Athens Investment Forum in 2024, and I hope we are all well. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον. Εξυγχρονίζεται με έξυπνα δίκτυα, με αυτοματοποιημένα συστήματα, με αναβαθμισμένη εξυπηρέτηση, με σύγχρονες λειτουργίες, με ψηφιοποιημένες εργασίες, με σεβασμό για το περιβάλλον, για να έχετε καλύτερη τηλεφωνική εξυπηρέτηση, για να μπορείτε να δηλώνετε τη βλάβη σας online ή μέσω του κινητού σας, για να εξυπηρετήσετε άμεσα και online για τα περισσότερα από τα αιτήματά σας, για να κάνετε online αίτηση για τη σύνδεση της υποδομής φόρτισης του ηλεκτρικού οχήματός σας στο δίκτυο, για να παίρνετε άμεσες και γρήγορες απαντήσεις μέσω ψηφιακού βοηθού. Ένα δίκτυο καινοτομίας. Ένα δίκτυο καλύτερης εξυπηρέτησης. Ένα δίκτυο ενέργειας για όλους. ΔΔΕ.
Over the last 45 years, we have built our company in the same way we deliver projects for our clients, by building trusted relationships and setting the industry standard for quality service. Our mission remains to be the first choice for global program, project, and construction management.
The hard work and industry-leading expertise of Hill International employees is the reason for our success and the reason our clients trust us to deliver their most challenging and complex programs and projects. We'll continue growing our business and our global team of technical experts who consistently exceed expectations through collaboration with clients, suppliers, and stakeholders. The new Hill International website has been designed to foster innovation and collaboration and help us achieve our mission. Built to the same high standards that we bring to our global programs and projects, the website delivers an exciting new modern look, clear communication of our vision, values, and goals, a better user experience, and a robust career page. We have one definition of success, getting the best results for our clients. From concept to completion, we build an end-to-end partnership to help our clients achieve their vision. You, our employees, are the reason Hill has succeeded across decades. You are the reason our clients trust us to deliver their most challenging and complex programs and projects. Every day, we change lives, communities, and the world, one project at a time. We're Hill International, delivering the infrastructure of change.
Soldiers protect the sea, and voyagers find their way home. Where people are in touch with the heavens, and all wounds can be healed. Where time travelers live, and time is measured in pink grains of sand. Where we can find new paths to happiness, and fairy tales live happily ever after. There is a place that is a journey in itself. It's Greece.
Today, machines are more than machines. Power is more than power. And batteries are much more than batteries. Today, intelligent power storage is paramount to our very ability to exist and progress. That's what we do at the Sunlight Group. We're reshaping the battery industry, shifting towards sentient solutions, creating revolutionary batteries that utilize data to deliver a power far more potent than electricity. Power of knowledge. By upgrading batteries to intelligent knowledge machines, we open the door to a future of infinite new possibilities. We enable a new world of energy-efficient businesses, industries, and homes. That's our path forward. Not to just feed our power-hungry world, but to nourish and empower it towards a sustainable tomorrow. It's a vision of power and knowledge. Because to us, they're one and the same.